Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf for today's games, and we have some bangers for you, especially this first one as Liv Sandbox fight for playoffs, and T1 look to show us that they are back in form once again.
Yeah, I mean, T1, they don't have anything to really play for in the standings, but I think that they're trying to give their best game here against Liv Sandbox to prove that they can level up going into playoffs. It's their last match for regular season. You want to go out on a positive note, and I think Liv Sandbox leveling up significantly, they absolutely could beat T1 tonight.
Yeah, their hottest competition at the moment, looking like DRX of all teams, as they only need to win one more to get themselves to playoffs. If Liv Sandbox win any of their remaining matches against either T1 or KT, they can clinch that spot. As you can see, DRX have the ability to get up to 6 victories. If Liv Sandbox do it first, then game score should dictate that they will get there. I think 2-0 or 2-1 is important. But T1 with Faker back on the roster. They did face off against Kwangdong Freaks. They've been losing a lot. As you can see, 9 losses in a row. And so not necessarily the hottest competition at the moment.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox as well. You know, this is a somewhat frustrating situation, right? Everybody else got to kind of take those wins from T1 when they had a substitute mid laner. Now Faker is back, so they have to face the full force of T1, the roster that of course went to Worlds Finals, MSI Finals, LCK Finals, as their chances are high in the statistics, but I think part of that based on T1's recent results, when you look at the kind of the ELO system, as well as the fact that they have 2 matches left, their final match is KT Rolster. So not a very great set of matches to play, as the T1 of August here, landslide victory after Faker came back. Looking very good thus far. Yeah,
47 minutes in total across 2 games is definitely not too bad at all, as Faker fighting fit. As you can see, they're kind of floating. I guess that's you know, the people calling the god of the mid lane does make some sense, and Closer pretty strong here, and both of them have been pivotal in very different ways. Closer, it's all about how well he utilizes his hands, how well he controls these team fights with his champion, and Faker, it's about how well he controls his teammates.
Yeah, I think you really hit the nail on the head there. It couldn't be more opposite what these 2 players are doing for their teams right now. Faker's still somewhat in recovery. You know, he's mentioned in a lot of interviews that he's not fully recovered, but this feels well enough to play, but doesn't feel like he is mechanically up to his full form. And this is the last match they'll have to play before he has a little bit of a rest before playoffs. So, yep. Hopefully for his sake as well, if they do end up winning it is going to be a 2-0, least amount of time possible as Liv Sandbox come out on the stage. Closer versus Faker. Closer used to be the player who played behind Faker, and now Faker shows up again to potentially deny him that playoff spot. Teddy versus Gumayusi. We have some sick matchups tonight.
Yeah, and Teddy, I love it because it's the opposite story, right? It was Guma playing behind him until Teddy left the roster, and Gumayusi then was able to flourish on such a dominant T1. But Liv Sandbox, they are your home team. I believe they have elected to head towards the red side as well, which has been by far their most successful side so far this season, even with people predominantly choosing blue side. So we'll see what counterpicks are going to be up their sleeves, as with Clear on the roster, I think that counterpick does become a lot more powerful. Giving him a good matchup into Zeus, I think, will be very important for maximizing their utility of this new player. But T1 now back to full force, or are they? That's what we're going to discover today. That's the information that we're going to glean, because even before Faker had left this roster, they were starting to look shaky, right? And we're going to need to see more from this squad before we start talking about what their prospects are looking into playoffs.
And as you've already mentioned, the matchup against Kwangdong Freaks was over in less than 50 minutes. It was an extremely one-sided affair, and that gave the T1 fans hope that this roster is going to bounce back. But frankly, Kwangdong Freaks aren't beating anybody right now, and T1, they had a pretty easy start here with Faker's return. And if you look at the rise of Liv Sandbox, this is definitely their tougher of the 2 matches this week. So we'll learn a lot more in this series, you would think, than we learned in the last one. As here's this historic matchup, the 2 players who used to jockey for that AD carry position, with Teddy being the mainstay and Guma coming in at the end. Notice how much of the team damage here is pretty similar. Like you see, it's 4th to 6th, but it's actually about the same for both of these players. Kill participation, very similar as well. They're both actually quite consistent. I think For Guma, he was the consistent piece when Poby was in the roster when they were struggling, and for Liv Sandbox, Teddy was the consistent piece when Liv Sandbox hadn't really figured out the meta yet. They hadn't really settled into this roster. Before Clear was there, Teddy was always putting up numbers, and I think these players have a very similar role on their teams.
Yeah, and a little bit indicative is that the CS number in comparison to the damage per gold, right? It shows that Gumayusi's been having an okay laning phase while Poby was on the roster, but wasn't able to be utilized in the later stages of the game, whereas Teddy, definitely a linchpin for this squad. Even though he was kind of taking it easy when they managed to take down Bro 2-0, he actually came out and said it. He was like, oh, yeah, I was just playing comfortably, you know, and kind of was just pretty confident. Didn't have any plays in mind. Just wanted to beat him. And I did, so did pretty well.
Yeah.
That was sort of the tone that I got from the interview question. So interested to see whether that is going to be a little bit more of a fighting form for Teddy in this one, because it does feel like it could potentially be a little bit more personal up against his former teammate and sub.
And this is one of Clear's biggest challenges yet. He faces Zeus, and then he faces Keen at the end of the week.
Ooh,
so
it's Keen exam at the end of the season. It's a semester.
It's hype because, you know, Clear is one of our top laners we were most excited for from challengers. I mean, I think really only second to Thanatos, and, you know, in previous years, Illima was really hyped for a while, but, you know, this guy is coming in, I think, with a large amount of pressure on him to perform here against Zeus, who has looked a little bit rocky at times this season. And for Willer, he has the opportunity to rise to the occasion here against an owner who has been relatively inconsistent this season as well. But I think the key part of both of those inconsistencies for T1 was that Faker was not a part of the roster, and his shot calling was absent. They looked a little bit lost without him. Since his return, we saw that dominant performance against Kwangdong Freaks, but this is a different caliber of team.
It certainly is, although it's not a different caliber of top laner. And what Zeus did to Dundun was it was pretty brutal, to be perfectly honest. Of course, the rest of the map completely on fire. The jungle also kind of completely on fire, so these things do play a part. But in that 1v1, Zeus did just kind of manhandle Dundun towards the top side. There's no two ways to say it. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether Clear can actually have a better time, because as we said, Kwangdong Freaks, they are reeling. Liv Sandbox have their eyes on playoffs. With a victory here, it becomes almost a shoo-in for them to pick up that spot, as LeBlanc and Jax both banned away here, and the Aatrox as well as the Poppy to be removed from T1.
Yeah. Closer has been so reliant on Yone and LeBlanc. These are two of his most played in his top three, Tristana being the second, LeBlanc the first, and just trying to limit his champion pool because he has looked a little bit uncomfortable. You put him on champions like the Azir, he has 7 games on, but he's 1-6 on the champ. So I guess that's even, you know, I didn't put that in his most played because it didn't have a whole lot of wins, but it is actually up there, of course, as well. As Maokai will be the first pick here for T1, denying that Maokai Jace, which Liv Sandbox also haven't found success with, but they won't even have the opportunity. Now, Teddy has had his best season on this champion in particular, the Kai'Sa. He's 4-1 on the pick, and Liv Sandbox have relied on him. It's a little bit surprising that T1 will prioritize the Maokai instead of it, considering how much Liv Sandbox have utilized this pick for success.
Yeah, exactly. And now you could even pick Kai'Sa Jace and then pick Sejuani on 3 if you would like to, right? Unless T1 are planning on flexing the Maokai, they may not want to necessarily risk that. But Sejuani has been picking up a lot of victories here as well, and it's a decent 1-2 punch on the red side. If you'd like to go there, Renekton's still up and available and does feel like the highest priority top laner here for Clear or Zeus to lock in, but there is always the looming threat of that Rumble.
And they're going to get
Zeus is so good at.
They're going to get the Tristana here instead. Now, I liked everything you were saying because you have both Jax and Renekton, or the Renekton angle here, and if Jax is denied, you're like, okay, but you don't have Sejuani, so you have that threat there. But the Tristana here feels like a pick that Closer has agency on, and he has been the one who has to carry this team through the mid-game before Teddy comes online. So I like prioritizing this pick, going for double 80 carry here instead. The Xayah will come through in response. Now, will they actually go for Rakan? They won't have another chance at this, of course, if they let this one slip through right now. Or does Faker want to prioritize the Jace here to try to answer some of that poke? It will be the Azir instead here. The Emperor returns.
And of course, this is an incredibly historic pick for Faker, but as far as in this position of the draft, it puts T1 100% on the back foot, right? This is all about setup and control and disengage. And Liv Sandbox have already got the makings of a pretty decent poke composition. with the fact that the Kai'Sa has been locked in alongside the long-range Tristana in the later stages of the game. Sejuani going to come through as well for some more single-target pick and just to add some frontline, and does make clear all that more terrifying.
Yeah.
But these bans are going to start coming through, and so look to see whether the Renekton, the Rumble, things like this are going to stay up.
I think the Sejuani is the tier list jungle you have left. Now, obviously, the Rakan was going to be banned. I think the Renekton will follow, so you also gain a ban here as Liv Sandbox, because you know you have that R4 priority. You can absolutely lock in the Renekton if they don't take it. Then you could have gotten something else, like the Rel here, potentially. The Alistar, also, I think, a strong pick in this scenario. Now, the final ban here for Liv Sandbox is going to be quite interesting. We'll see what, with this Rel ban, that Keria will end up playing here in this Xayah lane. And it's not an easy ban for Liv Sandbox. I think the Renekton one is a pretty simple choice for T1, but this Liv Sandbox one is a little bit trickier. Maybe you ban Nautilus?
Rumble. Nautilus or Rumble, I think, were going to be the options here. I assume that they will pick support on 4, and then wait until Zeus has picked something, see what it's going to be, and then react accordingly. We know that Clear actually has a pretty expansive champion pool. The man has a 100% win rate on Nasus, for example. Yeah, that's a sample size of 1 classic Atlas stats, but...
What if they
I was like, what if it's a Nasus angle? I don't think
it's a Nasus angle, but what if they go Sejuani Viego, put Sejuani top? Could be an angle here for Liv Sandbox. There's still some flexibility there. You will, of course, lose out on magic damage, so they're going to wait and see, but the comfortable situation now for T1 is that they do have that Rumble to lock in with Maokai set up. The Leona feels like great engage into that. You can get on top of that squishy backline. And it looks like instead they're just going to opt into Cassante here and look to front to back as a little bit of a Xayah lover for Keria. We know he's been playing this a lot, but it will be wrong.
Man! And the lock-in comes in right as he switches, and it's going to be... Like, there is no going in on this composition. There's literally 0 going in. It is all don't come in. We just prefer to stay in our house, actually. That's what this comp says. It is a shut-in. It's a bunker. It's just a bunker draft. That's all it is. Liv Sandbox are a bombing knocker draft, though. They're demolition crew. Now, they're looking to cut things down. And oh my goodness, the classic Gwen.
Yeah, the problem with locking in this Cassante here is you allow Clear to have a fantastic matchup and solve the... I mean, look, it's Kai'Sa, so you have some magic damage, right? But you get to now really have both damage types quite nicely here. Your composition is well-rounded here as Liv Sandbox. You have also a second frontline champion here on top of the Sejuani, because you've got Leona, you've got Sejuani, Gwen just gets into the thick of things, and eventually you have so many champs to block that Maokai ultimate, and the Emperor's Divide, of course, has to be used defensively against potentially Kai'Sa dive. Gotta watch out for that Leona. So Gwen's she's gotta get in there, and unfortunately for Xayah, she's so low range that kiting this out is so difficult to play. I think T1 have a great composition in its own isolation, but what Liv Sandbox got feels so fantastic into T1's comp.
Yeah, the thing about it is it's a kind of a beautiful comparison of 2 very different styles, right? You've got dive, dive, dive with some split push options in the Gwen there as well, who will be that side lane threat. That guy's guns are absolutely massive. You also have T1, who have we want to set up around an objective. They have saplings in order to try and get in there safely. They have the door to block the poke from the Kai'Sa and things like this. In theory, and protect the president should be relatively possible. Not to mention Zeus can be running amok on this Cassante, and things could go very, very wrong for Liv Sandbox if one of these champions gets ahead.
Yeah, I think a lot of pressure on Zeus to actually get a lot of engage done, even though he is playing the Cassante here. He's got to follow up on some of these big ults coming through from Owner.
Yeah, that is very, very true. Let's jump into the Rift and witness game number 1. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Not sure why I said witness game number 1, because we will be, I guess, actively involved in the commentary of game number 1.
We'll witness it and then speak about it.
I guess it's sort of happening at the same time, right? Yeah. As we got the little elf Tristana, like the throwback to one of the oldest Winter Veil type situations there. Was it called Winter Veil?
I don't know.
I just called it Christmas the whole time. So
that's what I always think.
Yeah.
Every time it's slightly Christmas related, it's just the Christmas skin to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Christmas Maokai, Christmas Braum.
Yeah.
You know.
That was like the year after when Riot Skins team had improved a lot, and then you got all of these extra particles, whereas like, I mean, Tristana there kind of looks a bit like a recolor, and it certainly did before her visual update.
It's the Link skin.
It is actually just it's the Legend of Christmas skin,
Yeah,
the Legend of Christmas. With a gun.
Yeah.
Everyone's always fantasized about that. It's like, what if he had a gun instead of a sword and a shield? As Rocket Jump does bring Closer forward, has taken the W first. We have seen a few different starts. The W first seems to be the most popular for getting aggressive in this lane. And with Sand Soldiers down, if he walks out of the way of them, these trades do become quite comfy.
Yeah, this is a matchup that's absolutely a hands matchup, but obviously the Tristana has a little bit more agency than the Azir because the Azir Sand Soldier placement.
No!
Oh, oof.
That was not it.
The Sand Soldier placement is kind of predictable, and you can play around it, whereas Azir, is not going to be able to match that auto attack damage, obviously, when he doesn't have his soldiers in range. So Faker has really opted himself into a champion that's pretty standard and usually gets a lot of agency for free, but a matchup actually into the Tristana where his hands will be tested. As you can jump over the Emperor's Divide, for example. We've seen that go both ways. This matchup has been so interesting here in the LCK.
Yeah. We also have to mention the fact that Clear is on his Gwen. He hasn't played it so far here in the LCK, but has played it 9 times outside of it in Challenger and things like that. Currently has about a 66% win rate. His Gwen has always been pretty good. As we're going to have a look at Faker's win rate statistics. Doesn't have Emperor's Divide, unfortunately, so he doesn't need to be quite as scared of the shifting sands, but gets himself the shield, and Faker will win out in the trade in the end.
Yeah, that was really clean, using the shield like that as well, right when Closer was going in at level 3. Faker playing that very well procs the Conqueror at the end of it, and so Closer just can't stick around for more. That was really well played by Faker, handling it so quickly. Willer here.
He's on a ward. He is going to be able to steal away the red, as Owner is going to move on in, and Arctic Assault gets Willer out of there. But that was almost extraordinarily close. As you can see, Owner does have the smite.
Yeah, it could have been really problematic, of course, with Guma and Keria being able to come over there. Might have forced a flash, but instead he'll just get away with it.
Yeah, somehow that Winter's Bite didn't hit Kyle and actually hit Teddy. But looks like Liv Sandbox are going to be all right. Both junglers in the vicinity. And you can see Owner now backing on a ward. Clear losing out on this one in the early stages. Of course, this was one of the original counters to the Cassante. Didn't really work at first because Cassante's numbers were absurd. But then sort of developed into something that could figure things out. But the main thing is the fact that you outscale as far as damage is concerned.
Absolutely. And, like, obviously there's a scenario where Gwen is kind of deceptively a champion that is very difficult to dive because she actually does so much. And when she gets lifesteal, it's problematic as Closer.
Yeah, Faker is going to take a fair decent chunk from that explosive charge as Owner is going to get missed on that Scryer's Bloom. Closer still playing aggressively because of it. False sense of security maybe as now Teddy could be in trouble. Stun comes through onto Kyle, and that is a lot of aggression here towards this bottom side, but Faker has to go home. He's going to be teleporting back, but Closer getting some free time with this turret. It's going to be half a plate. Doesn't give you half the money, unfortunately, but it does get half a plate.
That would have been really problematic for Closer if Owner commits in there, gets his flash. He already teleported, whereas Faker did not, so that was a really nice timing for Owner to come over there, as if Closer ends up getting chunked out and then has to walk back to lane. Faker has his TP and will be absolutely fine with it, but they don't commit. And over here, this early game is going pretty well for Keria and Guma. The Q damage for the Braum, kind of a meme, but actually really relevant in this case, as he's hitting a lot of that poke here in this early laning phase and chunking them out.
Might even be able to stop a back or two here, but no, isn't going to go for it, as T1 just want to get the shove in and get a recall themselves. Will be able to do so. And Teddy actually going to stay here and catch the wave.
And Clear going to back here as well. Teleport back into lane. Won't be able to pick up a Leer yet.
Not quite, as Faker will take a full explosive charge here from Closer, who is really playing aggressively in this lane. Really do like to see it. We do only have, there's half the mid laners here in the LCK that have their Tristana license. I believe Closer has been up and down with his performances, sometimes leaping to his demise, other times finding those resets. As he is going to dive forward, Emperor's Divide is going to get flashed. As you can see, Keria going to get booped back by the Buster Shot from Closer. So no first blood just yet, but Flash now down on Closer.
A really interesting way to get the Flash out of the Tristana, let's just say, for Faker, as he's very quick to Emperor's Divide there, and if the flash isn't perfect, Closer dies. He still loses his flash. Faker is just like, thank you for the trade. And bit of an unfortunate scenario here for this Tristana as Kyle.
Jonas Strong is very interested in Shellfish at the moment. He's like, that's where the Rift Scuttler comes from. Perhaps we were like, it was like a nature documentary or something like that.
Did he steal the Scuttle? I don't think so.
Well, no one did. The Scuttle doesn't exist.
Yeah, I don't know what. That was a bit strange, but
maybe the Scuttle actually just vacated. It was thinking about turning up here, and instead it's like, nah, I'm going topside. No.
yeah,
Has just spawned up there.
yeah. I mean, maybe it's the crystal in his inventory that is being discussed right now by the Korean commentators, and so they're just, I don't know. We don't have context on this one. The Korean observers follow, not us. So
it's like that's not even where the Scuttle is. So
yeah, that was. I'm not sure, but if we missed something,
Jonas
please let us
Strong,
know.
he has his own little narrative, right? I actually took the elevator up to LoL Park with him today, so he is actually here. Him and Kisan, actually, our two resident observers, outside of Yundo, who is our resident challenger observer.
Yeah, and he also does, of course, a lot of replay editing and stuff like that for us on the space. So kind of an observer in that way, as he's one of our global producers. Clear's not having the greatest time in this early laning phase, by the way. Zeus kind of crushing him. This is a matchup that generally eventually gets pretty favorable for Gwen, and obviously later on it will be by default, but usually you don't fall this far behind in farm. Zeus is kind of having his way with him. He is going to be able to catch this wave, so he'll catch up some of that, but Zeus is really feeling like he does not mind this Gwen counter pick at all whatsoever. And obviously it's going to get harder as those items come along and Gwen can actually start to take those extended trades. But this is a matchup that you want to be having a little bit of pressure in towards the mid game, and Clear being a little bit far behind here means Faker's got control mid, Zeus has control top, Guma's got control bottom here with Keria, and they're winning all three lanes. I mean, that's the main reason why you see the significant gold lead here for T1 here at 8 minutes.
Yeah, we mentioned already as well that the draft really does work very effectively if you are ahead. If you get to just continue playing out this slow game and getting incremental advantages, Owner is going to be able to move in and grab himself the Rift Herald, and Willa will take a Brambleback in response. Not exactly the greatest of trades. Keria is going to come on over and show him the door, or the fireplace, or whatever it is. And they're just going to do some battle. Willa is going to be able to secure this, and Keria is going to be able to take down this control ward as well on his way out.
It might be a bridge too far to try to come over and take this Raptor camp. He will leave the premises. Kyle is coming up. Zeus just has no fear. Will actually be able to avoid that Q damage as well. And man, he just looks so confident today. And it's weird. Okay, Faker, nice dodge.
Yeah, ult is just going to miss, and Faker shifts the sands, and he's going to be absolutely fine. No worries there at all. Still had flash available, so we don't know whether that was necessarily going to be a kill, as Clear does dodge out of the way of the third Q. And Closer's flash is going to be up in about a quarter of its cooldown, so he's going to be flashable relatively soon. Live Sandbox down about 1,000 gold, though, as Closer looks to escape, and he's going to be able to do so. Emperor's Divide could have almost gotten him there, but does have the buffer of the W, and so wouldn't have actually worked out.
I mean, Faker just really has this insane mastery of his year, and the kind of master versus apprentice relationship is still, you could feel it right in this matchup against Closer here, where he has just shut him down at every turn. Zeus, the veteran top laner now, going to get a plate, is over here.
Finding some aggression as Gumayusi does still have Featherstorm available as he flashes. Guma is finally going to use it, but he will get taken down. Teddy gets into the brush there as well as Keria is in trouble, and Leona's going to follow him. That is going to be the kill going over to the jungler. Two swift ones for Live Sandbox exactly when they needed it.
Okay, see if Faker can make a play happen here. Nope. Rocket Jump going to allow Closer to get away, but you played deep into the fact that Closer's flash wasn't available there and pushed into the Raptors. You showed yourself as Owner, so they see an opportunity. Willer's like, yeah, I don't have ult, but I know that Owner is topside, so they just collapse down here, and Keria is away from Guma. Willer has vision of this, and Guma almost outplays it. Actually, so sick from him, but it's ultimately not enough, unfortunately. It will be 2 kills going over to Live Sandbox down here. Just a great reaction from Willer going, okay, they might feel a little bit too safe because I don't have my ult. Missed Faker there.
Owner shows in the mid lane, and then they make the play happen bottom side. Shiv now online here for Teddy, who doesn't, unfortunately for him, pick up either of those kills.
Yeah, it does have a couple of assists, but getting some money onto the Sejuani will make her more tanky for that front line, and I think that Teddy should be able to get some kills later in the game. We've had some Kai'Sa experiences in the past. Clean up not too hard, as Rift Herald going to be able to get a bit of a charge here. I believe all the money goes over to Owner, as Faker wasn't quite in the vicinity, but maybe I just missed the animation. Still, Closer having to tidy this one up, as a few plates now falling. You can see Clear also coming back to a turret that does have a bunch of minions there, and he is down a long way. Zeus, like you said, absolutely destroying.
He just put the pressure on non-stop, so Clear could never get a safe recall off to grab his Leeching. Lear now has it and a blasting one, but didn't have it quickly enough to make an impact. Now you see Zeus could just walk back to lane here without using his teleport with his Frostfire Gauntlet, and you know, I mean, he has the ability to join this Drake fight as well. Liv Sandbox want this so desperately to try to stack up 2 and have that advantage going into a potential large soul here. It's not going to be Hextech, we know that, but could be Infernal, would be massive for this team composition. And you always have to be aware that, you know, there's a possibility that Zeus could teleport in. Now, I like that Clear backs out of the lane and grabs this Krug camp, because now he's not showing on the map. They're not 100% sure where he is. So that unknown information here for T1 is also quite valuable for Liv Sandboxes. Now they're going to commit.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp coming forward here as the ulti does come through. Teddy going to avoid it there relatively well. Teleport's coming in as Zeus turns up. Has a Q3, and Kyle says, I think I'm going to have to sacrifice myself for this one. As, look at that, the Rift Scuttler was doing a dragon impression. That was kind of cute. Still, Liv Sandbox do manage to get themselves the first 2. Not the end of the world for T1, and they get themselves on the board when it comes to kills.
Yeah, and the teleports for both top laners coming in simultaneously, but there's not enough control for Liv Sandbox to put Clear where Gwen wants to be at this stage of the game, where Zeus gets right into the thick of things and is able to help set up for that engage. And the lead here in the top lane continues, as he'll also be able to get back faster.
That's a killer instinct, as Gumayusi does have his ultimate available. Still, Teddy just trying to put him in his place there, as you can see. Thankfully for Guma, he does manage to hold on to that R button for use in a later situation or scuffle.
Yeah, very scary moment there, but Guma's handling the pressure quite well. I love the kind of narrative battle we have here, though, in this series. It feels pretty cool to watch, especially when it's so important for Liv Sandbox like this to win this series to get playoffs, as Clear here still doesn't have that Mythic just yet, as Crown gets picked up, Kraken Slayer gets picked up here. He's 850 gold behind and just hasn't been given any resources from this Sejuani. Permafrost pretty good with Gwen if you could stack that up and look for that value, but he's been a little bit busy trying to keep the bot and mid lanes from falling apart here, as Faker also has really been crushing the lane thus far.
Yeah, he's been doing very well. We're going to have a look at this fight one more time.
Notice the TP angles here for both top laners. See that Zeus goes straight into the thick of things because T1 have control, whereas for Clear, he decides to teleport onto a flank ward, but the rest of the team has already vacated the premises, so he gets no value out of this teleport whatsoever, whereas Zeus helps them secure the kill.
Yeah, and it's a little bit rough, right? If the Liv Sandbox communication had been a little bit quicker, then Clear could have potentially held on to that teleport button. But better to be safe than sorry in these instances. Still could have potentially got himself a bit of an advantage, as Faker taking a bit of damage there. His crown is now popped. And Closer just standing here and DPSing him down. The rapid fire working out quite well. Emperor's Divide will find him. Buster Shot is interestingly used. I'm going to leave it at that. And Faker is now still looking for a way out. Willa comes on through here, as he does have shifting sands. He's placing down some sand soldiers. There's a flash, but he does get interrupted. And there is the permafrost. Willa will lock down the kill. It's a solo in the end, as Closer, he was pretty busy dealing with this turret.
Well, you know,
the bottom side.
With this cannon wave here, he's going to put a huge dent in it, if not just outright take it. So this is a pretty huge win here for Liv Sandbox. Could be first brick, and I think it will be. It's Tristana. 100%. She gets it. She takes these, and you know, Faker, you can see he actually, his mouth, like his jaw dropped when he tried to make the outplay with the flash dash there, and actually gets interrupted by Willer. He has a little cheeky smile there as well. You know he's back enjoying League of Legends, even when he does end up getting shut down. I believe that's the first time he's flashed this game as well. He's just outplayed Closer at every turn, but this time ultimately will meet his demise, even with a fantastic Emperor's Divide. We'll watch it all happen one more time. So the Crown's going to make him feel safe, like, okay, if he all-ins me, I've got my shield, I've got Crown, I'll mitigate a lot of that damage, but unfortunately, Closer is on top of him here, and he knows that he does not have any help. The Emperor's Divide is good here, and then he tries to use his flash to get the additional dash after taking out this trinket. And, you know, ultimately gets caught by the charge.
Yeah, it was a little bit weird, but Willa able to get that Q off and just stop him from being able to get that funny business down. But it was a cute attempt. Difficult way to get out for Faker there towards the bottom side. He gave it his best effort and also denied the assist to Closer as well. So, you know, it's the little things sometimes.
Yeah. Will be the first turret going over to Live Sandbox. Only 300 gold behind now. A lot of that in this top lane. Probably all of it, in fact, is in this top lane. Zeus is now 50 CS up. We talked about how he's got 2 tough tests. Zeus and Degene here clear, but this one has not been going well for him so far, but he has his Rift Maker now, and that's going to make this a lot easier, and eventually he should still be able to win sides later on unless something disastrous happens. He hasn't died yet.
And this is actually going to be the big moment, right? We've got third Drake coming up. That is going to be soul point for Live Sandbox. There is no gold lead to speak of here. Even footing. And of course, if T1 gets set up, we've already mentioned the fact that they have every no button under the sun in this composition. They can just throw out the Nature's Grasp, Emperor's Divide. They've got the door, the Glacial Fissure, all of the things to stop the enemy team from getting near them.
Yeah.
The Sandbox, on the other hand, do have that single target pick. If they can find a target, if they can make things dark.
They also have Prio right now quite significantly, and Gwen has teleport, but she's also just walking down here, won't necessarily have to use it. So this is really going to be quite critical. Can Faker have a critical Emperor's Divide here? Doesn't have Flash. They're going to use the Herald for some additional Prio takeaway here, so Live Sandbox going to lose control momentarily.
Yeah, they do manage to get this Rift Herald down. Second Herald, fantastic for trying to secure these third Drake situations. It is just going to be the turret that will be eradicated, and now T1 pushing forward. Willa has to get out of there. Winter's Bite a little bit slow.
So valuable to get this turret and turn it into Sundisk here for T1. Look at the damage they're layering in here before this objective even starts.
Yeah, manages to get a double charge as well. I'm actually kind of surprised that that is available, as Clear is moving all the way down here. Control Ward is going to be spotted as Owner will spot Clear, but he is the elusive Gwen. Is one of the only champions here that just doesn't care about Nature's Grasp.
Teddy can't really get in here. I think Live Sandbox should consider giving this up because, I mean, this is just a really hard fight to take without your AD carry so far away, and they're rushing it down.
I mean, Killer Instinct is a big deal. He can get there at a moment's notice if he does just get in range of that ulti, and now the Nature's Grasp comes through. That is going to be the Dragon secured, and the Glacial Prison, just not quite enough ergs on that one. Could have thrown it a little bit further there. Could have good old Sejuani, but she did not manage to do so. And Live Sandbox will just give it up. They don't lose a fight, though, and so it is a gold advantage, but that is mainly the turret falling in mid lane.
But they're just going to get a second.
This one going to add to it.
I mean, this is what Faker brings to this team. You know, with Poby here, I don't know if you make the same call where you're like, all right, slow play the Drake. They can't get in. Yes, Teddy has ult, so maybe he could collapse on top of us, but we have so many great defensive options. Toss down Nature's Grasp, take the Dragon, and as Live Sandbox struggle to reset and they have to back away, we'll grab an additional turret. We got that extra charge. Let's use that extra power we got just moments ago and turn it into an even bigger lead here as Clear returns to lane a little bit late here. Not going to be able to get anything in a side. Not going to be able to, for example, just say, okay, we're giving up Drake. I'm going to cross map for a top turret. He's put no damage on this turret as well. So really just not a whole lot of angles here in the neutral game for Live Sandbox right now. And that 2 Drake lead feels nice, but only if you can win the subsequent Drake fights. They opted into the last one, sort of, but they were a little bit slow to the punch and don't really end up getting a contest.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, and if T1 continues to stack up these Infernal Drakes, then I don't really mind what composition you have. You got four Fiery Dragons and that big old buff. You're going to be feeling absolutely fantastic, as Emperor's Divide's going to miss onto Closer there. Was a little bit early, actually, to be honest, for the rocket jump, so it could have been an opportunity there for Faker, but Closer does choose the right angle, gets himself out of the way.
Yeah, just kind of safely going upwards there. The rest of T1 was there to actually collapse in, even if Live Sandbox were grouped for the fight, but they're just going to abort. As now going in on the Faker.
Yeah, some more aggression comes down as Faker's Shifting Sands is going to be blocked. Willa doing a bit of an umpty impression here as Clear is going to fight Zeus, but it is not a fair one. The all-out does come through. Now some needlework finally being utilized as Zeus trying to get himself out of there. Gumushi going to get sliced up. Let's see what Clear can actually do. There's the flash, gets the snip as the Feather Storm does come through. Gumushi now trying his hand, and he will be able to finish this one off as Liv Sandbox.
They're doing
better. You got two in the bottom lane. We're going to take this big old purple worm, and we'll see whether they can. Teleport from Zeus will get him in here, as Kyle is just trying to be frustrating. Will is in the back of the pit, but it's Ona that takes away this Baron. Faker is taken low, but Kyle, I don't know whether you're going to be able to win out that 1v1, as now Teddy is just dead, and Liv Sandbox get catastrophically demolished.
Oh man, that's a 4,000 gold lead for T1 now. Baron buff could allow them to take more of these outers off of the map, so this is going to be a pretty big power play. We consider the kills already going over. Faker lives as well with the flash, not going to go down. And this is the king of macro back on the Rift, as Liv Sandbox here decide to our bottom. It's a Gwen. She's got Rift Maker. She could buy a ton of time, and he plays this very well, uses his mist to get those additional resistances here. Guma, ultimately, because he is Xayah, will be able to win this one out. Cleanse used, comes over, nice dodge here from Clear, but he just doesn't have the damage anymore. The feathers get called back. So Liv Sandbox make a decisive call here on this Baron, and with this Nature's Grasp, there's no opting out. Teddy decides, okay, I'm going to have to ult in here and hope to kill Faker because this is pretty doomed. They know they're really unlikely to take the Baron. It's basically just going to be a 50-50, and the fight gets totally split up. T1 get the Baron, get an additional kill here, kill on the bottom side as well, and now these turrets are falling like paper.
They certainly are. Closer is going to be able to take one towards the top side, but I don't know whether that is going to help you out here as T1 is knocking on their back door. Zeus going to move in, and he is an absolute monster. The unfettered Cassante just comes out of the top lane that he's been dominating and continues to do so as Teddy off to the side. See whether there is going to be engaged. Finally, Willa finds an ultimate, but still not going to do anything at all, and this inhibitor will fall down. So and 50 seconds on the second Infernal Drake of the game.
It's a Gwen game, first of all. It's a 4-3 kill game, and it's a 5,400 gold lead here for T1. I mean, this is, I feel like, the best example we've had of the 3 games so far since Faker's return of the macro is back, right? Like, this team is doing it just based on better map plays, better reads, better control, better understanding of how they can win objectives, you know, and how they can move around the map, utilizing that teleport there from Zeus after pushing Clear out with Guma. This team is kind of doing everything all at once, or what's the name of that movie? Everything everywhere at once. Yeah, that's what T1 and Faker are doing right now. And it's getting good reviews from me.
Yeah, no, and it was a fantastic film. You know, I really did enjoy it. I really liked Indiana Jones, so it was really cool having that guy back. Anyway, Liv Sandbox just trying to set up defensively, and this is what their composition doesn't do so well. T1's composition does that very, very well, so if they were on the back foot, we'd be like, oh, but they have this composition where if you get engaged on, you can do all of these things.
Yeah.
Liv Sandbox want to be on that front foot, as Gumushi is going to take this dragon for free. It's going to be no response here from Liv Sandbox, who just have to defend as super minions make their way down this bottom lane.
And it's not like Clear got absolutely bodied in lane. He didn't get killed or anything like that. No solo kills going over, which would be pretty tough to do with Cassante into the Gwen. But the amount of pressure that Zeus put on him has really defined, I think, a lot of this game. And the fact that his teleport was better in that early Drake fight has been very critical. And you could just see the experience of this top laner over Clear is shining through. He's got 70 CS the lead, and look at the plays he's making.
Two-man Q going to come through here as Willa gets slowed down momentarily. We do have the miss down for the Gwen. That's going to keep her safe and sound, as that's an ulti onto Faker, but he's just autoing with these Sand Soldiers. Kyle is very close to being stunned as Zeus dives forward, and that is Clear being taken out. There's an Empress Divide onto Kyle, but Faker just explodes, and now Liv Sandbox may have an opportunity, but I don't think so. In goes Ona. Closer goes out, though, does have the jump available once again, as that is going to be the feathers flying, and that is a dead Willa. T1 now look to push further forward, and Teddy, not a lot of options here, doesn't have his killer instinct.
Yeah, I don't think you want to mess around with this one. He knows the ults are down, but you've just got to be so respectful here. The problem is T1 will just take another inhibitor. Closer over here on the bottom side is just trying to keep this Nexus turret alive, so another inhibitor will absolutely fall at the worst case scenario for T1. They get out of here. If Teddy decides to ult in and this backfires, they could just win the game. So he has to kind of just be nearby. Let's see if they're ready to commit. I don't advise it. Guma's the only one with ult up, and that's the one you got to be worried about.
Yeah, there is a teleport available from Clear that just came up now. Closer also has his. They're just pushing them away, though, and I don't think that there are enough teleport wards deep enough to make anything actually happen. Nor do I think it would be just a good idea in general. But let's have a look at this one more time, starting off with this beautiful two-man queue.
Zeus, he pulls them in. Now it's hard to avoid this Nature's Grasp, and that's just kind of guaranteed the turret goes down, and yet he gets another Q3 knock-up here. The impact Zeus has made compared to Clear in this game is night and day, and then as they're all kind of trying to scurry away here after the turret falls, there's no escape. Faker sets up the Emperor's Divide, and then Zeus once again going in. He is having a fantastic day on this K'Sante. A pick we haven't really been too thrilled about in K'Sante Xayah comps a lot of this week and last week as well, but he is really just turning that narrative on its head.
No, seriously, and with the fact that T1 have extracted so much gold from this map, like, oftentimes it's underwhelming the amount of damage that these type of compositions have when they are a little bit behind. This is a comp that is 6,000 gold ahead with all of those utility options and plenty of damage given the extra money that Faker and Gumayusi have. Two-threat comps is something that we have been criticizing quite a lot. But it is working out here in T1's case very, very nicely. Clear gets a decent shove towards the bottom side.
They're also getting all these Infernal Drake and added APs.
Yeah, that helps.
The Maokai also doing a lot of AP damage here. His teleport's coming in, maybe last fight of the game.
Yeah, we're going to see whether Willa can get there, but he definitely cannot. There's the Nature's Grasp. Willa's going to flash to try and get himself out. His Closer is kind of free hitting. There's an Emperor's Divide, but it's only on to Clear, who dives forward. Snip, snip, everyone. That is going to be at least one of the kills, but it's only Faker that has fallen so far. Carrier limping away. There's a big old Q. Riot, are you here? And Zeus is going to be able to pick that one comfortably up, and Owner is just going to smash back Clear. This is gorgeous play from T1 as they split the aggro beautifully. Carrier with the cute little steal away.
That was a shout out to Ox right there.
Yeah, once again, it's only Faker that falls.
Only Faker dies.
In, and that is going to be the end of the game.
Oh man, Zeus' performance on this K'Sante, insane. He procs that. Gargoyle Stone Plate goes up into the thick of things, looks vulnerable. He says, Gwen popping off in a team fight? I don't think so, not on my watch. Level 17 in this game, 3-0 and 7. And absolutely my vote for POG. T1 crushing this first game.
Yeah, this was just obliteration. They will be able to take down the Nexus. No one will be stopped. Except for Faker a couple of times in these team fights, but then he just gets to shot call for the rest of the team, and it is beautifully, beautifully played. Over and over again, it was T1 just having the answer to everything Liv Sandbox tried to do.
Yeah, I really liked the draft for Liv Sandbox, but unfortunately the laning phase went so poorly all across the map, and a part of this you can expect, right? But the Gwen never came online, never ended up getting any value once she got the Leeching Leer. Kind of an awkward teleport there, the bottom side, and just was always outpaced by Zeus' K'Sante. Faker playing extremely well this game. Couldn't tell me he was injured. If I didn't know, I would absolutely have had no idea with how well he mechanically played this year.
If he wasn't injured, then he would have made that play bottom lane and escaped. It would have been totally fine. Unfortunately, due to injury, he dies to Willa.
He crushed the lane. He dealt with Closer's aggression nonstop, had lane advantage all game long. Guma and Carrier also having control bottom side. It was just great macro rotations all the time here for T1. And Zeus, 13k damage this game, 13 and a half.
This looks like old K'Sante, man, and I think Zeus has been like the biggest improvement apart from the fact that Faker is now back in the mid lane, right? Like even just his solo play, the amount of pressure he just naturally exudes by being Zeus in the top lane is something that we were sorely missing in the weeks that Faker wasn't there. It feels like he's powered up the gentleman on the top side, and we know what Zeus can do with extra power. So there's a reference to be made there. But definitely looking absolutely fantastic in this game. And what's your Zeus? I don't know which one of those.
K'Sante this time.
Yeah, maybe Kennen, because like that, that's the one with the lightning and stuff like that. But ladies and gentlemen, it is a best of 3. Thank goodness. There is a chance that we could have a 3-gamer here, but it's not really looking like it. We'll go for a short break, then it'll be the space, and then game number 2.
때 중지할게.
그엔 텐쳤고. 나공 깔게.
마크.
세주 마크 돼? 마크 돼?
세주 먹어.
먹었다.
세주 살짝 볼 수 있고. 세주 먹어. 뒤에 그엔 조심. 그엔. 탑 빼고.
벤토드. 야 별론데.
할만해 어때?
천천히 해야 돼.
빼면서. 난
그러긴
죽었어. 트리 볼게. 트리. 나 반피. 할만. 봐봐. 반패대. 가자. 나 집텔 할게. 맨 볼게 나는. 나 이거 갈게 혼자 할게. 탑텔 한번. 나 3천 쪽. 빼.
나이스. 끝내자.
괜히 밀었네. Hello and welcome to the space. We are here after game number 1 of T1 up against Live Sandbox. I am Valdez. With me is Ox and Hooney today. We're going to be breaking down everything that happened in that game number 1 and what is going on here between T1 and Live Sandbox. What were your guys' initial thoughts on this first game?
Yeah, I mean, I think the prior series we saw T1 against Quantum Freaks, I wasn't sure how much weight I wanted to put into it, but I feel like this performance can Live Sandbox. I think if people can have a lot more confidence, even though it's only one game so far. We'll see how the series plays out, but I think they came in with I think both teams are pretty solid drafts in terms of what they got. I think the big thing, though, was we saw the Gwen picked into the Xante, kind of, that supposed counter pick that you're supposed to scale into, and Zeus just decided that, no, he will not be counted.
Yeah, I mean, as he said it, like the 40-minute CS differences, it was like 45. It's crazy. No one impact the lane. It's just like pure 1v1. It's just like crazy. I mean, to me, it's like the R5 pick is like counter pick. Like, has a responsibility to at least you have to give like a lot of the pressure to enemy team, but it didn't do anything from there. It's just like extremely tough after this draft, and it's really great to see like the Maokai, the first prio, that is like make sure like the team fight could make it really easier for T1, and I think that's why the easier for T1 to actually just play throughout the game around the objective especially.
The thing is, like, the matchup with the Gwen into the Xante, it's not one you're supposed to stomp lane, it's one you really do scale into. But you're not supposed to get crushed like this. And the thing is, you could see a scenario where if like Ona had a lot of impact top lane, you could be like, oh yeah, I get it, that's what I felt. That's not what happened. It was just pure 1v1 domination. And I think even though there's been moments where T1's been struggling, when Poby was on the roster, when they were lacking Faker, I think Zeus has still been putting out some strong performances. He had that Rumble game, he really 1v9'd, and it's good to see him still putting on that good form in these games.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll take a look at highlight number 1, rather, this first Baron fight. This is kind of where the game ended, and not much had happened before this.
Yeah, I mean, since the clear got caught because the T1 actually just invested 2 people on the bottom, and then the Live Sandbox, some reason they got super desperate, and then they make a kind of panic on the Baron. It actually just make the games end right there. Just Nexus exploded together with the Baron.
The thing is, like, Gwen still has time to get stronger. Tristana's still going to get stronger. The big thing was the Kai'Sa is really going to spike at 2 and a bit items when she has all 3 of her evolves. They could have just waited, right? They had 2 dragons in pocket. There's no rush for them to, like, force the Baron, but I think they saw the play bot lane, like, we have to Baron, we have to do this, and then they didn't really have a plan, and the Maokai ultimate was decimating in that fight. Like, it covers the whole Baron pit. No one was in position to block it from the back line, so I think, honestly, Live Sandbox could have just played a bit more patient. Yes, it sucks that you lost your top laner bot, but you really could have just waited a bit longer and scaled into your spikes better.
Yeah, absolutely. The Maokai having a big effect on that one, and just in general. We can take a look at the second fight as well. This one, T1 very much in control of.
Yeah, I mean, T1 has a lot of advantage, but it looked like really close because like this is like actually the Gwen's strength. Like he puts so much damage in like AoE, and then they play well as well. The Kai'Sa just going together, but the fact Zeus that just turn around on like whole team fight flow, and he played perfectly, and this is the Braum value. Let's go, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, look how low he is, and his E is back up again and again. That reduced cooldown, so much value. Carrier has joined the, he's not maxing Q to 5 points anymore. He's starting to put points in E. So very nice. Good to see. Orcs approved.
Had the conditioning as well. Not the overgrowth, but, unflinching.
I don't think you need overgrowth. There's a lot of CC this game, yeah. So flinching's good. But the conditioning, is super nice because it means you give so many resistances with your W. Perfect.
There you go.
No complaints from me, which is rare.
Yeah, it's really rare, actually. Let's take a look at the POG here after game number 1. As it will be Zeus, not a big surprise, as he did have a fantastic game from minute 1 to the end.
Yeah, I mean, this is so abused. Like, he actually just, like, as you just see, like, from highlight 2, he turned all around the team fight. I think it's just like most of the vote because of the front lane phase. It's just like the dominating when he get actually counter picked. We actually did see a lot of time that Gwen actually just winning against the Xante, like throughout the game, like when the game goes longer. And also his understanding of the Xante as a champion and understanding of what he actually needs to do in the team fight. It's just perfect. He just plays like optimally every single time when he can, and he's just that good.
Yeah, I think honestly, after the first highlight, I think we were happy to say like Zeus POG for his performance on lane, but it's the fact that he also did such a good performance in team fights as well on top of that. I think this is such a no-brainer 11 on 11. I feel like it, yeah, glad to see that.
Yeah, I mean, he was the best player by far, and I'm glad everybody's paying attention today. So that was really, really awesome from him and from the side of T1. Liv Sandbox are going to move over to blue side here for game number 2. We'll have to see how that does affect the draft and stuff like that. But we're done here on the space, so let's see what we have in store for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen of the space. And here we are for game number 2. Liv Sandbox, of course, moving to the blue side, which is quite interesting. They elected to head towards the red side as the home team earlier on, but just wanting a bit of a change up here, not wanting to let T1 get first pick again. I wonder what they have planned.
Yeah, I mean, they're now 8-10 on red side compared to their 4-14 on blue side, so double the wins on red. And I am surprised by this as well, especially considering they got the Kai'Sa anyways, despite the Maokai going over, but it wasn't really about, I think, first pick. I think it was really just about individual plays and macro here that cost Liv Sandbox big. You're not going to be able to salvage that with the blue side pick. The play is just going to have to be better, but maybe they'll have a draft that's easier to execute in terms of what they want to set up, but you're not going to get that counter pick for Clear this time, which he wasn't able to really utilize it extremely well, obviously, in the last game, but let's see what they have planned, because it's hard to know at this point in time. Ryu still in good spirits. Now, if Liv Sandbox lose this next game, nothing is decided, so they're not out by any means, and also you've got still chances if you are Nongshim, for example, still fighting for that spot, DRX still fighting for that spot.
Yep, still plenty of teams that are eyeing this series with a lot of attention. As Liv Sandbox will ban away the Poppy as we jump into the draft for the second game. Poppy, Aatrox, and Nico were their bans on red side, and they're going to continue to do that here on the blue side. And the Maokai priority is going to be denied here as T1 respect that pick a lot. It's been the last couple of games that Owner has been on the tree.
Indeed, so just not going to allow that pick to come through, and Aatrox also being respected here. See what Liv Sandbox are fishing for. The Poppy has been taken away. They'll take away Guma's Xayah. So they're saying, we're going to get Kai'Sa and you're not going to have the Xayah into it. So T1 will probably just now ban the Kai'Sa.
Does give away Tristana first pick if you do that. But maybe something that T1 are happy to just play around once again. They did so very nicely in the previous game, so I don't see why you wouldn't just elect to do that again.
And if Liv Sandbox want to draft reactionary here, they absolutely can. Well, they're going to pick Kai'Sa now, so the Jax is gone. I was going to say you could try to go Rel first pick and have some flexibility and see what T1 are playing and try to use some of your last picks there to kind of counteract. But now you've given over the Sejuani. The Rel is going to come through here for T1 as well. It looks like here, so not keeping this Rel as a flex. And it is kind of now tempting to pick up the Renekton as Liv Sandbox. I say that.
Yeah.
Going to be the Tristana instead.
That's going to be the theory. And of course, Sejuani still kind of works with the Rumble as well. So picking Renekton without Sejuani into potential Zeus Rumble sounds terrifying to me. So we'll see what Liv Sandbox's plan is actually going to be here, whether Willa goes for something a little bit more aggressive to try and fight against the Sejuani. The Rel going to be left up and available again, so that is a bottom lane theoretically locked in, or, of course, Willa's pick there in the jungle. I would prefer a Trundle, personally. I feel like Trundle and Sejuani is criminally underutilized here in the LCK.
I don't think we'll see it. As Clear's this time going to pick up the Cassante, and it's going to take that one away. Now, Renekton available here for Zeus to play if he wants to play the Sejuani Renekton. The Tristana could be flexed if Faker was bold enough to try to play Yone here, but those are the two big ones left. Zeus has been a known Yone top player, but I don't think he wants to play it into the Cassante. See what this lock-in is going to be. The Rel was taken away, and it looks like they'll settle for this Rakan. Problematic is that Guma doesn't have this Xayah pick into Kai'Sa Rel. There's not a whole lot of safer picks left in the 80 carry champion pool for him to play, and I think that's a tricky part of this for T1, because now Liv Sandbox can thin that pool even further in this second banning phase.
I hope they don't, personally, because I think that Tristana does just fine into the Kai'Sa, and then Faker can play whatever he'd like. I think that like it is a little bit dangerous to throw away bans that may not necessarily even be valid for the situation. But I am definitely making some assumptions here. It's a difficult choice now for Liv Sandbox as the Gwen is going to be taken away first. Clear not wanting to run into the same matchup that Zeus just absolutely schooled him in.
I think, you know, with the similarities in draft for both of these teams, that's a pretty wise ban. Liv Sandbox obviously valuing the Gwen, even though it didn't work out. And the Alistar's taken away, as the Rel could still be the jungle pick here. Now the Azir taken away, so this Tristana pick for potentially Faker here is quite strong. And see what this final ban is going to be. I mean, there's no Jace angle here, there's no Maokai, so I don't think you're worried about Varus. You might just want to ban away Aphelios and say, Guma, you're not going to scale up with that pick with a double 80 carry. And will be the Renekton. That one's also still up. It's actually crazy how deep it's gone into this draft. I forgot it was still available. So that is now off the cards. And what is it going to be here in the bottom lane? We might have a top lock in first. Rumble is pretty safe here, but you don't have a lot of setup for it. I actually like this a lot more, to be honest. The old counter pick to the Cassante here and one of Zeus' best.
Ooh, Closer going back to one of his old favorites as well. If this is Ahri Nocturne, I actually kind of like it for Liv Sandbox. It's a composition that has a very clear go-in button, and we've seen it be very successful in the past as well. So Willa back on the Nocturne one more time, and the Ahri for Closer. Definite comfort here as T1 look to see where that Tristana is going to be going. Lissandra on 5 actually seems so
honestly
cracked.
It's so cracked. I actually completely agree with you, but they're going to play Zeri instead. And I think that if you opt into the Lissandra here, the Tristana power spike comes so much later because she is not going to have the same amount of resources and experience that a mid Tristana is. So they want to opt into having this into the mid lane, which can be a pretty decent matchup into the Ahri as well, and just give the double 80 carry, double threat here. I mean, really, in a way, triple 80 carry, because you have the Gnar that's going to scale up pretty nicely too and can chip away. I think the later game is absolutely T1 favored, and Kai'Sa's poke doesn't really have anything to supplement it here in this composition, and Kai'Sa Cassante isn't really a thing. You know, unless Kai'Sa is going 80 carry here and not actually building to evolve W first and going for that AP Nashor's Tooth build, you don't really like this too much for front to back here. And it's also just hyper-indexed on pick when there's such a great front line here for T1. Last time I felt like there were a lot of great options in the draft for Liv Sandbox, especially with that Gwen lock-in, but this time I think T1 got the better end of things, absolutely.
I kind of disagree. I feel like Liv Sandbox have a composition that kind of plays itself, and that is what they need. And I look at Sejuani, and I think if there's melee champions, I feel great. But there's 0 melee champions. So it's not even permafrost. It's got semi-frost this game, you know?
Slightly frosted.
Pseudo-frost. It's like lukewarm.
It's a little cold.
It was in the fridge once, but it's been out for a while. You know, that sort of situation. We haven't really liked these sorts. I mean, there is a Mega Gnar, if you want to get pedantic. But I don't know whether I really love this one necessarily, but it's T1. We'll see whether they can just control themselves to a victory as we get into game 2. Ooh, T1 fans in full voice here as we get to see base skin Tristana for what feels like the first time in forever. She has so many skin options that most of our other players do elect to choose one of them, but Faker is Faker, and so he's not going to. So for the second time this season, we are going to see it. And for the second time, Faker has played it.
And also, you know, let's talk about some of the early game stuff that could happen here, because Faker has a lot of agency in this matchup. Zeus obviously has an old counter to the Cassante, and if he plays it well, obviously he has the range advantage. And pre-6, Nocturne can't do a whole lot of ganks or killing. And Sejuani doesn't have permafrost, but she's still quite valuable if she gets set up for Arctic Assault. So the damage is going to be there in both top and mid, as well as in these early skirmishes. If Zeri ends up getting accelerated, it could be disastrous for Liv Sandbox.
Yeah.
And one thing they really lack is consistent damage in team fights, because Ahri does burst, and
Kai'Sa does burst, and you have Nocturne to blow up a single target. The problem is there's 2 AD carries and a half with the Gnar, and so if you kill Guma, you gotta deal with Faker. If you kill Faker, you gotta deal with Guma. And that's what I'm most worried about here for Liv Sandbox, is just that lack of consistent damage. It's not really a comp where you could feel comfortable to go Leandries and kind of be that hybrid Ahri where, yeah, you can get picks, but you also do a lot of damage and a lot of poke. Don't think that's realistic in this draft.
No, it is really hard. And we have seen these double AD carry comps work into Nocturne compositions in the past. We have also seen that if you do manage to get some early advantages, they can be very suffocating. So I think this early game is going to mean so much for both of these squads. Actually very interested to see whether Liv Sandbox can get back on the horse, right? Because they did look a little bit out of sorts with a lot of their macro calls in the last game, feeling the pressure of, you know, playoffs being just around the corner potentially for them. And if they lose both of these series, technically not out, but it is very, very tough.
Yeah, with DRX's remaining matchups being pretty good ones for them,
yeah,
it's tough. Like, that's the scary part. I mean, Nongshim could also upset. Doesn't seem likely at this point. They are playing KT in our second series of the night, but you lose both of these, Nongshim wins that one, they get in over you as well.
No, exactly. Even Kwangdong Freaks, I think, not technically eliminated.
Yeah, not yet.
Just yet. It's only Bro that has been taken out of contention, which is kind of mind-boggling to me.
Yeah,
like
it's
Bro,
still...
like a week ago, were the ones with the highest probability.
Yeah, it's still hard to kind of come to grips with that, but they dropped the ball a few too many times. Guma's not going to drop the ball on avoiding this engage.
As Kyle does stun him up just a little bit. Zeus' win rate on the Gnar is still absolutely absurd. This was his debut champion, of course, a few years ago now. And he looked great then, still looks great now.
It's a pick that's a little bit more niche nowadays, but I think when you consider the Gwen ban and what it does for this composition as being an additional threat and frontline plus peel, and kind of side lane threat when you look at it into Asante. Like, we've seen Hullbreaker get built by Zeus himself in this matchup, where he actually becomes a really big threat for objective setup later on. I think you need something like that into the Kai'Sa if it's an even game state or Liv Sandbox are ahead. That's one way you could get back into the game. I think the Gnar just offers so much in this draft. I really, really like that T1 are bold enough to pick it. Zeus has a bar.
He is not going to get hit by the Dustbringer, as Willa will proc the Mega Gnar. And Zeus is going to transform. So there we go. Just makes the Gnar big and then leaves. It's going to be the Gromp, and as you can see, T1 are indicating that is likely where Willa is heading.
Yeah, a little bit of a pufferfish situation there. You poke the Gnar, he gets big.
Yep. As Carrier takes a bit of damage, not going to get procced by Teddy.
Recurve.
She's still playing aggressively.
Yeah, Recurve picked up for Faker versus the Mana Crystal picked up for Closer in terms of the value of these two items. You know, in terms of the trading, it's going to be very good for Faker. He also is not going to commit because he had that prio to teleporting, so going to have teleport advantage as well as he returns to lane. So Faker, once again, just having a great start to this laning phase. Down here, the attempts from Kyle have kind of come up empty. Guma looking very confident in this matchup here. They let the Rel go through. Happy to play the Zeri. A pick that Guma has been criticized in the past against top teams and at international events. He's avoided to play, but we know that when he does play it in the LCK, he's shown the mastery of the champion.
And I'm looking forward to seeing how this one is going to go here towards the bottom side, because Gumayushi is playing super far forward, super aggressively, even in the early stages. We've seen Zeri's find fantastic level 6 angles, things like that, but more recently, she has been played a bit more as an aggressive champion in the laning phase, and you can see that is being kept up here by Gumayushi.
Yeah, that all-in timing that you're are alluding to at level 6 for Guma is going to be there potentially. He's going to get a quick back here and grab that Noon Clipper right now, but with Faker having kind of non-stop prio here and Nocturne not being a champion until 6, you want to put that pressure on as much as possible, and he knows that Willer just can't make an impact in this lane. There's just no way, as he is going to come down here now. You could see he's only a third of the way to level 6, so won't be ulting anytime soon, and now we're going to see an attempt to start up this Drake here from Owner with the prio that they're going to try to regain with Zeri coming back to lane. And this is exactly where Zeri thrives in these early skirmishes, where if she picks up 2 kills here, the game could be just doomed instantly. And Faker holding down mid lane, it's going to be tough for a contest here for Liv Sandbox. No 6 for Willer.
Yeah, Control Ward does go in. He has Flash to try and get aggressive as Faker is in this brush. He's going to have to rocket jump, but now he's away from this dragon. Carrier comes down. There is the smite from the Nocturne. Carrier's dashing away, but Ona's burning down, and that is going to be the kill. Going over to Closer. He's now spirit rushing forward, looking for all that essence. And there's the flash. Double kill for the Ahri. And Liv Sandbox, this is a better start.
That was a beautiful play from Liv Sandbox. They see, okay, Faker's coming down. We're going to have a pause. They see Faker coming down. They collapse on him. He has to then get out. So Carrier sacrifices himself to try to secure the smite, but Owner doesn't hit it. They're trying to rush it down as quickly as possible. Smite's not upgraded at this point, so even at 1,000 health, that Drake is not in smite range. Looks like we might have an issue here on the Liv Sandbox side. Something with a water bottle here for Closer, I don't know, but we'll let you guys know as soon as we have the information. But Liv Sandbox on a dime, making the call to collapse onto Faker there was beautiful. Carrier tries to turn it, but it's ultimately not enough, and this is a huge lead now for Liv Sandbox, as you say.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what has actually happened to stop this one just yet. We did see the water bottles being passed around. I hope it wasn't a sippy cup necessary type situation here. But I have a feeling that it was just, there is a pause. Can I have some water, by the way? That's what I would assume. Zeus looks to have reported something, and we'll get to you as soon as we have any extra information as to what it might be. We did see he just used his teleport, so maybe that was something that went wrong there or something like that. But I speculate, and I shouldn't do that with things like this.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait for some official confirmation, but it is hard to tell at the moment. I don't think nothing to me looked weird in that Dragon fight. It's early smite with no pet upgrade, so you know he's not able to win the smite fight. Owner, that is, but that's not related to Zeus in any way. And I'm not 100% sure about this one, as early lead here for Liv Sandbox. You can see reflected in the 1,000 gold they pick up on that fight, the Drake, as well as 2 kills.
Yeah, I think being able to get the Drake buffer is also absolutely fantastic for their composition. Not being put into these awkward scenarios of being split around the map against this double AD carry compositions, that if you can set up that phalanx, it gets difficult. Although, I guess engaging is never really an issue.
Yeah, I mean, this comp wants to be ahead to be oppressive with the Nocturne, and picking up gold early like this and getting that early Drake means you kind of have a lot more agency, you have a lot more control, and if Zeri, for example, has a 2 Drake lead and can walk away from Drakes and just extend those advantages, how much she's going to scale in terms of being an AD carry versus Kai'Sa, how much the Tristana is going to scale as well, is really problematic for Liv Sandbox, so they need to force fights like this, and it was really clean, what they did there, collapsing onto Faker, and we'll get a replay of it probably eventually, but really just zoning him away. If Faker shows up there, it's really impossible, I'd say, for Willer to actually go in there and look for the smite. They could just completely zone him out.
And apparently, Zeus' shopping UI glitched, or something like that, so maybe that affected his ability to teleport into a team fight or something like that, and that's what we're looking for. If they want to solve that, maybe it's just a turn it off and on again type situation here, but
it's 6:42 is the pause timer here, so he doesn't have Unleashed, so it would have been hard for him to.
Oh yeah, that's true. He'd have to get to a
but it might have been relevant. Lane. Yeah, he might have wanted to do it though. But he. It might have affected something that happened to his lane, or maybe he just can't buy items.
Yeah,
that would be problematic.
I'd say that would be bad. Oh, and maybe he also started teleporting before he bought the items as well, and then so he wasn't actually able to buy the items, and now he's in lane, and unfortunately, he doesn't have any items.
Well, the good news is, at least for competitive integrity, is that Zeus wasn't really involved in that last team fight, so I don't think that.
But the unfortunate news is, if we do Chrono Break it, we might actually negate the last team fight.
Which is why it's probably unlikely, but it depends on what happened, right? And we'll find out as soon as we get details on that. But if it is just simply like he had this problem and he found out during the team fight and it didn't affect it at all, then of course we're just going to see if we can fix that. If we can't, then yeah, it's going to become a very complex issue, as you mentioned.
Yeah, that's a tough one, man. That's a very tough one to come to terms with. Trying to figure out exactly how that one goes, because you could imagine if you Liv Sandbox, you're like looking at that last fight and you're like, I don't want to give that up. That was a great last fight. We enjoyed that one a lot.
100%, and it was really well called by them, and you're never going to have that exact same scenario repeated.
No, T1's just never going to walk into it, right?
No.
So it makes it very, very hard to potentially replicate
And that's when you have to make a really hard call. Those are some of the hardest referee decisions you'll ever see in esports is chrono breaks and stuff like that. Fortunately, this game has that feature. Other games I've worked on, it's just like, it's regame or no, I don't know. Good luck.
Figure it out, man. Hey, at least we don't have people reversing back into the item bubbles and stuff like that, you know, like...
Yeah.
What are we going to be here for, like 3 hours, 2 hours or something like that? There have been other experiences that definitely have been, worse than this. You know, some of us watched Season 2 Worlds, you know. Some of us were there for WCG.
Some people were there for Monty Socks, you know.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Some people played Hangman. Some people won.
I mean, we've had some pretty intense pauses here at the LCK the last few years as well, but usually not relating to the fact that we can't chrono break, but whether or not we should chrono break. And
is that Carrier? Is he supposed to be the dog reading a book that's like about how to win?
Yeah, I guess so.
Interesting. We're going to check out the preview of what actually happened.
You were exactly right. Issue where he couldn't buy his item while teleporting because the item UI went up. Now, that you can move the item box. For those who don't know, you can actually move the item box. You can move chat. Like, all elements of UI are movable. So if he didn't physically move the items up there, which can be checked because the screen is recorded, like if he accidentally moved the items up there, it's on him, right? But it didn't look like that happened there.
No, it looked like he just couldn't open the items again. Like, he couldn't open the items menu.
Yeah, so if he can't buy items while teleporting, that's a huge issue. And you were exactly right. Like, not able to buy while teleporting, that's a huge thing you do as top, where you know the exact timing I'm buying during this teleport to get exactly the amount of gold I'm looking for.
No, exactly right. And not wanting to waste any time at all back in base is very, very important. But I'm just wondering whether there is, like, can you go back, like, 4 seconds, you know, like 10 seconds? And is that going to be okay? Does that actually not wipe out the play that Liv Sandbox just made around the Dragon? Because I think that is a pivotal moment that I don't think, like, no one on Liv Sandbox is going to say that is all right, right, if you wipe that out. So they would fight for not having a chrono break come through there. But it is definitely an issue here, and we'll see exactly whether or not it is something that he did wrong or not. Because, of course, you know, we have all the pro views. We can review all of the footage, the clicks, the action, what has happened.
I don't know what he was buying, but it looked like he got plated steel caps in his inventory. So it looks like he was able to purchase that, because I assume at this time in the game that's probably what he was getting. And so maybe we would have to look at it again to see exactly the timing of which this occurred. You know, I'd like to see that replay in like slow-mo, but if he actually bought the item but then his shop bugged and now it's an issue we can't go forward unless we fix it, then that's good news, because that should be pretty easy to fix. But if it was that he was unable to buy the item, that's when things get a little bit scary, because you can't like just rewind time, like, or you know, there's no feature in the game yet. Maybe there will be one day where you could just like insert an item into his inventory and subtract the required gold.
Yeah, maybe there's like some sort of like update we can do, but I don't think so.
Not in this case.
No, and I swear he did not have enough time to buy an item. And I mean, I spend a lot of time in the shop. You know, I'm perusing. You know, I'm a window shopper. And then I'm slowly clicking my way. I'm an old man, you know.
Atlas likes to check the Rageblade stats on every champion he's playing. He's like, is it viable right now?
I'm like, is this the Rageblade angle? Every time I go back to base, and it's like, should I sell my mythic? Is it time to switch over to Rageblading? And it often isn't, which is really, really sad to me. Often just left with my Sunfire cape, and that's all I got. But it didn't look like he had very much time to actually buy anything.
Yeah.
And I can't. Can we see? I don't think he actually has it. Although we have to like. My eyesight's not that great, but maybe, and it's really not that great, you know.
Yeah, I thought I saw him have it, but I'm not actually sure if he did purchase it or not.
Yeah. Just to give you guys an update, if you have just turned up and you're like, what the heck is going on in my LCK? As you can see at the bottom of your screen, Zeus reported an in-game issue. He started channeling his teleport, went into the shop to buy some items, as everyone does when they're teleporting back, and was unable to actually find the shop after he closed it the first time. So he closed it one time, I think. I'm not
well, the shop looks to be moved up to the top left of the screen. So like that's what I was saying. Like if he accidentally clicked on the shop because he was trying to click really quickly and accidentally like dragged it up to the top left, then you know this is a pretty solvable issue, right? But if it's just up there and he can't click on stuff for no reason, then that's when things get scary. That's what I saw in that brief replay we had, whereas the shop was just like
it just walked
mostly
away.
up to the top left.
It just went.
Yeah.
And maybe it was because he was channeling teleport. The shop is like, I can do that too. Check it out.
Yeah, it might have been like a weird thing because when you teleport, the screen recenters. It might have been like the shop was trying to recenter weirdly, and I don't know. I don't know this interaction.
There's a fair bit of speculation we could do, but the referees, who are, I think, smarter than us in this case, should be going over it to try and figure it out. But we have been paused for quite some time, so it's likely that this is a more complicated problem. As we do go to the other camera shot, Wolf. So it's gonna take a little bit of time before we sort this one out. So we are going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you as quickly as we can.
Teleport into the contest. This is going to be a rough fight for Jin.
They're going to try to go for the 4v5, but this Baron is already gone. There's the smite, and now the 4v5 three-man stun comes in from the Jax, but Doran is already dead, as now it's 3v5. They should be able to take out Willer. Liv Sandbox pretty low on their health bar. Space just hunting them down, as he will take out Kyle. And he's looking for more. Flash on in, gets the triple, looking for the quadra. There it is, as Zeri will have.
For D+, but still just grabbing the bottom lane. May not be enough here. As Chovier's gonna find it. He just wipes the floor with the Chovy. Not even gonna go down to death as it's a double. And Showmaker now looks for him, but he's not gonna get it. Make it a triple. All right.
All or nothing.
All right. We're refilling the glass just a little bit. Let's see whether T1 can steal this one away. As BDD's just flashing in, he finds the three-man instantly. Gumayushi is dead. They had to go for it, didn't they? But it just wasn't going to work out. Equalizer doing a fair bit of work there as Amy's just going to grab a few last hits. Away as Kingen is in trouble. There's the flash twist and advance the needlework. Trying to get the way. Oh, the turnaround as Kingen lets the minions do it. It's a disaster for Nongshim and now Grizzly. Yeah, I like it when things are a little bit more notorious. Okay, there is the headbutt into Impale combo. It's Grizzly gonna go for the fadeaway to try and get himself out. There's the knockback, Kingen! Oh my goodness, his on is just a joy, and it continues to be so as Jiwoo.
Yeah. Cannon has taken a little bit of damage. That ult doesn't hit anything, as now they are going to catch Kellen, but the massive Nico ult on top of 4 of them. As now Tatum is going to be pulled into the backside, and nobody's there to help him out. Dudu alone.
Setting up on the Baron. Ona has to try and get in.
Yeah, it's in full darkness here as they do try and pull in Ona. He goes golden, but they take down the Baron anyway. They jump on top of Zeus, but now Gumayushi is knifed in. The feathers are so good. Puddock, DRX, where have you been all season? This is amazing.
let's get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This run I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here, and we have some news to share with you. We are going to be chrono-breaking the game back just a few seconds.
7 seconds, exactly.
Indeed, so that we can find Zeus' shop. We have done our very best. It was yeeted all the way across LOL Park based on a click on the map that coincided with a click on the shop.
Yeah, so we went back and watched it, and basically, while he clicks the corner of the shop, his mouse is like both on the shop and on the minimap. So it drags him, like, because he clicks on the minimap to go top, while he's also holding the shop. So it kind of drags the shop with him, and then he can't click on the items before he teleports, before the teleport completes and gets him out of the shop. So we'll be chrono breaking, as that is not an intended feature of the shop.
Yep. And so the kill happened at 6:34-ish in the game. So it's not going to interrupt the team fight and the advantage that Live Sandbox managed to get, which is, I assume, why they agreed to chrono break, because if it was going to negate the dragon fight, then we would have had, we might be here for like another 16 hours. Who knows? Could just be sitting in these chairs.
That's when we have to get the Supreme Council.
Yeah, like the full tribunal. We will have everyone. In fact, everyone will be individually interviewed here in LOL Park. We'll have to put in a questionnaire. There's surveys to fill out, all that sort of stuff. But we have avoided that. Players are currently in the bathroom.
Yeah.
As you can see, there are a few empty seats. And so, you know, we had our opportunity to go for a little bit of a WC break, and also the players are going to as well. As you can see, Clear still in pretty high spirits, as he didn't throw his shop away. His shop was absolutely fine. I assume, I haven't actually checked out his pro view.
Yeah, I don't think he yoinked, but
he's like, oh, I do that all the time. I just know the hotkeys for all of the items that I want. Don't think that's a thing that necessarily works.
Yeah, Zeus got ganked by his minimap, but not gonna happen to Clear, hopefully. Yeah, I'm glad this decision has been made, and it seems to be a pretty reasonable one, as
that is terrifying.
Yeah.
What is happening here?
It says, I'm sorry you waited for a while, didn't you? I guess it's supposed to be Faker on Rise, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe it's an anime reference that we don't understand. Maybe we needed Chronically here as the anime guy.
I mean, it could be like, besides the sorry part, it could be like a Solid Snake reference. Ooh. Kept you waiting, didn't I?
Hey, there you go. That's the kind of boomer references that I like.
Yeah.
Even though I didn't play PlayStation, I still understand that one because he was in Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
Heck.
And that's what he says when he joins as well.
Hey. I just like in my Nintendo game experience, I get to have the little the yoinky sound whenever you get discovered.
Yeah.
And he's in his little box thingy. I think I like that one.
It's also a common sound effect in Korean media. It's like used even in the news sometimes.
I know.
It's very fun.
There's actually so many of these sound bites that are so prevalent in Korean YouTube channels and now just all over the news. It's like the news is one giant YouTube video.
Yeah.
It kind of blows my mind when I'm standing around you know how they have it on sometimes in some restaurants and stuff like that? I'm like, are they watching YouTube? Wait, it's just the news.
You hear the Imperial March and you look up and you're like, oh, it's a weird variety show. I thought they were watching Star Wars.
It's 14 seconds of that. That one's going to be A-okay. Don't you worry.
Oh, look at this.
That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
He's like, Chrono, break my game, please.
Victory for Zeus. Justice for Zeus.
Yeah, that's actually very, very cute. How many Psyduck references does one league need? At least 2. That's what I'm saying. Maybe Zeus was kind of annoyed when Puddock joined, by the way. He's just like, wait, but
That's mine.
I get the Psyduck references. What the heck's going on here?
Yeah.
He also gets a lot of the Pikachu references. He doesn't get the Ash references, though. That's Jiwoo and Jiwoo only.
So I'm watching the referees informing Zeus of the final ruling, and thus the players will know
instructing him not to yeet his shop.
Yeah, don't
this
click
time,
on the edge of your shop in the minimap at the same time.
Please keep your shop away from the minimap. That would be great. Oh man, we also get the side view of the yelling Psyduck once again. It is actually pretty cool, how it's sort of they're similar.
Yeah.
It is actually very similar. It's well done.
Yeah.
It is very well done. Oh, Carry is back. Gumayusi's back.
Yeah, I think we're almost ready to go. That fan sign hoping T1's going to the finals. We will see. And it's going to take a lot of bounce back, but if the first 3 games of Faker's return have been any indicator, it's definitely possible.
Whoa, is that Gumayusi in the audience as well? Oh, wait, no. That's just someone with a clever mask. They got me, though.
The resemblance is uncanny.
It is. It's almost like a photo. Oh, there he is. No, there's the actual one. Hair looking a little bit different here today.
He has been stoic at times, the photograph.
Yeah, somewhat. Looking a little stoic now, but there will be a grin. It will happen, won't it? Hang on. Waiting for it. Oh, no, he's going to have a drink before the grin comes in. Oh, no, I've been ruined.
Probably communicating how they want to proceed here, as the pause will come through in just a moment. As you can see, players typing they're ready in the chat. And we'll be joining the game very soon here towards the end of that team fight. Liv Sandbox picking up 2 kills in the original iteration of the fight, as well as Willer securing the first dragon of the game.
Yep. It was a Liv Sandbox victory and then a teleport shop kerfuffle. But they were, thankfully, not happening too close to one another. I believe there might be a little bit more of a chase down or something like that. I don't know whether it was the final kill that we're actually going to be coming in after.
Yeah, if you guys are curious, well, it's a bit late now, but during the downtime, you could have used YouTube to go back and watched it live if you want to know the original fight, because it's there. But we're moving to the future now.
Exactly. And if you are still curious, you can wait until after this game and do all of your digging that you would like. And then hop on Reddit and have an opinion or something like that.
And if you want to see the weird yoink thing I was talking about, just put it on 0.25 speed as we're back in.
Here we go! Zeus! Oh my god, look at that! He managed to find some swords.
Yeah,
he managed to find the shop. Everything's A-okay.
So it looks like he had steel caps before. He was in his inventory, but he wanted to buy swords. He's got swords. Faker's got plates.
He does. He is, he's well and truly ready to dine, as he has also just altered the wave to make sure that he can get another one to crash into this turret. So that was a pretty costly situation, as Closer does manage to get a double kill, but Faker gets double plates.
Yeah, so Closer was the one that picked
up
the money in that last fight. The Dragon did go over to Liv Sandbox, but Faker gets to hold on to teleport, hard push this lane, and can teleport straight back in. Closer going to look for him here, not going to find him, at least find this ward. So clears that one out, but still feels like a pretty good situation here for Liv Sandbox. This Ahri pretty accelerated, and now Willer is level 6.
Yeah, there's going to be aggression. Supercharger does come through as Kyle is going to crash on down. Faker diving in, and Closer is going to miss the charm. Actually a huge deal here as Faker gets a massive trade. after teleporting back in. Kind of dangerous to do so right after a teleport, just because if you do get charmed and then lose the trade, then you can't go for a comfortable reset.
Faker's just been so bold tonight. Is Willer over here?
Oh my god, he stole it at 6 health! That is so rude!
Yeah, Ona's not going to be happy about that one, but I think he's going to be pretty happy with the fact that Faker guaranteed Prio here in mid, and no teleport for Closer. Very awkward for him to back here. And with the exchange on the bottom side, Guma hit level 6, but he didn't actually get any kills, but still getting a lot of control there, so they were closer to the Herald. So it's a pretty easy call for T1 to take this. Still down in gold because of those kills that went over, but feels like getting advantages everywhere else, as Faker has really shored up a lot of that gold advantage here with the plate pickups. There's going to be Everfrost, Ari, as we mentioned, not really a game where you could build Leandries comfortably. So a little bit on the low damage side of things here for Closer, a lot more utility.
Yeah, this is a bit of a worry in this mid lane. We know that Tristana very, very good at taking turrets, something that Closer showed us in the last game. But it wasn't this level of devastation. It's a decent charm that is going to connect, get a fair bit of damage onto Faker there, but not the end of the world to say the least.
It's also a Herald that T1 holds, so they can kind of just grab that mid turret whenever they want to. I don't know if they necessarily need the Herald for Faker to get more money here, because he's got such an immense amount of control at the moment. As T1 coming out of that pause, reinvigorated, as Closer having a bit of a rough time here.
Yeah. Still going to be okay. Does manage to hit the charm, but it's a good buffer of the rocket jump there from Faker. So just a bit of biffo in this mid lane. And finally, it feels like Closer has found a modicum of balance here in this mid lane. Was a lot of Faker stacking waves just to get these turret plates, as Willer is going to move towards the top side, clear out some control vision. Closer doing the same thing here, trying to make the map as dark as possible. With a Nocturne, does make a fair bit of sense there, as Orbit Deception going to be thrown down. Ona standing on top of a ward, so Closer with full information. Spirit Rush up as well as Kyle comes in, and Ona does not have his sweeper because, of course, he has a Rift Herald.
Yeah, I got to be really careful about committing to this one. Owner will control ward, drop this, clear that ward out, and you commit into there, Nocturne ults, you can't see. Closer gets a charm, then suddenly that fight is turned instantly, so good to see they do not commit, but also that Willer was ready and prepped for this. See, the Shiv is purchased here for Guma. Faker grabs Kraken Slayer. Both of these items acquired right before this dragon fight. Shiv will be picked up for Teddy here as well. But a lot of control here in terms of wave push and prio that T1 can now set up in these next 45 seconds. Keria and Owner coming over to try to clear out some of that last remaining vision here. Closer also getting control of this mid-brush. And this is exactly how Liv Sandbox won the last Drake fight, was collapsing onto Faker and then denying T1 from getting that smite.
And this is actually a really interesting scenario. You can see Kyle is going to be blocking here to make sure that Closer can get home safely. He does so, immediately teleports back. And that Rift Herald that was picked up earlier on, something that Owner can now throw down to guarantee control of this Drake pit. Still, they are going to dive in. They managed to catch out Faker. Kyle's going to get the stun, and Willer is going to pick up the kill. The Herald will get a charge, but Liv Sandbox, they managed to take down Faker in the mid lane, so 3-0 now in kills, and Liv Sandbox have pulled all of that control back.
Yeah, I mean, it's like history repeats itself. It's almost the exact same type of play. They collapse in. This time, Willer has ultimate, of course. It can drop the paranoia down. Closer having a bit of a rough time in the laning phase, but he's going to set up the charm, and Faker blown up before he can react, before he can do anything there, and that is a kill plus. Dragon now going over to Liv Sandbox. They will have a 2-Drake lead going to the mid game. We'll find out what soul it's going to be here. Could be Hextech. It was Infernal last game. Could be extremely impactful, even though these individual Drakes aren't the biggest. It's Infernal again, and Liv Sandbox feeling great about this, especially when we consider how much extra damage it's going to be for this Ahri that's going for the utility build.
And 100% kill contribution at the moment for Closer, 2-0-1. He is well and truly set up to try and carry this one. And I think even with an Everfrost, with an advantage like this, he's still going to be doing enough damage.
And Closer, Everfrost into the charm here. And Faker, a little bit early on the jump, isn't able to buffer it, just wanted to avoid it. And it's just a snap decision from Closer and Willer. Ult comes down, charm comes through. And lightning fast at the snap of the fingers, they once again push Faker out, take the Drake.
Well, there's a Hex Flash, and Willer is just going to be hit away that Faker now without his ultimate, as Gumayusi getting aggressed on here by Teddy. Does find the passive proc. Will he be able to get it here, as there is the final hit, and Teddy gets the solo kill onto the Zeri, just not quite strong enough just yet, and also gets his flash.
Yeah, and I mean, they both have Doran's Blade, but it's really just about that plasma stack coming through. Teddy's passive plus the shield he's going to get from the Killer Instinct there, and Zeri just can't compete with damage at this point in time. If she has the jump on him or has some additional damage to back it up or any CC at all, that's definitely winnable for Guma, but unfortunately tries to flash for the outplay and will be deleted there. So Liv Sandbox now 4-0 here in this early game. Nearly 1,000 gold, their advantage with 2 Drakes stacked up, the Ahri accelerated. Things are feeling pretty good, and this is the amount of control you want to have in an ideal scenario when you're playing Nocturne Ahri. You can constantly threaten picks, you can constantly threaten this Zeri and the backline, just simply fly over the head of Owner with this composition. This is kind of the reasoning why you were saying you like this comp more for Liv Sandbox. If it's ahead, if it works out, it is so oppressive, it's so frustrating to play against. And
they've done it before, right? It's also comfort. Like, you layer that on top and it feels great.
This is just Teddy getting the jump on Guma, who doesn't play respectfully here. Stacks up that passive. Look at the damage coming through on that final hit. And then goes for the Killer Instinct. There's that final shot as well.
Doesn't even need the last Q. That one comes back up just in time to clear the minion wave. You love to see it. So Gumayusi now without a flash. He is still Zeri, right? Will still scale towards the later end of this game. But right now it is a 1,000 gold lead for Liv Sandbox, a 2 Drake lead as well. A Second Herald is going to come up. Second Herald was something that T1 utilized to get back into the last game very effectively. And it might be another avenue that they can utilize this time around as well. You can see Clear has been absolutely fine in this lane against the Gnar also. Should lose out as far as the later game side laning is concerned. You see Gnar's build, you know, hull breakers and stuff like that that can certainly help out in this matchup.
Yeah, those are the kind of things we were talking about a while ago before the pause, and you know, still relevant here is Owner out alone. We'll have to probably just go over the wall. Yeah. Zeri nearby, but like you just don't have the damage here at this point.
Faker does have teleport, but now doesn't have Buster Shot, and I believe Closer, he has his Spirit Rush up and available. Teddy fighting with Gumayusi in the mid lane once again, as Willa is not going to be able to get that spell shield off. There's the knock-up. He flashes to get himself out of the way, and the Paranoia comes down, but the Nocturne is still dead. Teleport in from Faker as Liv Sandbox look to close in on this one. Faker this time is able to get this one off, but the Killer Instinct is going to come down. Closer goes golden as Gumayushi's over the wall. They managed to get Faker, and now Gumayusi could be in trouble. I don't know about the Everfrost, but it does not matter. He still picks up the kill, and now Clear is trying to just win the rest of the fight. He might be able to do so as well, as Owner is in a whole host of trouble.
No
Kyle
flash.
and Clear have plenty of CC, and Owner is just going to be dead. That is a double kill here for the Cassante. They kill everyone except for Carrier.
Yeah, and the Herald does go over, but at a hefty cost here. As it looks fantastic at the outset here for T1, because you catch Willer, he's not able to spell shield, and he ends up just going down straight up at the beginning of this fight. But then their turn is fantastic. Notice that Guma isn't there to layer any damage over. He's on the wrong side of the pit, so can't really get involved in this Closer coming over to threaten him, and Guma just can't do damage, and Teddy splits this fight in half, and it's so critical they actually get that kill secured onto Guma, because he absolutely can clean the rest of this up if he is alive. So great target selection from Liv Sandbox, and overextending, using a lot of tools on that Nocturne. Yeah, you got the kill, but they are going to be able to just leap right back in, as Teddy is having a fantastic game of Kai'Sa. Once again, 2-1-4 now.
Yeah. Looking to try and make it 5-1 on the season. As you let us all know earlier on, Wolf, he is very comfortable on this champion. 800 gold in the lead now, coming off the back of the solo kill to start things off. And of course, the successful Drake contest earlier on in the game. Snowballing is something this composition does very, very well. And currently, Liv Sandbox are doing a great job. Still, it is just over a 1,000 gold lead. It's by no means a situation that is over. And in amongst all of the kerfuffle, T1 was able to get the Rift Herald. So that is certainly good news.
They can use it to try to get some Drake prio here. The first Infernal Drake has spawned, and that mid turret actually didn't go down in that last exchange. Was not quite able to do it when Faker got picked. So T1 here, you see a lack of vision, makes it so frustrating to play against this Nocturne. You have no idea where he is, and you got to be scared that when he turns the lights off, Ahri's going to find a pick. T1 just trying to push for mid instead. I like this call.
Yeah, not even.
But
the Rift Herald is in, goes Clear just by himself. The ult comes down, but the Paranoia is there to follow up. It's beautifully done. Carrier just going to try and get Teddy out of there, but he's going to have to come down at some point, and that is going to be another few kills for the Kaiser. They wipe the floor with T1, and they'll get whatever they would like off the back of that one.
Whatever they want. I mean, I guess maybe not Zeus. That's the one thing they can't get. He's going to be able to get away here, but doesn't grab the turret. Willer could just solo the Dragon at this point with the amount of control they have. They can send Closer straight to the top lane. Teddy's got his Shiv, so he can push mid very quickly here. Puts a decent amount of damage on here. Now, Willer actually gets scouted out by Zeus, so is pushed off the Dragon for now. A bit of a split call here as Liv Sandbox don't actually commit to kind of stopping Zeus from coming over there and denying it, so we'll actually not be able to get the Drake, but still a lot of control here. And this is just all set up by Clear and Willer, and we're seeing Nocturne pair with any form of engage right now in this meta. It's usually Recon Nocturne we've been seeing more than anything else recently, and you know, I love the Nocturne here is kind of a new meme from Brendan, from Valdez, because he's been into it, but like, in this case, it's just so easy to follow up, and then T1 just get absolutely dunked on. They're going to maybe get this Drake, though.
They're looking for it. Paranoia not quite up and available just yet, as there they go. They secure it. Now Closer hunting for some charms. Does not land it. Now Owner's going to be able to get out. And so heist successful here for T1. And Liv Sandbox not being able to secure that is actually a big deal. Owner going to be able to come down towards this bottom lane. Put down the Rift Herald, help Zeus potentially secure this one. As Liv Sandbox, they do not want to give this up. Still, there is a Sejuani that is guarding, and Shirley will have her eye poked momentarily. Still not going to be able to secure this, as the rest of T1 not going to be around. So not really getting too much. Zeus is up here towards the top side now.
It's still crazy, too, because no turret has gone down, so that first brick is still available. These turrets hanging on by a thread here in mid and bottom, but Liv Sandbox definitely still have an opportunity to actually get that mid turret first here. They put a decent amount of damage on it, so there's a lot of gold still sitting on the map. Closer bought Zonia so quickly into this double 80 carry, and that's going to be so valuable for him to set up for this Nocturne and to set up for Teddy to go in there with his killer instinct. But T1 striking back there. Great play from Zeus to deny the Drake. I think Liv Sandbox could have done a little bit more due diligence to make sure they secure a soul point there. Comes back to bite him. It will be the first turret going down in the bottom lane. Liv Sandbox picking that one up. And there's just still so much gold available for both of these teams sitting on those low health bars. T1 would love to grab mid and bottom, but instead it's a 4,500 gold lead that Liv Sandbox have picked up here in a 9-kill lead.
Yeah, this is actually just kind of massive, and I'm really glad that you brought up the turrets. It really feels like if Liv Sandbox get a few more, it becomes so difficult for T1 to ever get to the ones remaining. And having them at such low health really is just kind of awful.
It's hard for the Gnar to actually do anything in the side. He's not building Hullbreaker either, but even if he did, like, he's just going to get collapsed on by Paranoia every time. That's the other problem, you know. Zeus will eventually win out against Clear. Okay.
Yeah, everyone is on their way up. That is going to be the Paranoia that comes down. Closer gets vision, and they decide that they do not want to go underneath the turret. An understandable decision, but now Paranoia is on cooldown. T1 may have bought themselves some respite. The Baron's been up for a minute's time. Vision now available for T1, and if they manage to get a pick, then they have double 80
It's a T1 Baron angle if I've ever seen one, Atlas. You know, everyone's backing for Liv Sandbox. Not a ton of vision control here. It's 21 minutes. A little risky, but maybe that's the call you make is whoever Frost.
Yeah, Faker is underneath the turret. Orb Deception going to be avoided, and I think that true damage may have almost been enough to kill Faker if he didn't get out of the way of that.
Well, maybe not doing the Baron now. You know, maybe that's not really on the cards anymore.
Maybe Zeus is in a little bit of trouble, as Faker was also still backing. He's going to cancel that as the crashdown comes in. Beautiful hop there from Zeus, as Willer not going to be able to get on top of him. But Clear, like, this is what we're talking about. You know, they're in the bottom lane, and Clear is getting work done. Of course, not the greatest of split-pushing champions, but
still,
he'll whittle it down, you know?
He certainly will. I mean, especially with Teddy doing Shiv damage here in mid, constantly keeping these waves pushing into that mid-inner. I mean, that's half a turret down now. T1 have to do a lot of cleanup here, and a lot of indexing into the top side of the map there to potentially set up for a Baron turn, and Baron Vision ends up backfiring when Faker goes in and gets outplayed by Closer. Charm plus Everfrost in the turret means that is a Tristana who has to get out of there and will no longer be able to contest for this Baron Vision, at least not alone, as they will be able to get all that push bottom side. Faker does have teleport here. but they got this control ward down, they got the scuttle. It's really difficult for T1 to pull a fast one. Now Paranoia is back up. It was down for a little bit there when T1 was trying to make those top side plays, so missing a window here a little bit. Feels great if you're a Live Sandbox fan here, because this is really their lead now furthered by one overextension in the top lane.
Yeah, Live Sandbox really have their claws in it at this point in time. 5,000 gold is actually a decent margin at 23 minutes into this game. Zeus about to hit Mega, but does get charmed up. Very charming, he is closer, but he's going to get walloped here. There is a Nara into the wall. Teleport to come through from Clear, but I don't think they're going to get there in time. He goes golden, though, immediately after coming out of the stun, and now he's spirit rushing around the fight. Faker will start battling now, and there's kills are coming in for Gumayusi. The Magnet Storm is just a little bit too late, and I don't know whether Clear can be quite as Cassante as he wants. A triple now for Gumayusi as the Winter's Wrath not going to be able to find the last one, but T1 are straight back in it. Teddy, I don't know about that one, buddy, but he's still going to try and get out of there. In goes Clear, finds some Qs as there's at least a kill on the Rakan, and it's a double for Teddy in the end, but that is an ace for Gumayusi.
Yeah, we'll certify it.
Yeah.
Put that one in the certified Zeri moment column, which is it's quite thick at this point. You know, it's got a lot of list of big moments. This one is definitely the biggest one this week. Guma is going to be the biggest benefactor of this, as Live Sandbox, once again, just really over-indexing into this. And Baker, with this control ward that was set up earlier, actually hides here for a moment, waits for the perfect angle. Keria plays this so well, get the knock up here, and all he needs is one reset. Then they turn onto him. Clear uses all out onto the Tristana here. The Magnet Storm comes through, but unfortunately, he's just not ahead enough. He's not going to have any of those moments that Zeus had last time in these longer fights. Teddy, as much as he tries for this and will pick up some kills, he is never going to have the long-term damage that Guma has here. And this, I think, is a step too far. Even with the gold he picks up, it's just going to be way better for T1.
I kind of like, I do respect it if he was going in purely to stop T1 from being able to take Baron. Because he manages to get those couple of kills off the back end, yes, he goes down, but if T1 get Baron in that instance, we mentioned the fact that they have so many turrets up, maybe it's kind of worth to stop that. Maybe that's what he was thinking.
I mean, he's got his third item
forward
too now, and he's very relevant in this game. Like, him getting those kills is quite significant, but, you know, T1 also getting more gold as a result. This setup here on the Drake is going to be very critical here for T1 against this poke from the Kaisa, but not a lot of vision.
All right, they're looking to go in onto Ona. He's in so much trouble. Paranoia comes down. Keria does everything that he can, and the Sejuani will survive. Decent snare onto Faker, and now T1 will just say thank you so much. I guess we'll take ourselves our second Infernal Drake.
Keria playing that so beautifully, and Zeus had his Gnar bar available with Mega Gnar. There's just no recontest. Everybody's super low, and Teddy, again, burst damage is there. Consistent damage not necessarily what Kaisa does best, even with the Rage Blade now completed. But Live Sandbox, with these backs coming through, grouping around Baron right now, but it's so risky here.
Yeah, this red buff is going to be taken by Willa. Teddy wants to go over and collect one, but he already has one. He'll be all right. Clear here towards the bottom side, just trying to deal with Zeus. And let's have a look at this fight one more time. It looked like Ona was in a really tough position, but Keria charms everyone.
Yeah, gets 3 here, and the knock-up on the Teddy doesn't go through, but he charms and gets his cleanse, and that's just it. That's the fight. Like, there's no contest anymore with Zeus having his Gnar. Just one super play from Keria turns that one around on its own, and it's you know, the fact that this Cassante has been the main source of engage here for Live Sandbox, even though they have a fed Ahri, says a lot about the state of the game. Just a little bit too squishy. Guma is so big at this point in time, it's really hard to actually go in and collapse on these targets. The Nocturne's not going to last very long unless you can proc Hysterics, right? And even still, he's a little bit squishy in this game, you know, when you consider all the damage, the burst from the Tristana, and this Gnar who's sitting on a cleaver.
I want to see a little bit more from Kyle, because of course the Magnet Storm, the Crash Down, like these are ways to get fights done, and then Willa can choose a priority target in the chaos. Initiating with things like, you know, Cassante into Nocturne gives your opposition a little bit more space. I think that, you know, Magnet Storm just creates insanity, and if it doesn't quite work out, you can take a loss of a Rel and be kind of all right, still clearing out waves. Things like that, but
yeah, Sejuani just so tanky too in this game. Went Sunfire.
Yeah, I don't think engaging onto Ona is a great idea. Frost Armor, Aftershock, and, as it turns out, pretty good combination for staying alive.
Yeah, he's even got Merc Treads, so
You're not going to hold him for too long.
Oh, and Sunfire Cape, and that whole time he's doing damage?
Radiant Virtue on top of it?
He's healing the whole time? Broken.
Plus, like, no magic mantle as well?
Oh my god.
No Void Staff yet for the Ahri?
That is so much magic resist, Wolf.
He's getting closer to the Void Staff, but he's not quite there yet. And this next Drake fight, I mean, Liv Sandbox have lost 2 in a row. All of these additional AD stats for the Zeri, for the Tristana, and even for the Gnar are really going to be a huge problem here. I mean, the Soul is an issue, but, you know, quadruple going into Soul is the biggest issue you could really imagine with a double AD carry composition such as this. And Liv Sandbox had such great control, but just one flubbed fight, and it all slips away.
I almost think that Zeus stopping that Drake from going down was the biggest moment that Liv Sandbox lost control.
Yeah.
And they were then able to get over. They confirmed that they could pick up the last Drake, and you can kind of understand the thinking. Like, Liv Sandbox, like, well, we've won every single fight when they've set up around objectives. Let's just try and make them do that again and then win yet another fight. But slowly but surely, T1 have been scaling into this one. 5-3-2 for Gumayusi, a 700 gold bounty on his head as well. And the Zeri went from getting solo killed to in a carry position in this game.
Careful who you make fun of in the laning phase, you know?
Exactly right. And it's just such a Zeri situation.
It really is.
It is so Zeri.
It's very Zeri, but that's what they opted in this composition, and I think it's really strong. Obviously, Zeri is in a very good state. She's kind of the new safe scaling AD carry versus Kai'Sa if Xayah is banned. Like, she's your alternate.
Yep.
And Guma has been, like we talked about before, sometimes uncomfortable to pick this. Didn't really like playing it. A lot of the really strong Zeri metas, but obviously looking very good on it right now. And when his team empowers him, as they did in that topside fight, he's going to utilize the space he's been given to do Zeri things. Yeah. The Drake is up in 50 here. And as Liv Sandbox, with no vision and no side lane threat to collapse on, as they've already lost those outers, I mean, what's the move? Like, Willer's clearing waves. They're trying to now work their way into Prio. But, you know, you were talking about Kyle not having the best Magnet Storms here. T1 just not allowing for a good setup of that. They've been so split. Their vision control has been immaculate. And the angles for Kyle are very limited.
Yeah, need to be a little bit patient, perhaps. Just let these Void Seekers do the job.
Exactly.
And Teddy starting to throw them through. Does have a Fiendish Codex on top of everything else. Looks like he's heading towards Azonia's as the next item. Was thinking about Void Staff. Decides instead that he wants to kill the squishies. And if he can keep landing these Ws onto Faker, that would certainly help out here, as Willer will take his chickens and then look towards this dragon. Yushi moving over, clear. Level 17 to the 18 of Zeus at this point in time in the lane. Feeling pretty good as the hop comes down.
Yeah, this is the power of Cassante, or rather the Gnar into Cassante, and there's no flanking champions here. Well, you know, Guma's just stand up at front.
Yep, soul point battle, and once again, Willer doesn't find the spell shield. It's just off as Kyle's going to be blocked. He can't actually do anything. Gumayusi going to flash after getting the ulti off, and now he's perfectly safe. Still Liv Sandbox. They keep everyone alive. The dive in, and Willer is going to take down the Sejuani. Clear is so incredibly low as they do manage to get the charm, but Faker this time buffers beautifully, and Gumayusi now trying to turn onto Teddy. He's got the extra item, and Carrier is the hero. He's going to try and save him as now Closer looks for Gumayusi, but he's not going to be able to do it. It's Faker from over the wall that's able to launch himself in there. The Void Seekers make things so difficult, but Clear is the one that finally picks up the kill, and now it is a top V-top 1v1. And well, he's about to go Mega Gnar, and Clear's just like, well, I'm going to do the same thing. Let's see whether I can do it. And the Gnar is not going to work, so Clear goes back home.
Yeah, I'd hit a helicopter after that one myself as well.
That's hilarious. He's like, oh, that's your idea? That's a great idea. I'll utilize that one.
Well, guess what? End of the day, T1 picking up a lot of gold. Yeah, Liv Sandbox getting some gold back, but the smite goes the way of T1. Look at where Guma is standing. Yeah, like he is in the front line because there's no flank threat. He's got peel for him, and as you mentioned, no spell shield on the ult from Owner is super problematic. And look at how much space Guma has in this fight because he actually picks up the Maw of Malmortius. He has some additional spell shielding here when they collapse on and try to kill him, and everything and the kitchen sink is thrown at this Zeri, who just walks on the front lines, and even with the killer instinct, look at that shield coming through. Carrier blocks for him, and he actually just gets so much work done. He outdamages the Ahri, of course, with this utility build. And then it's like, all right, well, we killed the first AD carry, and then Guma's like, oh no, I'm dead. Killed the second AD carry, but the third AD carry in the Snar is going to be able to get that kill through, and Clear will just barely escape him.
I like that he's like, the fact that you can't cancel teleports makes it very, very funny. As, yeah, Clear not going to even take damage from the Crush. As we are straight back into it one more time. It is still a slight gold advantage, but once again,
those Infernal
T1
Drakes
has 3 of these Infernals, which really does sort of change that scoreline. Clear going to mitigate the CC as the Grand Entrance not going to quite work out. As Ona looks for Kyle, he's going to crash over the wall. And now Liv Sandbox take this as a potential opportunity to start off this Baron. Teddy is in the mid lane, and they decide that they're going to need him if they want to actually get anything done. Extendo Beam not going to land onto the Kai'Sa.
Turret falling down here, a little bit of map control loss for Liv Sandbox. T1 have control of these choke points, and you can't poke what you can't see him, and you can aimlessly, like, you know, try to toss those Void Seekers in and see what catches. You could use the Scryers, but just not a lot of info here for Liv Sandbox for Teddy to use to poke T1 away.
Well, Kyle is on some mad science right now as they look for Faker. Paranoia, they've managed to get the rocket jump as the Magnet Storm finds the flank angle, and Gumayusi is out of the fight. He just skates away. And Liv Sandbox, they pick up a couple of members, and now they're looking at Baron.
There's that Kyle angle. Zaya's trying to slow them down here. He's got GA. He's sitting on 4 items right now. He's been level 18 for a while. Was level 18 in that last fight, but he's not alone. Could he be able to stop this Baron? Doesn't want to lose his GA either. Liv Sandbox pushed him away, and Kyle's flank works out. And you need somebody to pair with the Nocturne when it goes in to a backline target, in this case Faker, but this time it's the flank from Kyle. The Rel taking this really long roundabout way as they chip away at T1, force them into the mid lane, and then boom, Magnet Storm plus Paranoia, Everfrost layered on top. That's 2 kills going over to Liv Sandbox, and that is all they need to take Baron control. And that gold lead once again going to explode here. This should also give them enough prio to get that 3rd Drake as well. Unfortunately, because they lost out on the last 3, it's not going to be the just Soul Point if they get it.
Yeah, which is certainly not great news. However, they've got 2 minutes and a half left on this Baron, so they should get to work trying to find some of these turrets to make sure there's not a lot of avenues in here for T1. Because, of course, Liv Sandbox, they're the ones that love to dive on top of T1. T1's composition does have ways to do it, of course. Glacial Prison, Arctic Assault, things like this can sort of get you in. And, of course, Carrier is on Rakan, who kind of excels at starting fights whenever he would like to. But I think that Liv Sandbox is pretty happy to make things dark and make it difficult for T1 to face check. Because face checking this comp when you have so much just turn on a dime onto anyone that's caught
like
out
this.
Speaking of which, that is just Teddy obliterating Faker.
Baker's 7th death of the game, and down he goes. He is just obliterated, and with no Tristana wave clear here, I mean, this is going to be probably at least an inhibitor going down. Liv Sandbox get pushed for that, then kite back to Dragon. They have so much control here, and even with this Gnar trying his best to try to mitigate some of this push, Liv Sandbox just setting it up. Several cannon mains here too, sieging up this bot inhibitor turret, and they're sending Teddy and Willer back to do the Dragon. And they still have a minute 15, so they can rush that Dragon down the group to try to finish off those inhibitors. The bottom turret goes extremely low, and Liv Sandbox just with immaculate control over this game now. A 3rd item for the Nocturne picked up. And it's a 7 Drake game it looks like we're in for here before Elder. As the poke comes through, and because of this one single Void Seeker hitting, Faker's dead. That's it. That's the power of Kai'Sa. Well, one of the powers of Kai'Sa.
Yeah, there was not a lot of counterplay available there, as the Acathian Rain, of course, follows Faker, even though he rocket jumps. So, oh man. And now it's 4 items complete. Now we have the Void Staff and Zhonya's... Like, Teddy has 6 items, 5 items for Closer, and a bevy of them on the rest of the players as well. So Liv Sandbox looking real scary.
Yeah, I mean, he's so big, he has the opportunity to be like, you know what, maybe I do want to go for Ludens this game. Like, he's getting that big to where he can actually sell his Mythic and buy a new one.
And Gumayusi, like, gets hit by a Void Seeker and then has to go into his base. Yeah. Because, like, these things can just happen again and again and again. And Teddy has the Zhonyas. He has a lot of safety, Supercharger for the extra little stealth and things like that. Oh, man.
Teddy, they're just trying to set up wards and leapfrogging them forward here as Karya is trying to say, get down, Mr. President, but every time you hit those, another one comes through. This one will be avoided at least, but with all the vision they have here, it's really easy for Teddy to just fire towards T1's general direction, and he's going to hit somebody most of the time.
And it just reminds me of a certain game that both Faker and Teddy were in, right? Like earlier on, we saw that T1 were capitalizing on the fact that Liv Sandbox were impatient. They were trying to rush things. They weren't necessarily doing their due diligence around some of these fights, and T1 capitalized beautifully, and you're looking at it, you're like, oh, Faker utilizing all that experience, not going to overstep the mark. And then Teddy comes in and says, you know, I was there too. Yeah. I was in that meta. Jinair sends their regards. And he's the one that feels like he's taking control, taking the bull by the horns, and he's on the Kaiser as well.
Yeah, is he like Umpty's Kha'Zix in this case, you know? Like
yeah, right.
As, yeah, Faker died in that one as well on the Kassadin. Things started to change a little bit, but
you and I were actually at a bar together while that game was happening, right?
Well,
well,
we were
Achilles and Papa Smithy were both casting at OGN. And you and I were waiting, because they were supposed to come out.
Yeah, they were supposed to hang out with us, and we were like, I guess maybe they never will.
Yeah, we were wondering whether they were just going to be in that game until the end of time.
And they did come hang out with us, by the way, of course.
Yeah, they did.
They're cool friends, and even though it was really late, it was like 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, they turn up at like 1:30 a.m.
Yeah, it was a great night. It was a historic moment as teleport here for Closer just to further control the deep vision that Liv Sandbox have around Baron. As, I mean, we're getting to the point of the game where everyone but supports and junglers is hitting level 18. Faker the exception to that, but we'll be hitting it very soon. Karya.
Ooh, Charm going to be avoided. Grand Entrance going to work out quite well there.
That's what it takes to clear a ward. If you're Karya in this game, you got to really get in deep, and that's one of many he has to clear now towards Baron if they're going to get vision back. Spoilers, it's very unlikely they will get that vision back here in the next 50 seconds, and T1 just have to hope they can win it in a 5v5 where Guma pops off with Zeus trying to set up his Gnar bar. The Sandbox can kind of disengage and play around that Gnar so well because of the amount of control they have on the map right now. One ward over here to the left of the Baron pit. Should still be up, it looks like, when that Baron fight does happen, so they could TP to it, but otherwise not a whole lot of TP flank angles. No wards around the pit besides that one here for T1. Faker picks up GA, a huge spike for him in this potential last fight of the game.
Yeah, Zeus also has 6 items now completed. The Wit's End is now done. And you can see, like, Faker sitting on 1 and 7. He's kind of been a punching bag this game. But with the 4 items that he has, he's still going to be there as part of that dual threat. But I think that it's mainly Gumushi they're going to have to worry about. But it's not just one target. Like, Zeus does so much There is so much that Liv Sandbox have to figure out. And Kyle, once again, looking for that flank angle, the flash in, they're still going for it as they dive on top of Gumayushi, and there is the eradication immediately by Teddy. He's going to grab yet another one. It's a double for Closer. Zeus is just going to get singled out and destroyed. Closer goes golden here as well, and will be able to take down Faker. His previous mentor will be taken down, and Zeus will be flashed after as well. It's Willa that'll finish that one off, and now Liv Sandbox will get to work on the Nexus. What a fantastic game, and it felt like they'd thrown away all control, and they kept it together, and they managed to take down T1 here in game number 2. And do you know what the best part is, Wolf? We get another one, because this is just an evening out of the series.
Kyle making it happen again. 2 big flanks on the Rel to give them, first of all, the fight that wins them control of the map ultimately, and the second one to just end it all, as T1 have very limited options against this aggressive composition that has both dive and incredible poke. That's the power of Kai'Sa. I think definitely needing a look here in draft. They opted into this Kai'Sa pick. They said, you can have that. We don't care about that. We're going to have the answer. But ultimately, in a 40-minute game, you don't have the answer to that, actually. And the Nocturne ended up working out so brilliantly here for Liv Sandbox. Excuse me. It was a back-and-forth game, though. It was a crazy pause, but we're going to 3.
It's nutty. And I'm so glad that we're going to 3 as well. And the fact that like Willow misses like 3 pivotal spell shields, like there was so much drama in this game, man. I don't know what to expect from game number 3, but I think I could do with something a little bit more calm. Can we just have like Nasus and Viger and just farm things up, you know, just get some stacks? That's what I like to see. Is Teddy does a bajillion damage. Yeah. I think it's somewhere around the ballpark of a bajillion.
44.4. That's a pretty cursed number. That means death in Asia.
Ah, yeah, that's true.
That's like 666 where I'm from, you know.
Yeah, there's not a lot of 4th floors that you can stay on at a hotel. Let's just say that much. And on that note, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, and then game number 3. We'll see you there.
보자. 야, 이거 볼래?
받아.
내리 높을.
이겨.
천천히.
세주.
세주 볼래?
나르. 너네 따냐? 너네가 따지. 나 믿음 있게.
딸만해. 천천히.
가자. 잡았어.
그래, 이겨보자. 일단 이겨야지.
가야지.
이겨야지.
아, 진호아 가야지.
미안해.
아니야.
됐다.
내가 미안하다. 내가 못했다.
동대 그냥
다음 판 집중 잘하자.
다음 판 잘하자. 파이팅.
진성이 형 좋다.
나이스.
대전 마이시티.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after that crazy game number 2 that was going both ways. Started off really good for Liv Sandbox, and then immediately T1 started to come back, but eventually Liv Sandbox did get across the line, bringing us to 1-1. Ox and Huni, what do you think about this game number 2?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like any fans watching will have been like, "We're back." No, it's over. We're back. No, it's so over. But yeah, the Liv Sandbox draft, I really like. I think Nocturne Ari has kind of had a resurgence for the Ari specifically, but it's such a powerful combo because Nocturne makes the engages so hard to deal with because he puts the lights out. And Ari, one of her original really strong pairings was the Ari Vi because they could dive in together. Whenever Vi reached a target, Ari was there to follow up. And it works similarly here, right? Nocturne dives in, gets on top of someone, and Closer was always ensuring he was there too to follow up. And it fits really well with the Rel and the Kaiser as well. So I think it gave them great tools to start things off.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Like, it's like usually when you play double AD carry, like the Jax Counter-Strike is like it's a really big counter, but you also need to know that the Nocturne Paranoia also counters really, really hard against all of AD carry. I mean, it impacts like so much. But game overall, it was like really hectic, and it's like the small mistake, it actually mattered a lot harder this game.
Yeah. Also, the team that had Cassante ending up winning both of those games. Pretty interesting. Let's get into highlight number 1 and just break this down immediately. Started off with a big win early on for Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, so I think initially the focus comes down on Awilla and T1 actually get a pretty good start, but I think what Liv Sandbox did really well in this game was managing to find like these fantastic angles where they're flanking around. You know, Faker tries to escape, but they're just still diving on him. You know, they ult after him when he jumps away, they follow him to the end, and it's this hyper mobility. Everyone on Liv Sandbox is capable of chasing down targets.
Yeah, I mean, in this fight, especially for Liv Sandbox, like I think they're recognizing the carries are split, and it's not with this team like actually just 5 people say in the same spot like that. That thing is like they recognize it's like so fast, and it's like the decisive that like even though they get outnumbered, like they know like how to win in the fight. Like they already kind of like lost a member, but they recovered like right after.
Yeah, it was really cool to see, and Liv Sandbox did a lot with this lead, but we're going to jump straight to 33 minutes in the game where Liv Sandbox able to get a couple of big picks to get them even farther ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, T1 had sort of had a big comeback, but in this situation, the jump isn't enough against this composition. They'll chase you down after it. Faker not having the best performance, you know, jumped away there, got caught out, and here, the assassination from Teddy, so well played, waiting basically those W's back up, basically for the latest moment he could ult in and catches Faker completely off guard.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a little abuse. Like, I think he was like, it wasn't like there's a lot of the great communication between the Rakan. Probably, if you want to lane clear, like the for sure Rakan should be like right next to it when he get like if he can actually get picked up. But if that picked up, like it actually causes so much cost. Like they lost the inhibitor, they lost all the turret, like the snowball from Lee Sandbox. It makes the so easy for them to play like overall the rest of the game.
Yeah, it was pretty big, and you know this led to Liv Sandbox kind of wrestling back control. They had it early. T1 took a couple of fights, and then we had these picks, and then eventually we got to this crazy fight towards the end. A fantastic engage comes in from Kyle,
and just such confidence. You know, at this point of the game, you don't feel tanky no matter what support you're playing. You're level 14 when everyone else is level 18. You feel like you get a one shot, but get one shot, but you dive in. Managed to make the play happen, and the rest of the team once again can follow up, and we even have on the side of the fight Closer getting the 1v1 against Faker. Really solid performance.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys actually recognize this, like all the highlight, like Leap Sandbox abuse, like Zeus is not there with the team, like they abuse is so hard at every single team fight. Before Zeus, he's the one actually most fed member before he arrived in the fight. It's just the fight is over because Leap Sandbox like this game, it was really decisiveness, and it was like really fast and catchy.
I think if you're playing a composition like this, you have all the tools to fight whenever you want, wherever you want. If someone's out of position, you can go, but you have to play it like that. You have to play decisively. You can't be hesitating, and it's so good to see Liv Sandbox, especially after the rough season they've had so far, to be playing in such a decisive manner.
Yeah, they're really on the up and up. That's a lot of what we've seen from them recently and how they are getting some wins back on the board. Let's take a look at the POG on the side of Liv Sandbox here for game number 2. It will be Teddy on the Kai'Sa. And I feel like, you know, a couple of big pickoffs in the later stages of the game might have led to this vote.
Yeah, I think the play here, the 1v1 against Gumayusi, I think Gumayusi honestly kind of disrespecting the Kai'Sa here, but trapped in a situation you can't get out. There were some definite highlight moments from Teddy, and I think he did his job well. There was also some little oopsie daisies, but ultimately kind of seeing the return to form we'd kind of hoped for when Teddy came back into the league.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I was like, you know, leaning forward to Teddy, but you know, Dan said, we gotta go Rel. So it's not me.
You know what? I'm happy with the Rel vote. I'm happy with the Rel vote.
It's not me.
Yeah. That final engage, a lot of the engage is really good. Teddy also made that oopsie in the top lane. I'm happy with the Rel vote. Look, if you want to be, see who voted for Teddy. Media. Your media.
So you're blaming KRcaster as well.
I didn't say that.
It's just all media, like, see how it's connected? Yeah, I wanted to vote for closers, so just don't even include me in this this whole thing. But yeah, it was a great performance from the side of Liv Sandbox. T1, they have selected the blue side, moving into game number 3, which has been the winning side so far. And we'll see how this goes for them.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned it, like, I think the next series also K'Sante will be the key card, actually. Like, it's actually just unlosable right now. Also, it's so much impact in the team fight. Looking great.
Yeah, it's definitely a big deal for sure, but we'll have to wait and see how this draft does go. Let's go back to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you so much, Valdez and the Astronauts, for the breakdown of game number 2. It was a long one. It was a slog, and Teddy picks up the POG in the end. Huge respect to the Kyle votes as well.
Yeah, I was on your side, Ox. I also put Kyle down. Okay, those 2 engages were, you know, pretty strong. Although there were some pretty sick moments for Teddy there as well.
I think it's well-deserved on all sides. I think that everyone voting today, great work. Really good job. And I think we're all together on this one. As Liv Sandbox will move towards the red side once again. It's what they elected to do in game number 1. T1 back on the winning side. And we'll see whether it's going to be the same amount of success. I think the Maokai is what's really going to change, because I assume Liv Sandbox are not going to let that one be first picked again. And so, do Liv Sandbox have anti-Kai'Sa tech that they have prepared as well?
Because I don't think T1 have any interest in watching Teddy play Kai'Sa in the late game again.
Nope.
Closer's been pretty reliant on this LeBlanc, which is what we were talking about earlier in the drafts, because they just don't want to allow him to have any playmaking. T1 also voting Kyle for POG with that Rel ban. And let's see what the final bans are going to look like here, because Aatrox is taken off the table here in this Liv Sandbox. See if they want to just ban the Kai'Sa or if they're going to give Guma an opportunity. As once again, Yone taken away with the Sejuani. They don't want to prioritize over Kai'Sa. You got to either let the Maokai or the Kai'Sa through, Liv Sandbox. Which one are you going to give up?
Of course, Sejuani also, but I think that they're leaning towards the Maokai.
And the Jax is still up and available. The Nico is just going to remain the ban here. Same bans as game number 1. So the tree still up and available. And I would like to see Jax Sejuani if the tree is opted into, and then maybe Liv Sandbox can play through that.
But the tree is really good into Jax Sejuani as well. So I think both teams potentially getting a lot out of this one, as you can, of course, now go for Jax and Kai'Sa, and then lock the Sejuani on 3 if you'd like. The Rel being gone does hurt some of the power of the Kai'Sa, hurts some of the power of the Jax. As Closer's going to go to that Azir, it looks like here, the 1-6 that we talked about earlier, it has not been a very successful champion for him this season. He's going to lock it in nonetheless here. Very bold choice in this final game that Liv Sandbox could use to try to push themselves one step closer to playoffs. It would really only be DRX they're competing with if they win this final game. And I think Sejuani, still very strong here, works well with Azir, even though you don't have that insane permafrost synergy.
The Kai'Sa also still up and available. I think that, I mean, it was so pivotal. Still, the Sejuani priority is so strange because they already have a jungle locked in, but T1, they can flex the Maokai towards the bottom lane and Liv Sandbox wanting to respect that.
Let's see if Faker is willing to play Tristana again as well into this Azir. You could go for a Maokai and lock in the Tristana because they want to prioritize Zeus's anti-Kai'Sa Xayah here and say, yeah, you can have Kai'Sa, we're going to have the answer. You also won't get that Jax if you want that. So we're getting really down to the wire. Like, we're going down to 0 seconds on these picks because the choices here and the trade-offs of so many OP champions with everything that's left available is quite high. So now you have the answer, quote-unquote, to Kai'Sa, but I don't feel great about this for T1 considering how well Teddy has played it both times already. I'll get the Rakan with this too, but Liv Sandbox, another Kai'Sa game perhaps with a lot of peel. Otherwise, you get Jax Sejuani. That's the other thing. I mean, they don't have to necessarily lock the Kai'Sa in here into the Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, it's sort of like a bevy of options that they have available to them. And Teddy says that his champion pool is wide enough and he can suffer a couple of bans here. One of them to the Kai'Sa and the other one to something else that they do not want to deal with.
It's wild. They're going to trust Clear to this. But yeah, there's so many great picks available. They're like, yeah, but is Sejuani Jax broken or is Kai'Sa more broken? And they have actually thought about this quite a bit. And I love that they use all of the time to talk about some potential bans as well after locking this Jax down, because you could ban the Renekton away, thin out that top side pool. You could also just ban Cassante. Cassante Xayah, the tried and true front-to-back attempt we've seen so much. Jace here, taken away from Faker as well.
I think Jace Rumble need to be banned because I think that Zeus, even though it's Jax Sejuani and woo, it's really strong, but Zeus just destroys people on that pick, and it means that Faker can go towards a more AD focused pick. Of course, the Jace not available, but there are other choices that he could make.
Yeah,
and T1's composition would look scary.
The cool thing about Rumble is he's not a tank, but Equalizer is the tank for your front to back actually in those fights. And if he's got a good setup with the Maokai, it becomes incredibly strong. Love this Zeri ban because front to back with Jax, Azir, Sejuani is so easy. And Teddy's going to opt in to having a little bit more range here in this Ezreal pick.
Was flirting with the Vayne pickup. Ezreal, the champion that he was playing in that game that we were talking about that went 92 minutes. Very cool. Actually, no. Was he the Sivir? No, it was Bang that was playing the Ezreal. Never mind.
Yeah.
Ezreal was in the game, though, so I guess there's that. The Cassante that Huni stated is very, very high priority at the moment will be considered here by T1.
Instead of banning the Cassante, they banned the Tristana, so see if Faker wants to play this. Okay,
that's Azereth. This is the oldest Azir counter that we have ever had. I remember this in 2015 in the LPL. Xiaohu playing both sides of this matchup when he was on Gamti, a team that no one even remembers anymore.
It's the newest not counter to Azir, though, apparently, because it's 0-3. It has been attempted multiple times here as...
By Bulldog, as Ona goes back to his favorite, and that is top Maokai.
All right, so top
Lee
Maokai.
Sin?
Could be top Lee Sin, but probably not into Jax. Sounds pretty.
And it's Ona, so like, would Ona let anybody else on the team play Lee Sin? I don't think so.
They're having a little bit of a setup here where, remember we talked about what Maokai does for Jace?
You know, we're like, oh yeah, lock him down, do all that poke damage. You know, what he does for Varus, yeah, get that poke damage in there. What it is for Xerath, pretty similar. Xerath does a ton of damage from very far away. Don't have the equalizer.
It is top Lee Sin. Okay, there we go.
All right. So Maokai will be able to set up the Xerath in a lot of different team fights here. And this is Zeus saying, I can play Lee Sin into this Jax. Clear is just going to get destroyed by me. I've destroyed him in lane already this series. I'm ready to do it again. And I have the confidence that I can, with some of these slows, actually navigate these fights. Obviously, you can play around. Both of these champions can jump towards, so it's going to get a little bit crazy up there in terms of mobility and trying to avoid the counter-strike. I think re-engaging after the counter-strike, after ward hopping. There are ways to finesse this one, absolutely, as the Lee Sin, but it feels really risky, and the Xerath, extremely fragile into what Live Sandbox have put together here. It's just an untested composition here. You could see the theory behind it for T1, but I'm not ready to trust it just yet, to be honest with you, Atlas.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a risk that they are perhaps taking here as Faker goes back to the oldest tech in the book, the Shuriman matchup between Xerath and Azir, a battle that's dated back 8 years. Absolutely insane. On the other side, Live Sandbox do have one of the oldest bottom lanes, the Ezreal Leona, to come through here. The Jax and Sejuani going to be a big focal point, and Closer trying to redeem himself on the Azir. So many stories, let's get into it. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Faker currently just like scanning over the passive, and he's like, wait, that doesn't give me armor anymore? What is going on here? As of course, that was changed like 6 years ago, I imagine.
Can we get
this? Put in a fair bit of practice, and it is actually Maokai top. So never mind. Ona is the one playing the Lee Sin. So it's what we thought at the beginning, and I got bamboozled.
Yeah, I really didn't see an angle to where Lee Sin feels like a good choice into the Jax. So I was like trying to like 400 degrees, like figure out like, oh, is it like well hop angle? But
if he jumps in with Counter Strike, you can kick him back. As yeah, Faker's gonna have to flash.
Also, here's the other thing. Like, regardless of Lee Sin versus, and yeah, I do like the what you're saying about the dragon kick there into the Counter Strike.
No, it's not great. I don't think the cooldown timers match up all that well.
But this is a flashless Xerath. Now the thing about Xerath was like he channels. That's where he's vulnerable to Sejuani ult into Azir ult. Now, luckily, he flashed at level 1, so before Closer gets level 6, you know, we're getting to a period where he's going to be getting that one back up and should be okay in this game. It's not going to be the end of the world that he has to flash early, but it's a little bit problematic. Very immobile into a comp that has insanely strong engage and also follow-up damage. So, you know, you're playing with an Ezreal that can poke more consistently with lower cooldown than the Xerath can, and the hard engaged Leona, Azir, Sejuani, Jax. As this top matchup should be pretty fun to watch because obviously Zeus can, with his passive, trade pretty aggressively and heal up a lot, and went for cookies, has 2 potions here, went for the Doran's Ring as well for some additional mana, so he wants to be trading often. And he has a Lee Sin to come up here for some gank assist. Let's see how this one plays out, because it's the first time Zeus has played this career.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one. Playing the tank variety as well does have the Grasp of the Undying. And the theory is that Clear dives in, has his Counter-Strike, and you just brambly smash him away.
Yeah.
And then you rinse and repeat.
It's like you get to play Maokai, but he's Gragas. Like this.
Yeah.
Push him away.
Then Bramble Smash doesn't work. But still, if Clear walks at you and presses Empower a few times, it might be that you still just don't have a great time. So the early laning phase, as you can see, going quite well for the Jax.
Yeah. You know, Maokai's basically Gragas with a root. He's got sapling, throws a sapling, just like Gragas throws the barrel.
What? It's like Gragas if the barrels waddled after you after they were thrown down. And the cask was actually instead a whole bunch of roots that chase you down the lane, which I don't think has very much similarity, but maybe we'll just go with the base kit.
Yeah, maybe just the punch and the seed.
Yeah. It is a very similar vibe. You're exactly right.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's relevant how it's going to play out in this matchup, as T1 going to group here for this first scuttle, as Willer pings he's going in on the top scuttle.
And it's just going to be a trade like that. Looked a little bit like maybe there was going to be a scuffle, but definitely not going to happen at this stage, as Willer will be able to clear this before Owner can come up and do anything about it. As Owner's going to hide over here.
Faker just trying to look tasty, and Closer is not going to bite. Kind of knew that there might be a Lee Sin lurking. And he's going to take a little bit of damage. Q is going to land, as now Owner is going to go for a back, and so is Willer. Just kind of right next to each other. It's kind of cute.
If Owner goes in there onto Closer, you know, Closer doesn't have 6 just yet, he can push him out of lane with the red buff, and then Closer's teleport that he just used is useless, and he's going to lose a lot of control. Faker hasn't teleported just yet, so trying to use his Doran's ring poke to sustain a little bit longer here and stick around, but will ultimately himself also have to back, as Closer's going to try to freeze him out of a cannon. Won't be successful.
Ooh, that is a cannon being taken there by Zeus, and actually wins out quite nicely in the trade. Doesn't have a lot of mana left available, but has some cookies to eat, as Owner, a possible first blood angle here, is clear. Will have the counter-strike back up and available. Zeus was trying to get it out, and Willer here for the counter gank. Should be a 2v2 if Owner is going to go in. But as you can see, Clear just does not want any part of this whatsoever. Twisted Advance comes down. There's the counter-strike. He uses it a little early, and the flash comes through. Owner is going to be able to pick that one up, and Willer decided to abandon ship. Doesn't want anything to do with it, and so that is going to be a great start in the top lane for T1.
And Clear honestly seemed so aware of it, that this is coming, and yet still ends up getting caught with a counter-strike coming through. Outplayed by Owner, flashing to get the kill there in the end, and that is going to be a dead Jax here. First blood and a pickaxe picked up here for Owner. So much value in this early game. Trying to make a play mid, doesn't find the angle. Closer's too respectful, tests out the other solo laner, and will be able to sneak his way in there. Really well played, using the ward hop. Clear just thought he was safe. He's like, there's no way he engages from that far away. I put a ward in the bush, and then he just hops his way in. And we'll watch it one more time. So he has this ward here. And he's like, all right, let's go for this. Ward hops in, gets the Q, counter-strike goes down. He flash E's to secure the kill. Can't get your way out of that one. The AoE is just too big.
Yep, not going to be able to find your way out, so really nicely played. Of course, Owner just fantastic on this Lee Sin as Clear is ulted. Zeus is going to do the same thing and look to try and escape. Decent sidestep there on the Bramble Smash as Clear gets the biggest button out of Zeus outside of the flash. Does have to sacrifice his own, and he's still winning in farm. So the Jax, he does die for first blood, right? But as far as how the dust settles, T1 winning in other lanes. You can see here towards the bottom side that Gumayusi Carrier are doing a great job into Teddy and Kyle.
Owner
Ezreal struggling.
For context, Owner's Lee Sin hovering on a 90+ win rate for majority of his career.
Yep.
He does not miss on this champion, and it was coming over here to potentially make another play happen. He's just so good on it. He's making impacts in all 3 lanes now. And despite having to flash there, securing that kill and helping to secure a little bit of prio here was the idea. He doesn't find anything. It will actually be the Drake going over to Live Sandbox, the first of the game. I'm more curious, more than anything else, like T1, yeah, they've got a pretty significant gold lead right now. In fact, 1,000 that they have. But I'm curious how this Xerath is going to work out in practice, because he hasn't been punished in lane outside of the level 1 where he lost flash. Ultimately, it doesn't end up mattering because Faker's a really good player, knows how to play around that disadvantage.
You're also very high range, so you never really have to walk that far up.
Yeah.
As you can see here. Thanks for the demonstration there, Faker.
But it is going to be, you know, potentially an issue in 5v5 fights where you have to show up, and yeah, you can poke a little bit, but those cooldowns are not as short as Ezreal's, so competing with his poke is going to be a little bit tough as Owner comes in.
Yeah, and Willa is right here. Does Winter's Wrath the Bramble back all the way back towards the Lee Sin. As Perrier and Faker moving on up, and Clear is going to come down. Spots exactly what's going on. Arcana Pulse will not find the target. I believe that's what the ability's called. It's been quite some time. And Willa will eventually just be gifted his Bramble back.
The OG Extendo Beam.
The OG Extendo Beam, indeed. I know the ult is Rite of the Arcane. That is the only thing that I really remember. As that is Shocking Orb.
Xerath flashing here as well.
Yeah, I wonder where that one came from. As Closer still has his ultimate.
That's strange. Yeah, is Xerath confirmed for Arcane Season 2?
Oh,
Bad chest?
I mean, they took Maokai out of Arcane because they changed his Q to Bramble Smash instead of Arcane Smash. He could have been in Arcane.
I walked right into that one. I was like, oh no, I didn't know that. Like, was that confirmed in the interview? Like,
his voice was too gruff. You know, we might have got sued by Tolkien's estate. You know, it could have been a problem. The Ents would have, they would have demanded an end mood. As okay, Willa is going to get knocked up. There's the shocking orb that we were talking about before, and Ona going to claim his second victim here. Willa just caught trying to steal some popcorn that he was not allowed.
Really successful early game here for Owner. Yeah, Faker doesn't have flash, doesn't matter. He's got CC. He's going to use it there with Keria hiding in the red buff pit. And they lurk around and make the play. Keria flashing for it. It's a successful second kill. This Lee Sin starting to be a problem already, and now they're even going to come over here and look to steal away the blue buff. Teddy low on mana.
All right, Kyle is just looking for this one. They do Blast Cone Keria out of there, but he safeguards towards the Rakan. This duo is a lot of dashing to each other. They can leapfrog very effectively. It allows them to very comfortably close distances and get away.
So Keria just hanging out on red buff here. Kyle over the wall, no way to help out his jungler, who's just going to get destroyed here by the kick into second activation of the Q. The execute going to be enough damage to make sure he gets it over Keria's ignite.
Did Kyle like flash into the
hex
Dragon
flashed
Pit or something? Oh, he hex flashed.
Yeah, he was charging that because he just thought, okay, well, we're getting out of here, not going to contest anymore. And then Sejuani is not so lucky.
And this mid lane is very comfortable. You can see Keria diving on over. Faker is going to be assisted, but Closer has been relatively unfettered in this lane.
Guma also just kind of freely taking plate gold down here and getting a 10 CS lead without really any help. Keria has been roaming around with Kyle, and in the 1v1, he's really just crushing the early game here. 2 plates for Isaiah with no resources really committed. And Owner's looking for more with this Rift Herald here, trying to push this Jax out. Nature's Grasp available.
Yeah, Closer, no teleport as there is the dive attempt. They do Bramble Smash him back as, oh my god, that was actually just a beautiful twisted advance. As Owner, Clear is going to be able to create enough distance, and Closer's moving up. T1 just not wanting to overcommit. I respect them not biting off more than they could chew.
Yeah, it's a Jax. He flashes. You'll take that. Grab a plate, but not going to drop the Herald here. Also, Teddy getting the True Shot Barrage to get involved as well, adding some additional damage. You just don't want to mess around with getting the Jax fed. Faker?
Okay, he's going to get stunned up, and Emperor's Divide is going to be there. Faker, of course, no flash remaining. He's just going to stand and accept his fate.
I really think the main reason why Xerath hasn't been meta for a very long time is not about like how much mana he has or whatever is in the patch notes, you know, like coming to the last few changes.
It's his R button does a lot more boomy.
Yeah. Well, in this case, yes, that is the main one where his R does a little bit more if you hit that target, but
imagine if Arcano Pulse worked kind of like Callista's auto attacks and you got to dash immediately after using it. Well, maybe that would help.
My point is that he can't really get away from stuff really well. And he doesn't have flash because he did use it earlier on in that scuffle around the enemy red buff. So Kyle is just like, that's a Xerath with no flash. Let's get him. And he got. As it turns out, unfortunately for Faker,
but that is still only the first kill here for Liv Sandbox. Not end of the world or anything like that, but T1 do still have close to a 2,000 gold lead built up. Do have a Drake that is live. And Clear is moving towards this bottom side. No teleport for Zeus. He's going to have to follow him, and he is going to do so as Rift Herald heads down the mid lane.
Yeah, just going to drop this one in for some additional prio. Closer not here. Doesn't have Emperor's Divide either. And Liv Sandbox, I think it would be a mistake to over-index into this one.
But they do have a Jax, and Zeus decided to stay top. So they have to make a decision. Either they're going to contest, or they're going to make sure that this top wave is going to be okay. And it looks like Clear has decided top wave is going to take priority. And T1 haven't started this one up just yet.
They have seen Clear, though, so they should be able to kind of figure out, all right, they're not contesting this. We don't see anybody coming to because they have both choke points warded here. And so they should be able to know, okay, there's just no contest except a True Shot Barrage, which was just used here. So should be free, but they're really taking their time with this, to be honest. Now Liv Sandbox have gotten enough control to at least put Willer and Kyle into the conversation. Teddy also going to be able to clear this wave, and still going to be the Drake going over to T1, but
The Sandbox just could not decide if they were going to fight for it or not.
Yeah, they decided in the end that they just didn't want to go for it. That ward that was sitting there was giving them all of the information that they would ever need. Decided to just play it, take it easy. And I kind of respect it. They do have a composition that it scales gloriously. Multiple win conditions available as well. We're looking at one of them right here as Zeus able to avoid the counter-strike very nicely. Clear is just getting frustrated right now by this Maokai. He's just kiting the Jax, keeping him at arm's length.
Yeah, really playing this matchup pretty well so far. And Dragons traded an Ocean Soul, our first non-Infernal of the game here, as Willer will be seen by a Sapling. That's another thing you could do with Maokai top, is just always have vision here of any weird gank timings or counter gank timings, where the enemy jungler is at all times when he's around the top side of the map. Getting all of that information feels very nice. And the next fight we're going to have here on the second Rift Herald is going to be a pretty pivotal one, especially if Teddy is able to get some kills here. It's Leandri's on this Azir. They are definitely playing into the fact that they need to be able to offer some sustained damage back into this Maokai and the Xerath poke. And they know that they have better range than the Xayah, so they can either find the Xerath or just do more damage than he does in an extended fight. They should be feeling pretty good. But they're not going to actually commit to the group on Herald. They're a little bit slow to this one. Looks like Teddy's going to stay in the area. They're just going to let this one go, and Faker very respectfully says, you know what, looks like they're not contesting Herald. I'm not going to be anywhere near a potential engage.
Well, Right of the Arcane, as we were talking about before, is the rights to Arcane, I believe, still are in Riot Games' hands, but they are now in the bottom lane as well, as they just destroyed the minions. And T1 now just moved from taking the Herald to taking first brick towards his top side, most likely, unless Closer can get this one done earlier. I don't think that it is anywhere near low enough, and certainly not a lot of damage was done to it prior as Willa. Waiting in the wings. You can see Gumushi taking a little bit of damage here as the Glacial Prison does go a bit wide. I'd say, you know, a bit wide if you call wide heading to Narnia.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's quite wide, actually,
yeah,
I would say. Not really that close.
And the outer turret now going to fall down. Kyle in a bit of trouble here as he walked pretty far forward, but they don't get a secondary charge.
2 turrets for 1, slower turret for Live Sandbox. T1 winning the macro exchange here. And it would have been okay for Live Sandbox if they had killed Faker bottom, but he just walked away, gave up some CS, but not even all of it. As you say, he used his ult to clear a lot of that wave, slow down the Azir turret take, and then they make that play happen topside. They drop the Herald mid, and T1 is just picking up so much gold here around the map. It's only 1 kill the advantage here, but 2,000 in gold.
Well, there is the Emperor's Divide. No kick from Ona. As the quickness comes on through, Ona going to get the mini kick into the wall as Closer is going to flash. They dive forward, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Ona tanks another turret shot, but there is no damage coming from Willa. So he's going to flash for no reason.
It's been a while since we've gotten to kind of just enjoy the Owner Lee Sin, hasn't it?
Right.
But, you know, I'm here for it right now. I'm watching the mechanics on display. Goes for the slow to guarantee the Q. Gets the kick to make sure he could do, or, you know, get in there and do all of that damage. And then it's enough to follow up there. And he goes down, and, like, there's just nothing Closer could do in this moment. You know, Emperor's Divide outplayed. And straight up, that's just a kill going over to T1 on the bottom side of the map with Live Sandbox just not getting a whole lot of control anywhere, to be frank with you, Atlas.
Yeah, everything is on this Lee Sin now. Owner is just massive. And as we saw, Closer does manage to Emperor's Divide. That's decent.
Yeah.
But still, the flash quickness, the kick into the wall. And we're just seeing like the power of this combo, right? The Rakan Lee Sin is just such a great CC duo, so mobile.
Yeah. It was actually, of course, Keria who allowed him to outplay the Emperor's Divide. Misspoke there. And Live Sandbox, you know, you fall into a bit of a hole here, but there are some good angles to come back in this game. You know, again, the ease of executing Faker with his lack of mobility. Obviously, the side lane of the Jax. A little bit tougher in this game, obviously, when you lose a lot of control, for Clear to be able to put pressure on, even though, you know, eventually he should be able to get on top of this Maokai, even with the punches denying some of his early game counter-strikes. His owner is looking for more. He says, oh, Closer, no flash. Let's see if we can get some other people to come over here. We'll get Kyle's attention.
Yeah, a little bit of a kick down there. And if all of your kills are on a Lee Sin, it can be a little bit worrying, right? Because Lee Sin doesn't exactly have the greatest scaling in the universe. As you get to later in the game, yes, he might be a little bit tankier and stuff like that, but it is not necessarily the be-all and end-all. Unless you're in solo queue and, you know, he's building lethality Lee Sin or something like that, and he just steamrolls everyone. But when the phalanxes are set up, it's the kicks that are going to really do it. But Owner has demonstrated to us many, many times that he can get that done. As closer, he's going to have to get out of there. Faker just slowing him down, throwing all of his abilities out. That is going to guarantee that this first Ocean does go to T1.
And Ocean Drakes against all of the poke of both of these compositions feels really valuable for both teams. The Soul obviously going to feel great too because you're going to be able to reliably proc it with these poke champions who will be kind of dueling against each other. And I'm mostly talking about Xerath versus Ezreal, and see that Faker is going to lurk around in this area, potentially deny it back.
Kyle is going to stop it. Oh man, he is being so annoying. See, Faker like just barely getting into range is now okay. Kyle is desperately trying to get this kill.
He's greeting Faker.
Yeah, there's the Solar Flare, gets the flash. You will take that trade if you are Liv Sandbox, but still, they're not going to be able to get a kill. And that is a fair few resources invested towards the bottom lane just to get a flash out of Faker.
Yeah, T1 are going to get some deep vision for this. You know, Faker's calling, all right, at least get something on the top side. I'm unsuccessful here at really getting high value. We'll have to flash, but you can see that Kyle staying means that there's a lot of lack of vision here now on the top side of the jungle here for Liv Sandbox, which is very annoying and frustrating to play into this Fed Lee Sin, who now has a cleaver picked up here sub 20 minutes. So 2 items for Owner, 2 items for the Maokai, who's starting to get a little bit tankier. And Faker maybe, you know, a little bit behind here in terms of CS, but he's maintained item parity thus far with Closer. No objective to fight over here for the next 3 minutes. And it's really the onus on T1 to try to use this gold lead for Owner to find picks. You can see that they're trying to push around that top side, get some deep vision around this Baron, and threaten Liv Sandbox into fights that Liv Sandbox definitely don't want to take right now.
Yeah, I think that Liv Sandbox are pretty capable of playing the waiting game in a game like this, but it might be too difficult for them to be able to do so whilst keeping their turrets alive, because the amount of siege potential of T1 is actually very high if they are in a good position in this game. And right now, you're in a decent position, close to 3,000 gold in the lead. But you're seeing a clear win condition right here. Oh man, I walked into that, didn't I? Aha. Well, he's on a Jax, you know, he's a split pushing champion. They can often be used to win the game. Sue me.
The annoying thing about playing Jax into a Maokai in the side lane is that if there's anybody nearby, you will get rooted by the Maokai with the ultimate and then probably die. So it's really difficult. Even if the Maokai is trying to like clear vision, or you think you don't know where the Maokai is, you can engage from so far away with that Nature's Grasp. But even if you get away, you're going to have a problematic situation. Now, T1 have cleared some deep vision here, like we were talking about. They've constantly been surfing around this Baron pit, and they're going to start this off. And Liv Sandbox have to commit a teleport here to contest.
Yeah, they're just getting on in there. This could just be a flip as Faker is coming over. There's the Arcano Pulse. They get the kick out. There is the secure, but can they win the fight? The True Shot Barrage does decent work as Closer looking for his angle. He gets in and finds 2, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. The Rite of the Arcane is soaring through, and it's so much damage as Gumayusi as well, doing a whole bunch. Teddy just trying to get that footwork to work out as the Q is going to miss. And now Teddy is looking for the carry angle, but Owner, he sinks his fangs in, and that is going to be that. Kyle, nothing that he can do. It was almost super carry Teddy, but it wasn't. The ace in the end, the Baron on top, and T1, I think they are going to be able to take this game.
It looks likely, and I mean, they could just push for this inhibitor right now. All these death timers coming up pretty soon here, since we're only 22 minutes into the game. See if they actually do commit all the way to that inhibitor. They're just going to use the Baron-empowered recalls. But watch this fight because it's beautiful. Got a ward over the pit. You are so far away as Clear, or rather as Willer. They know this. They has ulted. He can't contest, kicks him away. And then, where's Xerath? Oh, he's on another planet doing damage in this fight?
Yeah.
How can we counterplay that? Can't get on top of the Xerath if he's actually in a different Summoner's Rift. As watch Faker just take pot shots here. Closes it for his Divide attempt. This outplayed here by T1. Guma's got his ultimate, and he'll live long enough here. And then Faker at full health. By the time he joins in the fight, he doesn't care about Teddy's damage. He's just putting so much in. And Keria, look at that, zipping through, giving an additional shield. And once the enemy Teddy, the enemy Ezreal is dead, it is just so easy to clean up the last part of that fight. And now, 5 kills on Owner.
Guma got a bounty. Faker got a bounty. Look at that gold lead just explode, doubling here for T1.
Yeah, the good old Baron plus Ace situation, the 5,000 gold Baron power play. Clear is going to move it maybe to a 4.5, but we're going to see T1 trying to gather some more here as, yeah, the Space Nature's Grasp does come through. Kyle trying to escape this one, right of the Arcane, kind of terrifying. At this point in time, does push them all the way back, and the inner turret will be secured. Wow.
Horizon Folk, and he's like, this item was made for Xerath.
I mean, it does really work. It is like, if you have a look at the icon, it looks a little bit like Little Xerath.
Yeah, kind of. It's like,
I can see his hand on the left there.
yeah, it's like a wing or a hand or something. I've never really looked at it that closely.
I've never actually looked at it closely ever.
It looked like a stopwatch that went wrong, you know?
Yeah.
Something
Been a
evil
bit
about
squid.
this stopwatch.
It's like, no, someone hasn't like played the rearranged game in Banjo-Kazooie yet on the puzzle, and so like it's not actually working.
But then eventually you can go to stopwatch
Yeah,
land.
eventually it's a stopwatch. You know, you have to spin it around a little bit.
Well, this one looks pretty rough for Live Sandbox, and what this means is if Live Sandbox lose this, nothing is decided today in terms of playoffs. Bro already eliminated, of course. Nothing happens to T1 either. They're not going to move up. They'll end the season at 50-50, 9-9 for the season. They'll stay in 5th place. But for Live Sandbox, you really want to fight back for this one, because if you win this, you're only competing with DRX. You eliminate Nongshim and Kwangdong Freaks if you are able to win this final game. But it doesn't look likely anymore after that absolute crushing defeat on the Baron.
And you can see Zeus he's like, oh no, man, like, this was so easy. You just press the R button and take whichever turret you want. This is crazy.
Yeah.
And it's kind of true as, all right, Clear, let's see whether this is going to work. First step, not quite figured out yet, as now the engage comes through, and T1 are just going to try and catch them before the Jax even arrives. Empress Divide does nothing because Twisted Advance doesn't allow you to be targetable. And once again, it is Faker going down, but he is the only one, and Clear has 4 friends willing to take him out. That is going to be a triple for Gumayusi, and T1 will now march their way up this top lane. There is still a Kyle back alive, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to stop this base from being broken.
One man against the world.
Yeah.
Is going to try to come over here, as T1 don't have a top wave just yet, but they will in just a second here as they instantly clear the wave with Guma's Feathers. Looks like it's going to be enough time here for Closer to respawn. He won't have ult, and T1 actually unable to get this inhibitor either, just the turret to fall down. And I mean, at this point in time, they're so ahead that I can't imagine a world where Live Sandbox come back, but you had to use a lot of ultimates to win this one. The Nature's Grasp allows you to siege up the turret, and then True Shot Barrage comes through. Clear tries to go for the flank angle here, and T1 are like, wait, where's Jax? We should probably just push towards Live Sandbox.
They had a control ward near where the teleport was coming in, so I think they knew exactly what was going on.
Yeah, well, either way,
yeah,
either way, I mean, they're just like, well, he's over there somewhere, whether they saw him with the control ward or the fact that he's missing or not. They're like, well, he's definitely not with the rest of the team. They make the call to engage, and it's just an easy one, as Live Sandbox are trying to dangle this out and hard force, and T1 are just like, nah, I'm not playing that fancy game. I'm just going to go kill you.
And the Xerath kind of working out there, you know, distracted the Jax for long enough for the rest of the team to just destroy everyone. Clear is now in a side lane. This is where Jax loves being, but he's going to have some company. It's going to be Zeus moving down and doesn't have any extra friends. Clear looking for that extra level in his ultimate if he can find it. Doesn't have level 16 available just yet.
Stopwatch broken for Clear. Just not a whole lot he can do over there on his own in the 1v1, especially when Faker has teleport.
Yeah, Teddy. Arcane shifting forward. Does need to be a little bit careful about that one. And Ona has GA done. 3 items on the jungler. I mean, there are barely 2 for Willer. In fact, there aren't 2. As the ulti is once again going to go wide. Willer just not having the greatest of days today. As Ona now looks for the angle. Emperor's Divide is going to land onto Ona, who will be taken down to his GA. Will it be enough, though, as there is the grand entrance, and the right of the Arcane just comes down. Faker, I think, might die again, or maybe this, no, the Empower is going to work out. Leap Strike comes through there for Clear, so he will escape. Teddy wanted no part of this, and so it's a 3-for-1.
Yeah, he's going to at least keep this mid-wave occupied right now, but the top wave is going to be the problem here for Live Sandbox. Once this Baron
gets taken as Teddy is just, he's down here trying to steal away as many pieces of gold as he can from T1 as they take the Baron. Baron going over now. Teddy's going to get out with his life here. But the top push to inhibitor to potentially end is real. Now Drake is spawning here in 40 seconds. T1 will have guaranteed prio. And this call here from Owner looks a little bit silly, but Keria and he always had a plan to look for a forced engage here. And when Owner ends up popping his GA, what he's also done is gotten Emperor's Divide, which is Keria's worst enemy when he's trying to make plays like this one. Flash, triple charm, double knock up, Xerath for the follow-up, easy.
It's just absurd. Like, the amount of Blade Caller plus Xerath damage is just nutty. As he's having a giggle about this Xerath
He's having
experience.
a fun time.
It's just... oh, okay, well, clear. Oh, the DDR! Look at those young hands! Oh my god, it's not enough.
Got burned.
He was dancing. Immediately, he builds a Zhonya. So he's like, well, maybe I can avoid it next time around.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if there will be a next time. There might not be. In this game, as Liv Sandbox have really held on to that thread, that final thread they're hanging on to for so long here. Teddy has been able to get his Soreldas. You know, there's a death cap in Closer's near future here. His Ocean Soul now secured for T1, and they still have 90 seconds, 95 seconds left on this Baron to try to push to end here, but no inhibs have gone down.
Keria could find a potential angle with Sandbox a little bit split up here. Teddy, he's got 3 items like you were talking about, but it really just doesn't feel like he's doing any damage at all. As you can see, just tickling both Keria and Zeus. It's actually a very tanky Rakan. 14 assists in this game.
Yeah, really difficult to get through this Maokai as well, as Guma is just never really under threat. It's hard to hit this guy when he's perfectly positioned every time.
Well, Keria dashing around. Kyle looks for the back line. They do manage to find the front line as Zeus may be taken down low, but he's got so many tools to keep him alive. Teddy at full health right now, as it's only Kyle that has fallen just yet. The first inhibitor will be taken, and T1 5 versus 4 now. It's the war of attrition. I think that if you're going to engage, maybe not the Maokai.
Yeah, probably not that one. They wanted to get on top of Guma, at least force out his ultimate. Kyle unsuccessful there. And Liv Sandbox, I mean, they're trying to use True Shot Barrage here to keep T1 at bay, at arm's length here, but there's a limit. Closer still has his Emperor's Divide. They have the Nexus turrets, and I think that's where they're going to try to make their stand here if T1 further commit. Yeah. He has full health, teleported back in.
Yeah, Gumayusi relatively low, might be a target, but Clear just walking up towards them. Closer in the back, trying to get damage down where he can. That's a beautiful stun there as Willa has to Arctic Assault himself out of the way. And Nexus turret number 1 going to fall.
Closer, no flash. Hard to find a Emperor's Divide angle here. We'll put up the Sun Disc turret to try to buy further time. One more chance.
Yeah, the Nature's Grasp does come through. Counter-Strike trying to work out, but the Dragon Rage kick is just fantastic. Kyle still manages to get in there. Emperor's Divide onto 2, but now that is not a tool that is left available. And Clear, we've seen this one before. Yeah, you might be able to kill him, but you're not even able to do that this time around, as T1, the 3rd time of asking, will claim the Nexus and make it a 2-1 over Liv Sandbox here today.
Perfect KDAs for jungle, bot, and support. Owner, Guma, and Keria absolutely having phenomenal performances. Faker dropping a few deaths, but he's on Xerath, so we'll allow it. And,
he looked like he was having a great time as well. And
really
I think in the end, that is the main thing.
So the main thing, though, really for this is that T1, Faker returns. They end up going 4-1 this week, their final week of LCK. They finish at 50-50. Won't affect them in the standings, but this win for T1 means that no one is eliminated but bro. Nongshim, Kwangdong Freaks, Liv Sandbox, all still in the standings with DRX for that final playoff spot. It's not over till it's over, and for Liv Sandbox, if you had won this one, you would have felt really good about your chances, but your final opponent is KT Rolster, and that is going to be an extremely tough final regular season match to fight for playoffs.
Exactly right. There was a chance that they'd be able to make it in with only 5 victories, Wolf, but it's looking more difficult. We get the patented Faker thumbs up here, who was just having a really good time playing Xerath. Unfortunately, there was a Jax being quite frustrating, as Gumayusi with his ring once again.
Yeah, just showing off, and
sometimes you gotta show everyone who's boss, who's the champ.
Championship rings are very slick. Zeus give one more Z. He had a fantastic day playing his first career Maokai here, and looked very well versed on it. And honestly, the way they played out these team fights was really just, you could tell they had clearly prepared this in scrims. That Baron fight was chef's kiss because you've got the block with Owner's Kick, you've got Nature's Grasp, you've got Faker from a million miles away, following up on the damage. They rushed it quickly. They had spent the last 3 or 4 minutes constantly getting the vision away from the Baron pit of Liv Sandbox, and Liv Sandbox had to come in blind. Really great macro play, and it feels like this team has come back together. It's still, again, Liv Sandbox you've defeated in a narrow victory, and Kwangdong Freaks this week, but definitely feeling a lot more confident about T1's chances of potentially making that run after this week of play.
They're just looking happier, right? And I think that is the main thing here. Like, T1 looked a little bit lost, not quite with their same level of pizzazz. And in this series and in their last one, they definitely look to be having a much better time. Also back with the creative drafts, and this time it works out beautifully. The Maokai into the Jax angle, I didn't know whether it was necessarily going to work out, but I understood why it could. And we saw Zeus actually play it really, really nicely, never finding himself as a target, and Clear really not able to get off the ground. And then, speaking of which, this is Liv Sandbox being denied a team fight before they could even start one.
Yeah. Clear, you know, he had a bit of a tough series. I think Zeus has returned to form, and the experience of a multi-time international finalist versus a player who's still in his rookie split here as Clear. I mean, technically speaking, it's not, but obviously, realistically speaking, it is. You know, the difference shows. And I think Clear has had a pretty good run so far. Like, he came in super late into the season, and I think when he joined is the beginning of Liv Sandbox actually coming back, and we're like, oh yeah, maybe Liv Sandbox could be the one that gets playoffs. But he had a bit of a tough time in this series.
Yeah, I would say that. Owner, though, he didn't have a tough time. He had just a really, really good time playing his favorite champion, his most successful champion, and making up for the fact that during the July that we'd prefer not to talk about, did suffer a loss, or at least 1 or 2 on his favorite champion. This time, yeah, sort of repairing that KDA just a little bit.
Look at that kick as well, and calling out for his ear. Finally, Emperor's Divides here. I was worried Closer was saving it for the next series, but he does push it in at the last possible second.
Save me, Faker's like, I'm alive!
Save me. And let's see how much damage on the Xerath at the end of the day. 25.4k. Pretty consistent damage in team fights. And he overall, yeah, he had to flash in some weird moments in the early game, but he knew when he was in danger, he knew where to position for this comp. And when you've got that Nature's Grasp to set you up, you're going to do a lot. And our first win for Xerath here this season.
The only other Xeraths, just to add the caveat, were played by Bulldog on a team that has a 9-loss streak at the moment. So maybe Xerath is just broken and Kwangdong Freaks are not
Faker diff.
performing very well. Yeah, Faker diff. I don't know whether the Xerath necessarily made the difference, but it did all right. And it is going to be a team interview with T1 as well, as this was their final match of the season. So that's going to be very, very cool. Before that, we are going to head over to the space. So let's hear from them as what they thought about this series.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful breakdown on the series. As yes, T1 will take the 2-1. The playoffs race for 6th place spot is still wide open, although Liv Sandbox do put themselves in a decent spot. And T1 showing that, hey, we can defeat Kwangdong. They did take the 1 loss against Liv Sandbox, but they take another win. Thoughts on the series, guys?
I think T1 kind of needed this win, like not in terms of standings, not in terms of implications, but I think in terms of rebuilding their confidence, good to get it, but not without faults. I think it's quite clear to say they cleaned up really well in this game, but obviously game 2 was a bit of a hiccup. I think a lot of it for me was not an ideal draft, I think, from Liv Sandbox. I wasn't a big fan of the Ezreal.
Well, I mean, it's the same. But, I mean, throughout this series, it's like most important thing was like the Fakers, you know, Fakers back in the Week 9. And they still had to prove that they are a strong team. They are challengeable to upper team. And to from there, it's like they had to win this series. And it's like 2-1, you know. It's like it could have been better, but draft could have been better overall. As you said, I mean, I think the Liv Sandbox, like, we saw like during the game, like Israel has actually like negative damage. Like there's no like pure 80 consistent damage like throughout there. It was like really tough to play out. Like if there's a team fight, like a Maokai was a super tanky, and all the game like Lee Sin just like everywhere.
Yeah, I kind of like the T1 because we've seen Owner be the worst performing member of T1, if I'm going to be blunt, during that rough period, but still having the confidence to give him that flex, right? They're putting the Maokai top so they can have Owner on the Lee Sin to really take over the game, which worked well. But yeah, I mean, I agree with the Ezreal point. There was actually fights in the game where I'm like, hey, Sandbox should win this. And it's like, you know the moment where like a Kai'Sa or a Zeri cleans up the fight?
Yeah.
And the Ezreal just like shoots a few Qs and nothing happens. And it's funny enough that Kai'Sa and Zeri were banned. And yeah, Ezreal was left out. I wonder why. I wonder why they were okay with leaving Ezreal over.
Why? He did try that one time. We will see a little bit later, the Ezreal. And the Xerath was pretty interesting. Definitely, you know, was cool to see it come out and actually show why players are picking it nowadays. It's not just Bulldog and Faker. I think a lot of people are saying, hey, you know, this could be an answer. Try to outrange them, use the Maokai, especially buy some space, and just use that extremely long range. But let's take a look at some of the highlights we have here. This Lee Sin domination in the early game when not much else happens.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, they had to do it no matter what, at least one time on top, because otherwise the Jax will just like slowly win against Maokai, just get, like, it's gonna get better on the as the time the past goes. And this play, like, the owner makes every single early game gameplay. This is we haven't seen when Faker wasn't in the game, but actually, as soon as the Fakers arrive in the Summoner's Rift, Owner kind of reform in early game. Like, he's more proactive play. He's actually pre-planned. He just does work well, like more as a higher percentage chance that he will just success as a game.
It's so funny because like that second clip, it's like, you know, we saw such a rough performance from Owner when Fake wasn't there. But it's like that second clip, it's like, what would Faker do there? Is he like, okay, Q in, kick him? Like, no, he's not like, you don't imagine you saying that stuff to him. It's just kind of crazy how like Owner's form has come back.
Yeah.
Like individually, he looks so much better.
Well, it's because Faker's right there, like telling him what to do.
Yeah, he's playing by playing the fight. He's like,
just tell him don't die there. You know,
now,
be careful there.
Land the Q, point the Q that way. He pings, like point it there. It's like, well, no, but it's just
really clean.
You can see like the confidence has come back. I think, but I just think it's kind of funny that like, you know, Faker comes back, and obviously it's made a big difference. But it's like every single player is just playing better as a result, even though it's like individual stuff.
Yeah. It's like magic. Let's take a look at the 20-minute Baron fight here. The Baruni fight, as we have it labeled as, once again, Owner sets it up, really nice smite, kicks out the Sejuani, and this is the fight where the Ezreal tried to have that pop-off moments, but was not able to.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's a clean from individual play Owner. Just kick out the enemy jungler. And if you see it, like, imagine it was like any other AD carry. Imagine. He let in every single ability that he can. He dodged every single ability. He just one time goes in. He has no enough damage to finish the enemy carries, and he just died.
Zeri, quadra kill. Kai'Sa, quadra kill. Ezreal, nothing.
Yeah. He was hitting everything, too. I think it is just...
Teddy is objectively a great Ezreal.
Great, yeah.
It's not a player.
He actually played best as he can, but it's just like champion still.
Championish, yeah. Just
maybe they should have gone for Jace mid and then Ziggs Ba. What do you think about that, Ox?
You know, I don't think it'd be amazing there, but at least you could match the poke.
Okay.
It's better than this.
Anything
just say it's better than this, man.
Anything. They could put Malphite, 80 carry, you know? Yeah. That would have been pretty cool. They would have got a big ult. At least they would have done something.
I like that. Well, guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does get it on the side of T1 for Game 3. It will be Owner for his early game dominance on the Lee Sin. I think honorable mention definitely to Keria. We even saw in a couple of those early highlights that he was also helping out and getting a couple of those kills started. His engages later on as well were great, but I think Owner kind of was the big flashy member that got the job done.
To me, the most important thing is like Owner right now, it's really solid. Like, he actually has no death in a game. It's good. Especially his own Lee. It's really great.
Yeah, because I think, like, as much as beating Live Sandbox is great, you have to look forwards in playoffs. You have to think about the teams waiting for you there. And when you think of Canyon, Peanut, and Cuz's performances so far this split, it's going to be really hard to match up for Owner if he was playing in that form we've seen from him so far. So him stepping up, him performing well, him get the POG, all positive for T1, but still need to keep the momentum going. And now, you know, they finished the season, so they have time to keep practicing, get back into their peak form before we go into playoffs.
Yeah, kind of interesting. What do you guys think about that Guma vote? Any
I mean, I was gonna say I respect the support vote because Carry actually just played really well.
They brought it
Yeah,
back.
exactly.
They're bringing it back up.
Yeah.
Like the disengage like from Carrier was really great.
Yeah.
Yuma is like, yeah. What do you think, Dan?
No comment.
All right, well, on that note, we do have the interview ready to go, and it is with the full team, as was mentioned before. This one will be Jisung for the translation, so take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisung for the T1 end of the season interview as they close out the regular season with a win over Leaf Sandbox. Congratulations! We're here joined by the entire 5 players on the side of T1. Now let's start off with the top laner, Zeus. T1 won the final match of the regular season. How do you feel? I thought today was a 2-0 angle, but it's a bummer that we lost the second game. But still, it's alright, you know, not too bad. So Zeus, game number 1, you were playing into Gwen, the key part of the draft of the enemy. But you were able to dominate the top lane as Cassante, and you were the unanimous POG in that game. How were you able to win lane so hard like that? I think the early game went even better than I expected. Today was my lucky day or something, so it went pretty well somehow. What about the rune choices? Runes? It's just typical Cassante rune, you know? Everyone just takes it. And then game 3, you ended up playing Maokai into Drax, a pick that you were actually very comfortable at. How do you look at this matchup, Maokai versus Drax? You know, you just, get through lanes and you call for your jungler and then you punish Jax. I was like playing Maokai and it was going pretty well. I was pretty confident in that matchup, so I was feeling alright. Now it's gonna be playoffs right around the corner. What is your mindset heading into the playoffs run? I'm really excited, I cannot wait. I'm looking forward to performing in the playoffs. It's gonna be so much fun. Now Owner taking off that jacket somehow for the interview, maybe showing off that pink jersey, special edition. Why did you change your look? I just like wearing t-shirts instead of jackets. So today, T1 ended up the regular season with a win, but T1 had a lot of ups and downs this season. How do you look back at the summer season? Yeah, we had a very long losing streak as well as a winning streak as well. So I was able to experience a lot of stuff, I learned a lot of lessons. Owner, this summer, you played 15 different picks. That's the deepest champion pool in the T1 lineup. What kind of preparation or practice have you gone through the summer season? Well, I did not intentionally play a lot of picks, but I mean, having a deep champion pool is always good for any pro players. For example, we were able to pull off a Maokai top because of that. So I'm always just working to expand my champion pool. You also won a POG today as well on Lee Sin. What are you going to focus on when it comes to the playoffs preparation? I think we have to focus on what we're good at, I don't want to care too much about our weaknesses. I just want to kind of strengthen our strong points and also amplify it. Now let's hear from Faker. It's been a while since I talked to you. Welcome back, Faker. So, how's your wrist doing? Has it healed up enough? It's not like completely, like fully healed, but I can now perform, you know, competitively, so it's doing okay, you know. And Faker, you played Xerath. Once you locked it in, you had a big smile on your face. Could you tell us more about that pick? Looking at our comp and drafting in general, I thought Xerath will be able to round out the comp. And then Kyria also mentioned something about DRX, and it kind of had me crack up. It was not about Xerath, actually. But in that game, we could see that you were having a lot of fun in the player game. You were always laughing, you know, having a lot of fun. And then all the T1 players were like, protect Faker, protect Faker. So it was Xerath the key pick on the side of T1. I mean, it is a fun pick for sure, but I was not able to land many skills. But there were a lot of fun moments in that game, so I couldn't stop laughing. And I think Faker, with your return, T1 was able to come back to its T1 form, you know, popping off and also having a very good atmosphere. And you now have a very new nickname as well. Were you aware of that? No, I don't know. So a lot of people are now calling you the superconductivity Faker. Are you happy with that? I guess it is the fourth wave or something, but I'm not sure what does that mean. And Faker, during your hiatus, actually, all the T1 players and also Poby worked so hard to keep this T1 roster going. And a message over to the players. I want to say thank you to everyone who worked so hard for us, and let's keep working hard. Let's keep up the great work. Zeus, is there any message for Faker as well? Nope. I was just smiling. I just smile all the time. Doesn't mean I want to say something. Now, Gumayushi, this summer season was pretty rough for T1, to be honest. How do you look back at it? Like, the time flew. I cannot really believe that this was actually our last match of the regular season. And today you are able to showcase an incredible performance on Xayah. I think Xayah has become one of your signature picks these days. How do you feel about the champion? I'm pretty good at laning phase with Xayah, and also Xayah is really stable and in team fights. So yeah, I think Xayah is a very decent pick. Well, we don't have the full playoffs bracket confirmed yet, but is there any specific team you want to meet or avoid? I want to play up against KT or Genji. I want to avoid maybe... I don't know. I guess the teams would like to avoid us. So you want to go up against KT or Genji? Why is that? We lost to them so many times. Gumayushi hungry for the revenge. Now, we are so excited to see T1 in the best of 5 format. How are you going to prepare for that? We're having a great time right now. The team's morale has like become a lot more lighter, and I think we're having a great time together as a team, so I hope we can push this momentum forward. Lastly, Kyria, you were able to close out the regular season with a win. How do you feel? It feels amazing to win our last match. We're going to do our best in the playoffs too. Rascal actually sent you a message on social media. Did you check that out? Yeah, he said, Kyria, you know, I don't really do this, but please, for this time, do it for us, and I will buy you whatever you want if you win today up against Live Sandbox. What do you want from Rascal? Now it's your turn to say back to Rascal. I'm not sure whether he's watching this, but I'm gonna message him for sure after this interview. I'll see how much he can actually offer me. Kyria, what are you expecting from playoffs? How far will T1 go? For sure, I think we're gonna play DRX. And you're gonna stomp them maybe? If we play well, yeah. And I will make sure to play well and beat DRX, hopefully.
DRX가 플레이오프에 올라올 수 있을지 이것도 또 한번 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
We gotta wait until to see if DRX can make playoffs in the end as well. And before we go, Faker, is there anything you wanna say to all the fans out there? Thank you so much for your support, and I promise that T1 will keep the upward trend and keep making in the further rounds of playoffs. And this will be the end of the interview from T1, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome interview. Great to hear from everybody on the side of T1. Seems like, spirits are higher, so that's a good sign going into playoffs. Let's take a look at the standings now after this win from the side of T1. So nobody was eliminated yet from playoffs, but because of this result, now in the next series, one team will be eliminated from having a chance of getting that 6th place spot.
Yeah, and I think Liv Sandbox, even though they can still make it, things are a lot harder because the next matchup is against KT, who have been pretty good the entire season. I think it's safe to say, maybe a bit of an understatement. So yeah, good luck.
Well, I mean, T1 said, they're exciting to rematch against KT and Genji as well. Why Nongshim can't?
Why can't they?
Why not? It's always possible. There's always a chance. Nongshim versus KT. It's coming up next, and if Nongshim lose, they are out of playoffs. So there's a lot on the line for this one for Nongshim. And if Nongshim win, Guangdong Freaks are out of playoffs. But we'll talk a little bit more about that in the next series, guys. We're going to take a 30-minute break and come back with that next series.
팀이 3등 하려고 모인 팀원들도 아니고 해서 더 잘해서 다 이기도록 하겠습니다.
더 세진 동부학살자예요. 하나생명 e스포츠 10선 찍습니다.
Yeah, as we are, of course, coming off Sunday's games, we had Bro taking down T1 in 3 games. Pretty epic series. Notable, definitely, is the fact that Faker is still not on T1. And after that, Liv Sandbox 2-0 over DRX, which puts the bottom of the standings on 4-10, 4-10, 4-10, 3-11. Like, there's an extra 4-10 in there. So the entire eastern side of the bracket could still make it to playoffs. It is just kind of nutty. And with 4 matches left remaining for every team here in the LCK, maybe 2 of them could also make it.
So, yeah, because that's what we need to talk about first, right? Whether T1 has a realistic chance of actually dropping out. And I think because of a lot of the 4-10 teams still playing each other, that doesn't seem like it's possible, obviously, because T1's form right now has been really, really rough, as evidenced by the fact that they just lost against Brion and just how they look.
Yeah.
But because it's hard for, I think, a lot of the 4-10 teams to actually get to 7, like they might end up being 6, though, which is still...
I mean, Bro could
insane.
pretty likely get there.
So, like, I thought about one scenario, by
What's
the way. And this is just one of the very few scenarios in which this could happen. So Bro's got the easiest schedule right now. They're probably going to win against Nongshim and DRX. So there's a decent chance that they make it through. But if Nongshim and DRX lose, then it's probably going to have to be either Kwangdong or Liv Sandbox that make it through. But their schedules are really difficult, right? So it would require someone like Sandbox to defeat, like, T1 and Hanwha to make it through alongside of Bro.
It's actually like even easier to simplify this because the 4-10 teams can only get 8 wins maximum, right? T1 is on 7 wins. So if T1 wins 2 games of the 4 they have left, they're in, period. So T1 have DRX, KT, Kwangdong, and Liv Sandbox. DRX, the rematch with DRX's current form, I give T1 the edge there against KT. Yeah, T1 probably not going to win that one, but to expect them to beat one of Kwangdong and Liv Sandbox, I think is pretty reasonable. And that's, of course, assuming that one of these teams on the east side wins every single game. And they would then have to do...
2 of them would have to.
Well,
right?
yeah.
So
2 of them would have to.
That's why it's so nearly impossible, right?
And also, like, the game difference between T1 and the closest, which is Kwangdong, is 10 games. So it's just... It's not mathematical, but...
It's probably like one scenario. Actually,
yeah, it's one scenario, and it's not Bro and Liv Sandbox. It actually can't be Bro and Liv Sandbox, right? It can, because they're facing off against each other.
Yeah,
it has to be someone.
If they are, then it can't be those 2.
Yeah, it has to be someone that T1 is facing.
So I guess
Kwangdong and Bro probably.
So Kwangdong and Bro could be an option, but it has to be so T1 has to lose to them theoretically as well, right?
I think realistically,
yeah.
T1 to me would be like 7th or 8th right now, if you look. Because Brion, I think, actually is a team where we've seen...
Based on
literally,
current performance, then,
literally, like recently, right? Like, we've seen all our good teams. I think KT might not have faced them yet, or will 2-0 them, but like, Hanwha dropped a game, D+ dropped a game. Like, Bro right now is just in good form. And I think that Nongshim and DRX are the 2 that still look worse, and Kwangdong probably, because that team is just... doesn't seem to really look good right now. But I take Sandbox, particularly given what they showed today, and Brion both over T1 right now. But because they're already on 7 wins, and as you pointed out, the match score is really good for them, I think it's still unlikely that they like last-minute drop out.
Yeah, so we're assuming that T1 is going to be in 5th place.
Yeah.
And then it's 6th that all of these teams are vying for. Based on schedule, it looks like Bro have the easiest run to get there, but they do have to go through Liv Sandbox in order to do it. So Liv Sandbox kind of have, if they continue their form, and the reason I'm talking about Liv Sandbox a fair bit is because I was very impressed by how they played against DRX tonight. Like, we actually got a little bit of a hint of what all of these players are actually capable of if they all do the things we knew they were capable of.
Because they did them in spring.
Haven't been doing at all. And like, yeah, they did it in spring, but Teddy came back and we saw him have some like decent games. We're like, oh, right. So Teddy's form hasn't completely fallen off a cliff, but why is Closer like just running it down for some reason in this game? And like, they've never had like the perfect storm of everyone's actually doing good things together.
Yeah.
They've always had like someone throwing.
It was about the drafting, right? They just had a draft where you all have to be together, it doesn't work, and then they went together. That was basically as simple as it is. And unfortunately, the performance from DRX was also weak. Like, I think it was uncharacteristically weak from them, but they've been on a bit of a loss streak themselves. They're on 5 losses in a row. Their last win actually being against T1, I believe, where they were able to upset.
2-0, yeah.
So, you know, when you're not watching those flanks or anything like that, it just becomes really easy to play out. But Liv Sandbox, knowing their win conditions, playing to them and playing basic compositions, I think that's kind of what whoever is going to take that 6th place spot needs to do. We found that, like, the Eastern teams, when they try to play complicated stuff, when they're trying to do finesse, as we like to call it these days, you know, maybe let's move away from that, because that's where it gets risky. That's when you can mess up, and that's when you can take really rough losses that you otherwise wouldn't have, and then you just kind of get boomed. And that like 1 or 2 losses for any of these teams means you're probably not going to win that race.
It's also why I think DRX is like the one, because they lost to Nongshim specifically. Like, that probably was for them what also broke not just in terms of like actually just getting the games, but also the mental. I think that was the match that they needed to win to maybe rally, and, you know, maybe everything comes together at the end of the split. And I'm like, nope, not happening.
Yeah, and then it would have been DRX in 9th place, and Nongshim would have been the one that is sitting in 10th.
Yeah, because DRX, their schedule wasn't that bad, but then they lost to Nongshim.
Yeah, they were looking okay. But I mean, the same thing can be said for Kwangdong Freaks as well. There's a reason why, like, they had a plus 50% ELO chance of getting into the playoffs.
And
they've lost all of the games.
Kwangdong Freaks have KT, D+, T1, and then DRX. That's their remaining schedules. So they might. I mean, I could actually see a world where they go on a 10-loss streak, and 4 is as big as it goes for wins for them.
Yeah, because it's also worse to face the team that you're supposed to beat after you've just been getting pummeled by a bunch of other teams, which is what's probably going to happen.
And also, they've taught me a valuable lesson, that when you listen to Scrimbucks at the beginning of the season, you should not listen to them, actually.
Yeah.
And you should throw them out and just believe in yourself.
Because I'm more of a legendary cash guy myself.
Yeah. That would have been better. So let's put this in context of,
like, from the cards, guys.
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah,
I didn't.
Okay. Yeah.
Now I get it. I didn't get it.
Sorry.
Brandon's like, I deal in Pokemon money. I'm like, all right, Brandon.
Tough crowd, man.
Isn't that yen?
It's rough.
T1의 제우스와 캐리합니다. 단합대회라는 콘텐츠가 있잖아요.
그렇죠.
나중에 단합대회하면 우리 또 서포터들도 한번 모여야죠. 할 말 많잖아요, 서포터.
이번 달에 모인다고 들었는데 뭐 서포터분들 다들 재밌는 분들 뭐랑 많으셔서 재밌을 것 같아요.
불치로 땡겨! 노틸로 땡겨! 터져라.
잠깐만, 다시 해. 아니잖아. 뭐야.
엄격하시다.
아니, 막내야.
좋아요.
선서야, 너가 포탑골드 2칸 혼자 먹는다고 그럼 안 달라져.
안녕하세요. LCK 단합대회 서포터 편 윤수빈입니다. 반갑습니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 진행을 맡은 배혜주입니다. 반갑습니다.
안녕하세요. 저도 진행을 맡은 캡틴잭 강형호입니다. 반갑습니다.
아니 근데 오늘 서포 편인데 왜 캡틴잭님이 오신 거예요?
그러니까요.
제가 이제 또 바텀 듀오는 한 몸이잖아요. 그러니까 서포터가 얘기하는 얘기를 이제 원딜러가 듣고 원딜러 입장에서도 답변 드리기 위해서 나왔습니다.
아우 잘 오셨습니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 네, 이렇게 9분의 서포터분들과 함께하게 됐는데요. 오늘 디플러스 기아는 챌린저스 리그 출전으로 아쉽게도 불참을 좀 하게 됐습니다.
맞습니다.
네, 다음 기회에 또 함께할 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
저희가 단합대회를 하면서 각 라인마다 모임장을 뽑고 있는데요. 서포 편도 모임장을 한번 뽑아보도록 하겠습니다. 한 분씩 모임장을 추천해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
그럼 뭐 한 명씩 다 들어봐야겠죠?
근데 막내가 누구죠?
그게 아니라 야 저희가 많이 모였으니까 궁금해서 막내가 혹시
막내 사람,
그러면
막내 사람?
여기 그러면 가장 막내고 그럼 가장 최연장자가
저기 선배님.
좋습니다. 자, 이렇게 한번 들어봤으니까 그럼 먼저 막내의 의견부터 한번 들어볼까요?
저는 딜라이트 선수로
이유가 뭐죠?
활발하고 잘 이끌어줄 수 있을 것 같아가지고.
그럼 딜라이트 선수는요?
저 이제 리엔즈 선수
이유는 뭘까요?
매력이 철철 넘치기 때문에
맞지.
자, 그러면 이제 이 모임의 최연장자인 베릴 선수의 의견 한번 들어볼까요?
저는 리엔즈 선수 뽑았어요.
이유요?
성격이 되게 유쾌해 보이고 LCK 데뷔 연도가 제가 알기로 제일 빨라요.
선배.
그래서 뽑았습니다.
베테랑이다.
네.
저는 딜라이트 선수로 하겠습니다.
딜라이트 선수 2표?
인기 폭발?
제가 무서워하는 재욱이 형을 닮았기 때문에 좀 무섭거든요.
조금 닮았다.
저도 전 파트너가 룰러 선수였잖아요. 딜라이트 선수가 너무 정감이 가서 쌌네.
네, 딜라이트 선수 3표 현재.
저는 베리 선수를 뽑았습니다. 카일 선수.
저는 피터 선수.
마지막으로 안될 선수는요?
저는 리엔즈 선수 뽑도록하겠습니다.
왜요? 이유가 뭐예요?
리엔즈 선수가 성격이 엄청 밝으시더라고요. 유쾌하시고. 그래서 저는 리엔즈 선수 뽑겠습니다.
그럼 지금 딜라이트 선수 3표, 리엔즈 선수 3표로 공동 1위거든요.
캐스팅 보트 해야 되는 거 아니에요?
그러니까요.
그러면은 저희가 그냥 거수로 한번 진행을 해볼까요?
그럴까요? 두 분 눈 감아주시겠어요? 딜라이트 선수가 뽑혔으면 좋겠다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 손 들어주세요.
떨려.
카이 선수.
어머나.
말해버렸네.
자, 좋아요.
네.
그리고 리엔즈 선수가 뽑혔으면 좋겠다. 손 들어주세요.
압도적인 표 차이로 당선이 되셨습니다. 축하드립니다.
그러면 이제 모임장이 된 기념으로 한마디.
정말 하고 싶었는데 뽑아주셔서 감사하고요. 나중에 서포터 10명이랑 노래를
나 노래 좋아하잖아요.
할 수 있다면
네.
할 수 있어요. 오늘
9명,
하고.
딱 9명만.
오늘 할 수
하고
있어요.
가시면 되잖아요.
방송이니까요. 예, 방송이니까요. 예, 방송은.
아직 단합이 좀 부족한
네,
것 같아서
아직 안
이따가
틀어져가지고.
좀 단합대회 끝날 때쯤에 한 번 더 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다.
자, 이제 이번 시간은 서로의 마음을 알 수 있는 몸풀기 퀴즈 코너입니다. 선수분들에게 저희가 스케치북을 하나씩 이렇게 다 나눠 드렸는데요. 저희가 드리는 질문을 듣고 생각나시는 답을 써주시면 되겠습니다. 그럼 첫 번째 질문 바로 드리겠습니다. 서포터 근본 챔피언은 뭘까요?
못 맞추면 서포터 아니다, 진짜로.
자, 그럼 공개해주세요. 하나, 둘, 셋. 짜잔! 쓰레쉬!
근데 잠깐만요. 여기 한 명 이단이 있어요. 뭐야?
유미는 굉장히 멀티 능력이 뛰어나야 되는 게 유미 하면서 이제 뭐 다른 게임도 하고 먹고 유튜브도 보고 약간 그럴 수도 있다는 제가 그런 생각이 아니고 그럴 수 있다. 좋네. 확실히 깨어있네요.
그러네요. 아니, 근데 유미가 근본까지인가라는 생각이 들긴 하는데.
옛날 사람들 마인드는 이제 쓰레쉬인데 저같이 이제 MZ 세대는
카이 선수는 제일 MZ시잖아요. 왜 쓰레쉬를 써주셨어요?
옛날부터 LCK에서 많이 나오던 서퍼 챔피언이 딱 쓰레쉬여서 그냥
대회에 많이 나왔으니까.
그럼 또 안딜 선수도 쓰레쉬를 써주셨어요.
저는 이 쓰레쉬가 서폿의 모든 능력치를 볼 수 있는 챔프라고 생각하고 있어요.
그럼 옛날 사람으로서 어떻게 생각하세요?
잠깐만 옛날 사람.
옛날 사람.
옛날 사람이 여기.
제 기준에는 일단 근본은 카밀 이후에 나온 챔피언은 근본이 없어요.
이거 개발자에게 한마디 해야 될 것 같은데.
캡틴이 원딜러시니까 그러면 제리를 하셨어요. 유미랑 하실래요, 쓰레쉬랑? 그런 거 아니고 그런 거죠.
아니, 반론의 여지 있습니다.
네네.
제리 못하십니다.
이게 은퇴 이후에 나온 챔피언이라.
아직도 11호 하시는 걸로 알고 있어요.
혹시 카밀 이후에 나온 챔피언 다 못하시는 거 아니에요?
자야까지는 다룰 수 있어요. 자야까지는.
빨리 다음 문제로 넘어가지 않으면 유혈 사태가 일어날 것 같아가지고 두 번째 문제 바로 드리도록 하겠습니다. 현재 게임 내 서포터의 서열은?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 중에.
네. 다 써주셨으면 하나, 둘, 셋 하면 들어주세요. 하나, 둘, 셋. 4등, 4등, 2등, 3등,
3등,
1등,
1등,
4,
4등.
5, 5.
와, 4랑 5가 대체로 맞네요?
선수를 제가 그냥 인게임 안에서 게임 들어갔을 때 저는 탑이 헬만 잘 타면 된다 생각하거든요.
라스칼 선수가 5등.
아 그건 아니에요. 네, 제가 말했죠. 선수 이름 빼고.
라스칼 선수
네,
빼고.
선수 이름 빼고 이제.
선수 이름 빼고.
탑은 솔직히 헬만 잘 타면 저는 된다 생각하고. 저 그래서 서폿은 4등으로 했습니다.
그리고 또 4위를 써주신 분 한번 의견 들어볼게요.
저는 이제 상체 위에다 넣고 이제 원딜은 그냥 딸깍딸깍 하면 된다 생각해서 원딜이
원딜은 깔짝깔짝 하면 된다.
개추요. 개추요.
아니, 근데 이거 원딜을 걸었어. 참을 수 없는데, 이거.
이제 3등을 써주신 안딜 선수는요?
딜라이트 선수 의견을 좀 반영해서 이제 탑은 일단 5등이고 저도 4등은 이제 좀 딸깍이지 않나.
아니, 이거 바텀 듀오끼리 서로 안아주고 감싸줘야 되는데 서로 혐오감이 차 있어.
아, 그렇네요.
반면에 또 에포트 선수는 1등이라고 써주셨거든요.
그렇네요.
저는 다 1등 쓸 줄 알았는데 다 낮게 쓰셨네요.
이 사람 뭐야?
아니.
이거 브리온 먹으셨다. 제가 브리온 먹으셨다. 이제 세상의 중심은 뭐 저라고 생각합니다, 저는.
자신의 애교가 아주 확실하신데.
뭐 사실 밖에서는 우리가 4등, 5등이라고 얘기할 수 있지만 서포터 단합대회니만큼 이런 의견 나올 수 있죠?
네, 그렇죠.
브리온 먹어버렸어, 브리온.
좋아요.
피터 선수는 위에 1등 누구라고 생각하시는 거예요?
저는 1등은 정글이라고 생각합니다.
아
왜냐하면 이제 정글이 이제 좀 종합을 해주고 정글 토플이 제일 중요하다 생각하고 탑은 역시 5등. 걔네는 알아서 해라.
알아서 해라.
제일 안 중요한 것 같습니다.
든든 안 중요하다.
그렇군요. 자, 그럼 다음 질문 한번 또 드려볼게요. 서포터라면 피지컬 대 뇌지컬. 어떤 게 더 중요할까요? 정답 볼까요?
하나, 둘, 셋.
짜잔!
피지컬, 뇌지컬.
뇌지컬. 오!
적은 거부터 물어볼까요? 네, 피지컬 고르신 이제 파일 선수부터.
솔직히 서포터들도 피지컬이 좀 많이 필요한 챔프들이 좀 많이 나오는 것 같아서.
그러면 혹시 유미를 플레이할 때 피지컬이 필요한가요?
이거
아니, 질문. 질문.
유미 키 맞추기 힘든데 요즘.
근본 유미입니다.
오케이. 키 맞추기 좀 어렵지. 예.
자, 피터 선수 얘기 들어볼게요.
결국 뇌지컬을 바탕으로 피지컬이 나오는 거라 생각해가지고
피지컬.
그래가지고 뇌지컬을 줘. 네.
오, 좋아요.
근데 저는 캐리어 선수가 뇌지컬을 써주신 게 조금 의외라고 생각했어요.
저는 서폿이 할 수 있는 게 이제 라인전이랑 한타랑 운영이라 생각하는데 그 세 개 다 이제 구도만 잘 파악하고 내만 쓰면은 내만 잘 좋으면은 잘 판을 짤 수 있다 생각해서 뇌지컬을 적었습니다.
뇌만 좋으면
뇌가 나 부족한가?
나도 많이 부족한가 보다. 네, 이번 코너는 팬 여러분들의 사랑을 듬뿍 받고 있는 고민 상담소 시간입니다. LCK 팬분들의 사연을 저희가 사전에 좀 받아봤는데요. 바로 오늘 이 사연들을 읽고 해결해보는 시간을 가져보도록 하겠습니다.
맞습니다. 벌써 고민 상담소가 3번째 시간인데요. 저희가 뭐 들어오는 질문이나 사연이 라인별로 좀 성격이 다르거든요. 근데 이번에는 서포트 편이잖아요. 억울하다, 서운하다 이런 사연들이 참 많았는데 이모티콘도 막 다 울고 있었다고 그러더라고요.
네, 어떤 사연들이 들어왔을지 벌써부터 굉장히 궁금해지는데요. 첫 번째 고민 캐리어 선수가 좀 읽어주실까요?
이러지도 못하고 저러지도 못하고 님의 고민입니다. 라인전을 하기 위해 미니언을 같이 쳐주면 미니언의 손끝 하나도 건들지 말라고 화내는 원딜도 있고 미니언을 안 치고 견제만 하면 왜 안 도와주냐고 화내는 원딜도 있어서 어떻게 해야 할지 정말 모르겠습니다. 거기다 가끔 원딜이 필요 없다고 다른 곳 가라고 하면 갈 곳을 잃어 촬영한 신세가 되기도 하는데요. 저는 도대체 어떻게 해야 하는 걸까요?
듣기만 해도 진짜 마음이 찢어지는 것 같아요.
그러니까요. 서포터가 아니 미니언 막타 쳐도 된다, 안 된다? 여러분들 손으로 한번 표시해 주실 수 있을까요?
막타요?
막타 쳐도 된다?
막타가 아니라 그러면
미니언을
화내지 마세요.
아니, 하는 게 아니라.
화내지 마요.
하는 게 아니라.
나 잘못 말할 수 있잖아요.
잘못
들었는데.
그것 때문에.
미니언을 같이 쳐줘도
같이
된다.
쳐도 된다. 서포터가 미니언을 같이 쳐도 된다, 안 된다. 하나, 둘, 셋.
됩니다. 네, 동그라미.
오, 다 된다.
다 된다.
다 된다. 그치, 근데 여기 다 서포터니까 잠깐만. 된다, 안 된다?
된다.
오.
이거는 그냥 게임하는 사람 입장으로서 무조건 된다.
쳐서 그냥 라인 빨리 밀어줬으면 좋겠다.
아, 당연하죠.
오.
근데 이제
막 땡기려고 했는데 계속 막.
라인 막.
이제 쳐주는 것도 당연히 이제 실력이 좀 갈리긴 해요.
아니 근데 솔직히 말하면은 부실골에서는 그러면은 이렇게 말할게. 그러면은 그 일반 유저분들 사이에서는 딜기 차이 잘 안 돼가지고 내가 이렇게 탁 쳐서 모아볼 수도 있잖아요.
다 해지.
아니요.
근데 이런 거 아마 서포터분들이 되게 팁 잘 주실 수 있을 것 같은데요.
그러니까 그 딜 계산이 참 어렵더라고요.
어떻게 해결할 수 있을까요?
피가 많은 이제 미니언을 좀 번갈아가면서 쳐주는 게. 근데 너무 번갈아서 치면 근데 또 이상해지니까 나 좀 약간 계단식으로, 그러니까 피가 좀 계단식으로 되게끔 하는 게 이제 또 그러니까 낮은 티어 분들한테는 편하지 않을까라고 생각합니다.
좋은데요?
근데 왜 저희를 보면서 얘기하시는?
그럼 카메라
기분 탓이겠죠?
네.
오케이.
계단식으로 피를 만들어봐라. 이거 좋은 꿀팁인 것 같아요.
근데 또 미니언 말고 와드 막타. 이 서포터가 쳐도 되는가에 대한 논란도 있거든요. 이것도 한번 OX로 표시를 해주시면.
얘기해서. 아닙니다.
죄송한데 자세 좀 똑바로 해주세요.
잘 오므리고 있겠습니다.
자, OX 같이 해주세요, 캡틴장님. 하나, 둘, 셋.
오, X가 꽤 많아요.
오.
MZ.
동그라미가 몇 명이야? 그럼 저는 그냥 원딜 입장에서 서포터한테 그냥 질문을 할게요. 그 와드 막타 안 몰아줄 거면 CS로 왜 몰아주세요?
이거 두 분이 오해했으니까. 저희 X.
오해의 여지가 있어요. 저희는 이해합니다.
잠깐만.
그러니까 그렇게 해석을 할 수 있는 거죠.
근데 왜 이렇게 화내세요? 여기 단합대 반갑습니다.
대답을 그러니까 궁금해서 한번 대답을 듣고 싶습니다.
서포터들이 돈이 필요할 때도 있고 그리고 요즘 렌즈 쿨이 짧아져가지고 원딜이 기다릴 시간이 없긴 해요. 요즘. 그래서
또 오를 선택해 주셨던?
제 행동이 1초라도 늦어지면은 그거는 손해니까. 핑 한번 찍고 1초 안에 안 왔다 바로.
야하.
1초. 네.
그러면 서포터 모임장님께서 한번 서포터들의 의견을 한번 정리를 해주시죠.
이게 CS를 빨리 주는 게 이게 막 몇십 원 때문에 한 라인을 더 한다던가 막 이렇게 꼬일 때도 있어가지고 저 같은 경우에는 그냥 하람신한테 다 몰아주는 편이긴 해요.
그러면 저희 서포터에서는 일단 와드는 몰아주는 게 낫다.
저는 그렇게 생각합니다.
모임장님이 결론.
우리는 그렇게 생각합니다.
우리는 좋아요.
우리는
이게
그렇게
바로
생각합니다.
단합이죠.
저도 그렇게 생각합니다.
좋습니다. 별리 선수 어떻게 괜찮을까요?
저는 근데 좀 반론이 그만큼 CS를 잘 먹으면 된다가 그건 있어요.
그것도 괜찮은데?
왜냐면 보통 핑크를 막타를 결국 누가 먹냐가 상황이 결국 유리한 상황이거든요. 그래서 이제 원딜이 안 먹는 게 좀 좋다.
스타일이 다르다. 어쩔 수
오케이.
없다.
그러면 우리 뭐 상황에 맞게 대처하는 걸로 정리해 보겠습니다.
그 와드 막타 안 몰아줄 거면 CS로 왜 몰아주세요?
그만큼 CS를 잘 먹으면 된다가
저도 그렇게 생각합니다.
저는 뭐 티오가 안 오르는 건 포지션이 문제가 아니라
그 얘기를 꺼내면 안 돼!
그리고 무시당하는 것도 이제 서포트라서가 아니라 실력이
역시 하나 둘 셋.
정답.
아무튼 있어봐. 우리 좀 하게.
아니 두 분이서 같이 하신다고 하시길래.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm still Atlas, and I'm still joined by Wolf as we delve into our final game of the evening. KT taking on Nongshim. Now, this one should be a little bit more straightforward, Wolf. It should theoretically be one that is relatively easy to predict, but crazy things have happened.
We have seen it. We've seen Fredit Brion. D plus Kia, or then Damwon Kia, to go to playoffs in a similar scenario. That one match they needed to win so desperately against a very strong team. Tonight, could the Noodle Bros get it done? It could happen. It is not likely, however.
Yeah, I'm not thinking that that's where the smart man is at, but let's have a look at the standings here and see what it all means. Nongshim haven't been eliminated from playoffs contention just yet. Bro, unfortunately, they have. Someone, though, is getting eliminated tonight. If Nongshim can't pick up a victory here, then they are out of the running. And if they win, Kwangdong Freaks are out of the running. KT, at the moment, a match behind Gen G with a victory here of 2-1 or 2-0. 2-0, they will retain first place. 2-1, and they will be tied.
Look at Kwangdong Freaks as well. They have to win their series 2-0, and Live Sandbox have to get 2-0'd, and then they'll tie for their chance. So the chances are pretty slim just in general. And for Nongshim here, you need this win so desperately. A 12.5... We gotta stop putting these percentages up. But,
yeah.
I'd say a less than 12.5% chance they'll win today. But they need this win, and if they win, as you mentioned, it's not alone enough to actually guarantee them their spot. So winning 2-0 makes the best possible chance, but DRX is still a big threat for both Live Sandbox and Nongshim here. As you can see, the bot duos here, the duo proximity for Lehen's pretty low. He doesn't really stick around.
No.
Peter, he always stays with his laner.
He is your bro. You actually did see in the break there a bit of the conversation between the supports as well, trying to come together in their understanding of the game. They weren't able to. And Peter and Lehen's definitely very different mindsets when it comes to the game, as big hugs from aiming for Lehen's. It looks like the AD carries are kind of okay with the cards that they have been dealt, as BDD standing alone here, and fifth when it comes to kills. You only need 16 more to reach 2,000. Man, there's been a lot of milestones in the LCK very recently.
It's the end of the summer season. You know, these players have had 2 extra splits to play. BD has been a fantastic mid player for KT Rolster, really recovering quite substantially from what was a rough 2022, and having the opportunity to push himself forward as a lead MVP candidate. He's definitely in a lot of people's conversation right now. KT Rolster looking to secure first place. Any slip-ups here, and it might be Genji that takes it away from you. So it does really matter for KT, because first place means you get to choose your opponent in the second round of playoffs.
Yep, and some Jiwoo fans and Dundun fans in the audience today. Absolutely based to incredible players that do play some wacky things. And I think, speaking of the draft, could be a place for Nongshim, the team we're going to welcome out right now. A place where they could thrive, where they could possibly find some curveballs to throw forward. Fiesta will be starting here, no quad this time around. And of course, Vital hasn't been seen for quite some time. We've stuck with Jiwoo, much to the supreme joy of Captain Jack, who is the biggest Jiwoo fan in the universe.
I think we're all low-key Jiwoo fans.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
No one is brave enough like Captain Jack to really show it, but I think inside we all know.
Yeah, we're all Jiwoo fans, but we're not all OPG Jiwoo fans, you know? And he is an OPG Jiwoo fan, you know?
That was a good one.
Thank you. I was saving that one for you, Will. I could have told you. I could have told you earlier, but I decided I'd hold it.
He had to do it to me.
Yeah. It's been the whole broadcast as well, man. I've been holding that in. Oh my God.
You got me on live, man. Right on TV.
Speaking of who's on TV, KT, they're the ones that are going to be coming out next. They'll be facing off against Nongshim here tonight. And I have a feeling that the roller coaster may overcome the Noodles.
We saw last time KT had a easier opponent, let's say, that they were happy to pull out the Vayne for aiming. They didn't really mind it. They weren't afraid of it. They were just going to put it all on the line, you know? And we've seen some crazy early games from Lehen's. This team has shown that they're not all serious business here at the end of the season, and there's there's a possibility that we see BDD play Xerath today. You know, there's a possibility. There's another weird pick for aiming in the bottom lane. We will just have to wait and see, but I wouldn't be shocked by it as KT. They need to win this 2-0, but also it's Nongshim, so I feel like they may play around a little bit, but they need to show respect to the man in the bottom lane here. You see he has a large amount of his team's damage and has pretty high kill participation as well. That Neela game really warping some of these stats, of course, as well. And then aiming, he's a very good player right now. It's a Kai'Sa meta. He's very good at Kai'Sa.
He is, and as you can see, we've got a lot of decimal places when it comes to damage per gold. Both Aiming and Jiwoo getting the same amount out of the resources that they are dealt. Pretty impressive stat here for the very new player in Nongshim. Aiming, of course, he's played 13 games of Kai'Sa. He really jumped on that bandwagon as soon as it came into contact with him, and he was like, I'm good. I'm good. I've got this champion now. This is the one that we're going to win with, and that is precisely what they have been doing.
The early bandwagon for aiming, but not so much the bandwagon for the enemy teams early on. They were a little bit late to the party.
Yeah, the bandwagon, not the bandwagon. Oh, that was a good one. Were you saving that one, Rob? Oh, man. Saving our zingers.
I think Nongshim may need to be on the bandwagon for this one.
I think that might be the case. And in fact, we are getting very, very close to the bandwagon as Keen taking a bit of a reset here. You can see Sylvie as well. It's relatively late. We're ticking towards 9 p.m. this evening.
Yeah.
As our first series was a longie.
It's a long one. Had that pause, 40-minute game as well. Nongshim really getting focused up for this, though, because this is where you can make history. This is where you can make that first step towards an incredible run. We've seen so many teams do this. Obviously, the DRX run is the most famous one, but we saw that when I was talking about with Bro taking out Damwon to get that playoff spot. It does happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is the quintessential blue shell, and KT need to withstand it. I think some pretty cool, calm, and collected play is going to be recommended here, as first place could be the difference between, you know, loss and victory, right? Because being able to choose between the two teams that are going to be winning in round number one is actually very, very important. You get to see exactly which style you'd prefer to face off against.
Exactly.
And staying out of that loser's bracket could be important.
Like right now, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen in the first round, but it's possibly going to be the difference between choosing Hanwha or D+, right? And, you know, you get to choose which one you want, which one matches up to your playstyle. So, you know, that's a theoretical scenario that we will have, but KT are going to have to get that first place before it could happen. 2 games left for them. This is their first of the week. Jax, very strong on this patch, even with the nerfs, and is going to be taken away from Keen.
Yep, that 1 second on the Counter-Strike just not quite enough to tap him down to not being first big priority. And in fact, Nongshim are like, Dindin, we got you, brother. We got you. We're going to ban away all the Keen problems. I don't know whether it's necessarily going to be enough, but I do look forward to seeing what Dindin has cooked up for us, as junglers are on the mind of KT.
See if they'll ban Maokai Nongshim now. Nope, will be a Nico. So KT have the option of leaving open the Kai'Sa to see if Nongshim are going to take that, so they can then go Maokai Jace. Or they just want to ban the Kai'Sa and push that champion pool for Jiwoo a little bit, but I feel like if you're KT here, you're pretty confident to deal with the Kai'Sa, and you'd love to pick it up yourself. So could ban Sejuani, I think, is a safe bet here. Annie also pretty strong, although Fiesta hasn't had his best performances on the champion. And Dinna's just going to get the Cassante. He's like, look, top ban, go Cassante. KT are like, but Kai'Sa is open, but Rel is open, but Maokai is open with Jace available.
There are a lot of things that are open, but Dindin,
Aatrox is open.
Yeah, Aatrox is definitely open.
That's Keen's Aatrox.
It's a scary prospect. However, I think the Sejuani a bit higher priority. Sejuani, Kai'Sa, and then you pick the Aatrox. Unless Fiesta's going to do some, you know, Chovy shenanigans by picking it up in the mid lane. I highly doubt that that's going to happen, though. So Sejuani and, you know, Tristana, Kai'Sa, whichever one you'd like, could come through here.
Yeah, I mean, these are the kind of drafts where when everything's open, the call becomes difficult because every choice you make is a choice that your opponent gets to capitalize on as well. And if you pick the Aatrox here, then Jiwoo still gets to have that Kai'Sa, but it's Kai'Sa Cassante, which doesn't feel very strong. And will be the Aatrox, much to a huge cheer from the crowd. Is just going to be Xayah Rakan saying, yeah, if you want to pick Kai'Sa, we've got what we think is going to be a good enough answer here. K'Sante usually points towards Xayah in drafts, and BDD just going to pull out the Azir. We're not seeing Kai'Sa this game.
Oh, man, this is even better.
Ooh, but he's just going to play Azir.
He's like, should I play that champion that I'm super duper good at, or should I play that one that's really fun, especially with Sejuani on the roster? He is going to lock away the Azir, a little bit more tried and true here for KT. And already, I mean, this is looking like a terrifying topside. Nongshim do have a lot of power, though. This is, of course, Peter's Rakan that he's very confident on. The Xayah, not something that, you know, is ever really super counterable, given the fact that you do have Featherstorm in all cases.
Yeah.
Oak definitely does a great job of stopping Xayah from having a good time, though.
Yeah, Nocturne taken away here, so no backline access means that now Nongshim have to think about what sort of scaling pick BDD, or excuse me, Aiming is going to be playing this game, as you can ban the Kai'Sa, but you already have a draft that's pretty good into it at this moment in time, and KT aren't really setting up for dive, per se, so I think it's a safe ban to just take that away. Zeri actually I like a lot more, though, because that's one of those scaling picks we're talking about. And without Maokai, you're not as worried about the Varus, for example. Ezreal here, another pick that Aiming could go to if that Kai'Sa is taken away.
Yeah, I find it very interesting that Nongshim didn't immediately snap ban the Kai'Sa. I think that they feel pretty confident about Xayah Rakan into that lane. And the Tristana going to be taken away from Fiesta. Just not something that BDD wants to deal with. Has been a lane that Trista's been quite comfortable in. Into the Azir.
See what Peter is going to lock down here. So no Nautilus for Lehens. Let's see what they want to do, because I mean there's a lot of different lanes you could play here as KT. Like you could even run a Draven lane. I feel like and feel pretty good about your mid-game win conditions here and your amount of setup to get that first lockdown for Aiming. They're just going to go Kai'Sa though, because Aiming likes it.
Ooh,
Jinx, I like more. I like Aphelios more too, to be frank, in this draft.
I just think he's been nerfed into oblivion. I just don't, like, really?
Aphelios is kind of like budget Zeri for me in these types of drafts where you're like, yeah, I'm scaling. I'm going to do a lot of damage.
God! Speaking of nerfed into oblivion, that's a Seraphine as well! What's happening here? All right, Fiesta. All right, Fiesta. The Lulu to come out from Lehens as well. He's had some great games on this one, but man, which patch are we playing? Oh, it's 13-14. It's top of the screen, as we can see right there. Well, and we are team fighting. There's a lot of team fighting, Wolf.
It's a lot of combo here for Nongshim. It's very good into the Aatrox. It's going to be very difficult for Keen to actually play the game because there's so much CC going his way all the time. Between the Feathers, the Seraphine roots and ult, the Wukong, and the K'Sante Qs plus Rakan. Yeah, he's not going to have a very fun time if he gets caught by any of that, so it feels like a very anti-Aatrox comp, but if you can break through that front line as the Xayah, then you can get on top of the Azir, you can get on top of the Aphelios. It's going to be about execution, but it's kind of a circles composition, circles and lines in this one for Nongshim. Feels like it should be easy to extend that Seraphine ult with all of the front line that you have with the K'Sante and the Wukong. You could just jump forward there, but it's aiming Aphelios. He's got an Azir for Peel, and Aatrox is on the Rift, so you've got to be so careful because just one wrong team fight in the early mid-game, and it's just done.
It's pretty doomed, and if BDD gets a huge Emperor's Divide and then everyone is clumped up for Keen to just obliterate them, then you have Wild Growth on top of the Aatrox, who's already just massive as it is. This is, of course, once those first couple of items have come through, the early laning phase can be a difficulty here for Keen. We'll see how he navigates it, of course, Cuz going to be a great teammate for him, and of course the only other real permafrost applier here on this particular comp. So fun stuff. Let's see how it goes. We hop onto the Rift for game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, on to Summoner's Rift for game number 1 between Nongshim and KT Rolster. Nongshim Red Force have themselves a Seraphine, which we have not seen for quite some time. And Sylvie, a once old favorite champion of his, of course, in the Wukong. But this is actually the first time. No, it's not the first time. It is the 5th time that he's played it this season. Cuz has not played it one time. so far. Kind of getting the memo that here in Summer, the Wukong has been kind of nerfed out of existence.
Yeah, it hasn't been great, but every time we see this Wukong, we have to give the caveat that it's been nerfed quite significantly, and so it's very difficult to execute. But it also, we always have to give the caveat that usually it's picked into a composition where it kind of wins team fights more for you, and has other CC to be layered with it. The Cyclone, that is, because that is what Wukong is. He's a Cyclone button, and then a second Cyclone button. And that's kind of what he does. He doesn't really do a whole lot of anything else. So very binary, but very strong if set up in the right conditions.
Yeah, and if you get ahead, then you can start to play pretty aggressively. I don't know how that one is going to go.
I do.
Cuz going to be very safe on this, Sejuani.
I do feel like Irene is kind of like, you know, the storm chasers, the tornado hunters. He's like a Wukong hunter. He's like,
like Helen Hunt. Yeah.
The conditions are right for a cyclone here. He's like, I can see we got Seraphine. Hold up. Might touch the ground. We might get that cyclone to land.
Hopefully they've got those little things that you can put into the tornado that can track exactly how it's going on, but it is pretty dangerous, and Jiwoo, he's in a little bit of danger himself.
Lehen's Lulu is just, it doesn't sound scary when you just say Lulu like that at the end of Lehen's. Like, the Lehen's part sounds scary, but Lehen's Lulu has been a terror this season. He's really the only one who's playing it. He's 3-1 on the pick. He has been abusive in lane. You know, that series against Kwangdong comes to mind where he just pushed Taeyun out of the game at level 1. He has laned against Alistairs and laughed at them. And in this early game, he and Aiming are kind of running the show.
Yeah, and having the polymorph into the Rakan, another thing that can be very, very powerful as well, if you can get that one to actually go off as Peter is dashing in there trying to do quickness things and be frustrating, can give you those moments that you require. So certainly some uses here for this Lulu, outside of just having the ultimate that can be used so fantastically on so many of the KT members. You know, even if BDD swoops in, you know, you can get added CC on the people he may not necessarily hit with his Emperor's Divide. There are a lot of applications for Wild Growth and the added CC there, but Polymorph is so incredibly powerful. And even though the Lulu has been nerfed as far as her aggression, and speaking of which, Cuz is moving in towards this bottom side. There's the Gravitum. The Winter's Wrath value is just gigantic, and that is going to be the most comfortable first blood I've seen in a while.
Yeah, just kind of a drive-by.
Yeah.
And they looked a little bit defenseless there. Jiwoo not even going to flash. Just going to get taken out right off the bat as Cuz comes down early.
I think drive-by sounds a little bit too aggressive. That was like a drive-through. You know, it was just coming through, got his burger.
I'd like one.
Jiwoo, please.
Jiwoo, please. You can hold the summoners.
And, you know, he got one summoner, but sometimes they drop an extra thing in the bag.
Yes.
How it is.
Kids meal.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've seen this pick, almost a year. It was actually Faker who played it into... or BDD who played it into Faker last summer. And
a little bit topical, you could say.
Yeah. You know, it was pretty strong back then. It's not very notably strong at the moment. I think it still functionally does what you can do in a lot of compositions front to back with a lot of setup, but Peter goes in on this right before this happens, so yeah, it's just, there's no way out, unfortunately. Really nicely played from Cuz, but very basic.
Yeah, it was Cuz having a slight conversation with the cashier before walking on, and it worked out very effectively. Aiming now, holding onto this wave, is infernuming it as, the polymorph onto Jiwoo once again. The actual advance onto Lehen's, and he just dies! All right, Nongshim, I see you. They are answering back. They will not go quietly into the good night.
Yeah, really nice flash engage there from Peter. Grabs the kill onto an overextended Lulu. Luckily for KT, Rolster, Aiming is going to be the one who survives here. We'll be able to catch this wave and maintain that CS advantage, but an aggressive play from Peter's Rakan. Once again, he's very known for this pick, and he will make it happen yet again as Cuz continues to try to track Sylvie and get more information about where he is. And obviously the Azir is going to start to win this matchup in mid pretty significantly here soon as well. Nice
Another drive-through.
Yeah.
Like, Cuz, on you fool? Like, man. Okay, wow.
I also pretty sure I said I wanted one popcorn chicken.
He came back because they forgot the extras. That, you know, that's understandable. Is now keen. Oh my goodness. Okay, Dundun gets the flash out from the Aatrox. You love to see it. A lot of aggression here from Nongshim. in the early game. And KT, yeah, they're ahead by just a little bit. But the way Nongshim are playing, this extra pizzazz.
Yeah.
I like it.
No, it's really quite aggressive, but it is what you need to do with this comp in the early game to get through some of the pressure points here, and then you can set up for those mid-game fights. Pre-6, if you can find any sort of edge in any of these lanes, it feels fantastic as Lehen's once again in potential danger.
Cuz made it all the way around outside of vision, but will now walk across this control ward. So gets in here, aiming. The illusion of being by himself is kind of there. But with the fact that Nongshim spotted him out, they understand that they're not going to go aggressive.
Yeah.
Sylvie going to be able to grab some shellfish towards this top side as the Drake is being traded for on the bottom side of the map. BDD trying to get Fiesta out of there, playing towards his jungle, as you can see.
Pretty easy setup here. BDD not going to be able to contest, you know, this lane just yet, but I mean, he doesn't even need to be here for this Drake. I mean, KT have this on log. Cuz has level 6 as well. You've got to be careful.
Yeah, Jiwoo does have flash and heal, as there is the flash that has to be traded. No cleanse available. Means that Jiwoo does just have to get out of there. It's a bit of a wacky heal angle. Just expecting Cuz not to be able to find these ultimates that will be trained towards Jiwoo. He's going to have his finger on the Featherstorm button at a moment's notice.
The heal definitely for trying to win lane, but very difficult, as you mentioned already, with the Lulu here. And, I mean, it's going to offer you back a little bit of sustain when you try to trade, but, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it here in this composition. Kind of helps speed up the Seraphine as well, or the Wukong in some of these team fights later on, as this is Peter's flash play here, where they delete Lehen's and Aiming can't get it done on his own here. So, well played from Peter. And it's a 1-1 kill score here, but KT with a lot of control around early objectives here. And with Aatrox and Azir, and of course Cuz on this Sejuani, it's very difficult for Nongshim to take this fight straight up, even though they have ult second layer very nicely here. Let's see if they can get the setup that's required to make this Seraphine extend her ultimate into a Cyclone, for example. Because they just don't have enough prio here in mid to group first.
I do see how Nongshim's composition is going to work, right? In these team fights, you can cause everyone to clump up for you in a line with the Encore, and then Featherstorm becomes a massive damage ability, and you can keep them in place with the Cyclone. The KT do just have like some tried and true, like Moonlight Vigil and Emperor's Divide combos, and the Aatrox bouncing around in the team fight.
And the Dusante, you know, we've seen a lot. The Dunsante in this case is winning the top lane enough to where there's just not going to be a contest here from KT. It looks like they grouped initially, even Lehen's lurking around, but with Jiwoo being up there and Aiming coming down a little bit earlier, they just decide, all right, well, too much Cassante prio, too many combo angles. We don't want to fall behind here earliest.
Oh, yeah, there's the flash forward for the Q. World Ender does come down as Keen is just desperately trying to get himself out of there. Emperor's Divide in the mid lane in the meanwhile as Fiesta is going to be taken down low. Keen not going to survive this, though, as it's a great encore. Will it be enough is the question. The answer is absolutely yes. Drops the beat, and BDD is not going to be able to find that kill. So, just a kill. Going over to Nongshim there.
Yeah, kill plus Herald. So you get the Herald. KT don't opt into that one. Keen opts into overextending a little bit there into a very aggressively positioned Sylvia's Jiwoo.
Oh, okay. Ulti is going to be avoided with the Featherstorm. I think it was avoided just anyway, as Battle Dance from Peter is going to keep him alive. But the Featherstorm means that Jiwoo is pretty diveable.
Yeah, he's very vulnerable. He pressed R to cleanse, except that now he doesn't have that one for a very long time and will have to leave because he took a ton of damage while setting up for the escape. Peter can get out at least without having to flash, but this is going to be a lot of plate gold going over the side of KT. So yeah, you came up empty on the kill. You couldn't get the kill on the Seraphine, and yes, Dundun did get that gank assist from Sylvie there to actually help take out Keen. But ultimately, KT Rolster still in a very firm position, and we're lane swapping early because the Xayah is pushed out, really desperately trying to get this Xayah money.
Oh, if it means also a 3v1 kill onto Keen.
No flash just yet. It's coming back up, but it's not ready.
Yeah, he is out of a Q now as well, as decent Umbral Dash, and he's just walking it off. You know, sometimes he's got to walk it off, and Keen, he walks it off. He sacrifices a bit of his health bar, and that's it.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Dindin, he's not really going to have an impact against two champions down here alone. at level 9. It's going to be a little bit tougher. We've seen these lane swaps attempted quite a bit. Depends on the champion that's swapping oftentimes whether you can get value out of it or not, as they are going to aggressively index into taking Krugs and trying to zone Keen away. But, I mean, Aphelios is getting plate gold bottom side as well, and feels like a pretty good trade. 45 seconds to go for this next Drake as well. They will have Prio 4 here on bottom side. Herald to try to secure the turret. Now, this is what I'm talking about. Going for this one, if you get all that plate gold, feels real nice. Plus 175.
They are able to get it. It's no first turret blood just yet.
Not quite.
As the high notes are flying through in that mid lane, but the mid lane is not really the focal point right now. I have to see whether Keen can be enough to defend against Jiwoo. You can see that Peter is going back though, and so it should mean KT can get this wave shoved up.
Unleash teleport for Fiesta. He can come down here if they try to dive, as Dindin's just trying to buy time here. No one's pushing that top turret. Calibrum out, but it's not enough damage to get this turret. It's still going to stand here as Peter and Jiwoo come back down, and now they're grouping to contest this Drake. As in mid, BDD has a ton of prio. Cuz is coming over here, but Sylvie, he's back. The conditions are ripe for a cyclone.
They've got those little things that are going up into the tornado there as well. You'd love to see it. As Cuz, he just wants to get a Rift Scuttler. He is going to commit for it. He's not going to get it. That's going to be secured by Sylvie, who's now going to get his attention back towards this dragon. See whether Cuz is going to go for this, as Fiesta teleported in, and that is going to mean that we'll have Drakes traded evenly in this early game. The Soul, beautiful. You said that the conditions were right for a Cyclone. That may be true. As we're going to have a look back in time quite a bit.
Really ripe for this Cyclone. Okay, Sylvie going to get on top of this. Aatrox, who's on the wrong side of the lane, trying desperately to trade this on to Dindin, but will be unsuccessful. As they defended bottom turret, so stopped first brick, grouped then to take the dragon, so tied up the Drakes here as we move to Cloud Soul, as you mentioned. And they were able to successfully kill Keen. So still behind in gold, but a lot of small things going right for Nongshim at this moment in time, as Cuz will be seen on this ward.
Yeah, there's a very nice teleport ward as Jiwoo. Oh dear, the Wild Growth for the extra CC, but Sylvie's making his way in. Featherstorm comes down, Cuz gonna flash out of the way. It's a decent Glacial Prison, but it's on to Peter. Jiwoo will survive for the moment. And KT do not have enough damage, but they will be able to claim first turret here and grab the plate out of it as well. Feels pretty good, but a kill would have felt better. Nongshim, good defensive play.
Yeah, really nicely done, but that's the problem with this type of play when Sejuani is there. It's really hard to win this one out, even with the Cyclone available with Flash. You're just trying to do a little bit too much here as the side of Nongshim, and it won't be successful at the end of the day. BDD teleport down as well. And, you know, look at the gold leads here, where they are. BDD, 550, 1,200 for aiming.
Whoa, aiming is just flashing. Jiwoo is just dead.
Sorry, 1,500 for aiming. And it is, it's looking a little rough here, Atlas, on the bottom side of the map. And yeah, you can swap lanes and try to get some gold for the Xayah, but ultimately aiming is going to get more every time. And Shirelia's already done here for Lehens. Aiming going to go and grab his first item as well. And plate gold here, significantly better for KT Rolster. And the second Herald is spawning in 20. See if aiming is going to be able to make it here in time. Can rush over as fast as possible. They got Cloud Rift.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why KT were just naturally ahead, right? Like, there was a Rift Herald that went over to Nongshim. They used it on the top side of the map, got 4 plates for Dindin, which is absolutely fantastic for him, but KT ran the bottom lane. You could see Cuz, he was like, I'm going to get this Aphelios ahead. We can get to 200 years despite the nerfs, as long as I can funnel some gold into aiming, who now has a Gale Force completed. Not going to be able to use that quite as often as he used to, but should still give him that mobility that he's looking for.
Yeah.
Still yet to be turned into anything just yet as Nongshim start off surely.
Look at the lane assignments here for KT. Keen has teleport, BDD doesn't, but he's closer to this fight if they want to contest. There's that TP.
Yeah, we're teleporting in. See whether KT can actually find this as Sylvie keeping the aggro on this Rift Herald. BDD, he gets the Sand Soldier over, and Cuz just biding his time, looking for the angle there as the Q3 does come down. Speaking of Qs, Keen's now going to try and end the world as Peter is just going to get obliterated. Empress Divide finds finds them all. And Sylvie's going to go down. It's a double for aiming. And BDD will be taken out here as Jiwoo does call back the blades, but it's now just Dundun left alive. And KT kind of looking like they're on the warpath. If that's what the team fights look like for the rest of this game, I'm worried for the Noodles.
I'm very worried. They have a lot of combos they could utilize, but they're just outplayed on this Rift Herald as Cuz is just comfortably able to come over here and threaten the smite. And then where's the angle? Where's the Seraphine ult? And when Peter comes in here with it, it catches aiming, but Keen is blocking 3 people out on his own, and then BDD, who is just completely uncontested, will come in. Dundun, who picks up the eye, taxis out with BDD as well, so he will at least be able to secure this Herald for Nongshim, but at the end of the day, a massive team fight win here, and the follow-up just wasn't there because the Aatrox was blocking the way. Dundun does have this to pick up to maybe grab some bounty gold on the top side of the map for his team, and I would suggest that instead of trying to look for the perfect angle, maybe just take what you're given. He doesn't have a wave, so might have to use the Herald.
The one little Cassante full tank auto attack punch thing, and BDD gives him the good old thumbs up. He's like, nice work, man. You went in there, you tried to get it. I think the Azir should be able to keep him away from the turret for now, though, so that one will still stand.
I was curious to see what BDD was going to build as well this game, because I don't really think you need Crown in this composition, and Leandri's is normally the go-to into Cassante, but he just said there's too many squishies. Seraphine is going to take so much damage from every proc of my Ludens, and that's the path I'm going to walk this game around, as he is going to use this trinket as well to spot out Fiesta.
I like this. The Luden's Shadow Flame vibe. It's like, it's not Emperor's Divide anymore. It's just Emperor's Destroy. You just come in and you actually just wipe the floor with them. It's kind of fun. Not used for the CC, just used for the damage.
Emperor's Mop.
Yeah. Emperor's Broom. It's all right. Sylvie just going to get gravitamed momentarily. Aiming does have the Infernum as well, so...
Everybody groups top to try to get that bounty turret, and meanwhile, Cuz just casually going to take the Drake on his own here. The second of the game for KT is... KT are kind of grouped top to prevent BDD from getting killed there, and the turret from going over. His Cuz is going in now.
Yeah, Peter is going to get Wild Growth as well, as he's now diving towards aiming. He's taking a lot of damage as Lahens is trying desperately to keep him alive. My God, he did so much before he fell down. They go 1 for 1 though, and that's probably good for Nongshim here as KT backing away. Keen will turn up now as it's an honest 4v4 for Nongshim. They have themselves an AD carry who still has Featherstorm available. Decent little Q3 there as Dundun is actually playing a great game of Cassante here today.
Every time this guy gets Cassante, you just have to show him the respect that he deserves. He played a ton of Cassante even after it was nerfed. We were questioning him, but now we're seeing Cassante making a bit of a comeback here midway through our final week of play here on 13.14. But this play from KT, they decide, okay, Rakan a little bit overextended, stand on a control ward. The charm is good. Peter's re-engage onto the Aphelios is pretty fantastic here with the Cyclone follow-up, and Nongshim just turned this one around. It's a 1 for 1 here ultimately at the end of the day, but still, grabbing that AD carry does feel nice, getting the shutdown gold as well.
Yeah, and sometimes like sacrificing your jungler in those sort of moments feels really bad, but there was no Baron, there was no Herald, there was no Drake, and it's fine. They're going to be able to use this Rift Herald that Dundun was lucky to pick up in the last team fight. And so now they're looking to break down the front door. So Nongshim not to be deterred. They had a difficult time in that last fight. The BDD Emperor's Divide and stuff like that can be a little bit of a worry. But they're going to go for a double charge. It's not going to work out as Lahens going to poke Shirley in the eye. Now Nongshim looking to try and get some recalls here to go for a reset.
Lahens trying to deny some of those said recalls as Fiesta given the lane assignment up against the Aatrox with his Leandris here to maybe try to push through. If Kian leaves and tries to help push mid, then they could have maybe looked for double turrets and double bounty gold. Will just be one they pick up for now, as the bounty's unlikely to fall off very soon here, with the lead still being so massive this early on in the game here for KT. But small victories for Nongshim, and the comp still does what it says on the tin, as you often say, Atlas, in that it has some nice wombos it can set up in these 5v5s. It's not so much of a lead here for KT that it's absolutely unplayable at this point in time. But, I mean, when you look at the 2 items for the Aphelios, 2 items for the Azir, these are your big problems that you're staring down as Nongshim. and the problems get worse if you don't opt into these fights. But if you mess up even one more fight, it's probably donezo.
Yeah, it's feeling close, but you're right. I think they need to... there needs to be one more fight, won decisively by KT, for us to really call it lights out. Can Nongshim pass the test is the question. Can Fiesta actually find a decent encore in this next one? Last time it was a little bit unfortunate, right? He encores, he finds a couple of members, but aiming cleanses, and then he flashes an Emperor's Divide that still hits him.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't feel great at all. An opportunity to try and right that wrong if he can. 5.5k though is the lead. KT with so much more money in their back pockets, and hitting these 2-item spikes far before Nongshim is a bit of a worry here for them trying to set up for the next Drake, for example. That's in a minute and a half, and Baron has just spawned a minute and a half ago.
And the Cassante is up an item, but just isn't going to be able to get pressure on the Aatrox right now without further map control that Nongshim don't have. So he's just kind of sitting down there, and you can't actually set up for this Drake if you don't have any map control. And I mean, they're chipping away at Cuz every time he comes in on this Sejuani. Is okay, wait.
All right, they're looking for BDD here. They dive on top of him. He goes golden though, and now they could be caught overextended. There's the Emperor's Divide, and the monkey is swatted. Oh, that is a pretty high value stopwatch.
I mean,
Let's just say that.
I appreciate the attempt, because you've got to try to do something, but this wasn't the angle. They didn't have control, and BDD had stopwatch.
Yeah, he's going to go for a back now as well. He can teleport back in as Peter doesn't find the grand entrance whatsoever, and Dinden, he's tanking it up, but he's going to have to get out of there. Keen, 50% health. He's going to look to go back. Try and get some health life stealed up as Lahan's off to the side. BDD in potentially a little bit of trouble. Doesn't have the ultimate available, but still has the Sand Soldiers and aiming. Getting aggressive. This Baron, though, is going to take them down relatively low, and Nongshim will successfully get KT out of here.
All right, got him off the Baron. BDD, he's around. Did come back to this fight, but doesn't have Emperor's Divide. Can deny some backs, though, and if this team gets split, yeah, the Shadow Flame Ludens is pretty strong, as we've seen here. Peter and Jiwoo will have to leave immediately.
Yeah, BDD is
like right now.
He's still walking up there. Sylvie can get over this wall. Control ward not going to get fully taken out here as finally KT do get in. So, Sylvie not going to risk it.
All these ults.
Cyclone, man. I actually thought that there was a potential angle for a re-engage.
Yeah, all these ults coming back up for KT as well. They clear the vision here around this Baron pit, and I think they're going to do Baron start part 2. So this angle here with the Cloud Rift allowing them to speed up here, and Peter's engage here onto BDD. If he doesn't have stopwatch, feels fantastic. You kill the Azir, and then you try to front to back this with Xayah coming in. But unfortunately, Jiwoo isn't in position for follow-up damage, so they saw an opportunity, but the setup wasn't there because, like I was mentioning as it was happening in live, is Nongshim just don't have any control over the map. Now they're going to try to start this Baron up, but they have fantastic turn with this composition, and KT getting a little bit blindsided by this.
Yeah, they are going to get word of it now as Keen just dives in. He's like, nah, I'm not going to give this one up as aiming's booking it. What the heck? Okay, no, it was secured. It was just the Drake from before, as now Cuz looking to try and right this wrong. It's a massive Moonlight Vigil, but a lot of the damage avoided there onto Jiwoo. BDD looking for the flank angle, but he's going to get stopped. There's no Emperor's Divide, and he's taken down. Nongshim are turning it. They take the Baron. They obliterate KT. What the heck is going on, Wolf?
Okay. Nongshim playing this so well. Cuz is in trouble. He's going to go down. It's going to be an ace, it looks like here. Sylvie trying to slow him up. Can he get out? He's got the turret.
Oh my goodness. All right, Cuz is going to get taken out. There it is, and the white flag is waved by Sylvie.
Okay, so they got...
says goodbye to Cuz.
Bounty gold on Baron. Bounty on top turret. Bounty on this inner, potentially. Looks like they're not quite going to get that one, but they got a ton of bounty gold here across the map, and actually will...
They have a gold lead,
even up the gold, take a lead here with this inner falling. But the way that Nongshim cleared out vision there, identified KT were doing the Drake, is so beautiful, because you can't contest this, unfortunately, as KT. Cuz is so far away. And then, at this point, as KT, cut your losses, because, yeah, Keen wants to do Aatrox things. He gets the kill, he flashes in, but you're going into a choke point, into Seraphine, Wukong, Cassante.
Look at this.
Rakan.
He quicknessed, and then BDD jumped straight over the wall on top of the Rakan.
Yeah.
They read them like a book.
It's just fighting into this composition in a choke point feels great if you hit the Emperor's Divide, but if you are denied entry, if you are unable to have huge impact here. And even if you hit the Emperor's Divide, everything else has to go right. Your Aatrox doesn't have flash. You're running Aphelios, trying to catch up. It's not the fight you're looking for. So now Nongshim in a very comfortable position in this game, I would even go as far to say, as they also were able to prevent, with that one Hextech Drake, the Soul from going over to KT.
Yeah. Man, this is a big turnaround. As you can see, they were down 6.2k. The Noodle Boys really having a great one here. They're going to have to keep themselves vigilant, though. KT's composition is by no means an early game one. As Aiming has got the more long-range weaponry here, as Kuz taking a lot of damage. Does need to be a little careful, but there's the Glacial Prison. Dundun trying to get out. Look at the AoE as Jiwoo. Oh no, Keen does get the flash out from him, but he has to go golden. BDD also very, very low as the AoE is there for Nongshim. They'll take down this inner turret now, and they're just moving forward like a freight train.
I don't know if KT are going to win this game, Atlas. It seems very unlikely with the last few events that have occurred, as Keen doesn't respect the fact that the Zaya is sitting on 2.5 items. He's still going to do a ton of damage. They're pushing to try to end this one. They got the inhib at least.
Nongshim are just saying, we are not out of this. We are still in the race for playoffs. And Aiming desperately trying to defend. There is only one Nexus turret remaining. Oh, never mind. They didn't manage to get too much damage there, but they still managed to take down the inhib. Still very high value.
I mean, Seraphine also, you know, she does a lot of burn damage in this composition, but she offers so much utility with this Rylai's, and now moving towards that fully stacked tier and almost a fully stacked Tark Seal as well that Fiesta's been able to pick up. She really helps both engages as well as retreats here. As look at the angle here. Kuz just burned down by all of that damage. She's killed by the Seraphine here. Jiwoo's ultimate is fantastic, and Keen is like, I'm going for this. Peter says no. Flash comes out from Jiwoo. Keen is then front to back here. This turret is not enough with all the Seraphine shielding coming through to actually to make you feel like you're safe. You shouldn't feel safe as KT against this Baron sieging Nongshim composition. And they're just getting more and more advantages now that Inhibitor's down for the next Baron fight. And they're going to have prio for the Drake as well.
This is just crazy. By Nongshim, they are playing fantastically well around this Seraphine Wukong composition.
It's just such a Nongshim thing to do, isn't it?
It really is. And the last time we saw Wukong, we were like, oh, Grizzly, no, it's not really what we want. But Sylvie is sort of like our last bastion of Wukong here in the LCK. And yeah, he hasn't necessarily been winning that much. But when it was meta, Sylvie really did love this champion. He loves this champion.
He does. He's on 3 items now. And the GA is unbroken. They are ready to fight. They've got the choke points control. This comp is very oppressive when you get a Baron buff and you start getting control over the map, because now KT have to do wide flanks to try to come over here. The Aatrox's wave clear is buffed on this patch. It's still not amazing. He's going to right now deal with these super minions in the bottom lane, but it's going to take him so long that there should be Nongshim taking their second Drake off the game here on spawn before KT can do anything about it. The timing of this rough for KT because they can't trade for Baron. It hasn't spawned for a minute, or it won't spawn for a minute. So KT trying to kind of slowly group over here and chip away at the vision control that Nongshim has right now. But I mean, now the Seraphs is done. 3 items for this Zaya. You've got Dundun sitting on 3 items. A Gargoyle Stone Plate means that he can actually hard engage. He can flash into fights and look for Q3s, and there's just no reprieve. Aiming's life is going to be so difficult. But you know what? It's that KT deficit. It's 30 minutes in. BDD's got death cap. It's time for the BDD clutch, because I feel like without some crazy Emperor's Divide play here from him, leading into Keen popping off on this Aatrox, this one's all but over here.
Yeah, you really have to be able to break the Nongshim phalanx, right? Like, you need to get into that back line and stop Fiesta from keeping everyone healthy forever, because Jiwoo is so difficult to engage on. He does have the Featherstorm, and we were calling out this heal, but it seems like just Featherstorm is enough, because in that sort of brief moment, if he aims it correctly, they can just mow them down. They have the Cyclones, they have the Encores, and if they don't have those abilities, it's really difficult to win anyway. So you may as well just go all in on that particular playstyle.
He's got so much peel, and the shielding from the Seraphine, even without Moonstone, it's not like she's offering a ton of sustain, but the shields really stack up here while she burns away at the health with the Leandries. Ouch, indeed.
Wow, okay. BDD with the cool hat that he has is kind of scary.
He has to be the one who carries this fight. I truly believe.
Ooh, Dundun on vision right now. Cuz should be able to get in to try and make this one a 50-50. We'll see how it is going to happen as Nongshim, they are just committed to it. Dundun's going to push him away, and that is just Baron. Taken here by Nongshim, decisive of the Noodle Boys. Yeah, I mean, they can just go back and buy more items and then set up a siege.
They were just so careful and so cautious there, and KT knew they weren't going to be able to commit to stop the Baron, but they thought perhaps they could stop the exit, and they were trying to set up a wide concave around the Baron pit so that this combo from Nongshim doesn't actually hit them. And as the dust settles, really not a whole lot goes on. Aiming drops in his ult, misses, Cuz low impact ult as well. And then Nongshim casually speed up and walk away. The Shirelias was used by Lehens to get KT into position to try to contest, so there's no way to chase. And they learned from the last time chasing through that choke point that it's probably not a good idea to try to stop Nongshim from getting away. But that means Baron's up, and they've got pretty good wave clear here, plus all this shielding. The last siege was pretty incredible, and this one, I think, is not going to be too different. The inhibitor's still down here for 10 more seconds.
Yeah, they don't have a massive amount of range on, AD damage, but Seraphine can really push you away.
She's
from
bleeding them out.
Okay, Jiwoo takes a fair bit. And Nongshim continuing to push this one up. Keen on a flank angle, although this could be really scary. Jiwoo getting down to about half health, and PDD finding the Sand Soldier auto attacks Keen. Just massive, but he goes down to his GA, and now PDD may be overextended. Into the backline goes Dundun, trying to keep them busy. Keen will survive for the moment, but look at the health bars of this team. Emperor's Divide gets into the backline, but is it going to be enough is the question. Dundun's taken out. Keen, can you find it? As Sylvie dives on top of Aiming, but he's just going to press Q and get out of there. Dundun is down, PDD is down, but it's a 4 for 4 as Aiming taking matters into his own hands, and I don't know about it. That's Sylvie shutting him down. And now Nongshim, with the amount of sustain they have, they can continue pushing back in now.
I mean, Aiming, he dealt with the Wukong the last time, but he's not going to deal with it this time. And I think that is just going to be game. I don't know about that play, Aiming on the flash forward. That may just be the end of it.
It may just be Peter finding the grand entrance, but not onto Cuz, unfortunately. Still, these Nexus turrets are going to be taken down. Lehens, Keen, and Cuz not going to be able to do it. And the Noodle Bros will take game number 1 against KT, possibly pushing them out of first place contention.
The first loss KT has taken since they took that first place spot from Gen G. They're now both tied, and a huge win here for Nongshim, as now their chances are just one game away of keeping that dream alive. Fans in tears because you couldn't believe it unless you were here to watch it tonight, that they were able to have this miracle win.
Do you know what I'm just thinking, Wolf? What I'm thinking is of a conversation that Orcs had with me a while back about a kneeler with noodles instead of whips if Nongshim wins World. And look, that is back on the table with a victory in this game number 1. Yes, they're going to have to do it again, but they've already shown us that they absolutely can.
I mean, there were 2 really huge errors for KT this game, but the biggest one was chasing there after the Baron fight into that choke point. BDD looking for the big Emperor's Divide. That wipe, after Nongshim just duped them, took Baron for free, essentially, was the big pivotal moment. See where that gold graph becomes Nongshim favorite. It was right at that moment, at like 25 minutes, that they got back control of the game, and they just never let it go. Insane push with this Seraphine pick. All the shielding means it's really hard for damage to be traded back from KT, and they had one great chance in that final fight, but they messed it up, Atlas.
They definitely did, but Nongshim, it's the capitalization that I want to focus on. What an extraordinary game 1 against KT. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it's the space to break down that masterpiece from Nongshim, and then game number 2. We'll see you there.
이거.
슬로우 돼.
천천히 아주 노플이야.
이번에 끝내보자. 딜러 없어.
야 얘네 라클 없어.
이거부터.
천천히 해 천천히. 바텀 웨이브 살리면 좋아.
침착해요. 침착. 오케이.
바텀 웨이브 살릴게.
가보자.
천천히
딜러.
타워.
슬로우 볼게 이거.
타워부터.
야 미드 타워.
타워.
이거 앞에 서줘. 타워부터
찍어서 가.
세주.
싸워야 될 것 같은데? 싸워. 죽여.
얘들아 이게 농심 CR 클래식이야. 야 본다. 나이스. 이거거든. 이게 되네.
I wanna feel a rush, tell them turn the pressure up. I'll be setting fires for the thrill, I can't get enough. Knocked down, never knocked out. When I'm in the clutch, leaving limits crushed. Gotta get it, ain't no giving up, nah. Got the whole world waiting on my fall. Me against the odds, bet it all. Better stack them tall, non-stop, fighting non-stop. I've been through it all, eyes locked, coming in hot, breaking through my walls, yeah. Try to count me out, but I'm on the grind, yeah. Count down till I'm going live, yeah. Feel it like a fire on the inside. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Come on. Coming alive. Yeah. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. As far as I'm concerned, dog, I never have to check it. Me, myself, and I got bigger plans, you might have guessed it. This is my world from sea to sky, didn't plan it. Evil combated, people will try to test your patience. Flashing through the days, catch me living, I don't hesitate. Either way, if you hear the name, you will know. Crickets and creatures will come in the night. Keep my back from the reaper who's hunting and running, you gotta decide. I'm just controlling my fate. I'm just controlling my... I'm just controlling my fate. I'll never fade. Oh. I'm just controlling my fate. I'm just controlling my fate. Oh. I'm just controlling my. I'm just controlling my. I'm just controlling my. It's not the same, so it's time to ride. Forever I live. I feel my soul coming alive. Coming alive. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Here we go now. Here we go now. Check, check. Here we go now. Here we go now. Check, check. Here we go now. Come on, come on. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. 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 I'm controlling my fate. I'ma come alive. I'm just controlling my fate. I grind, I rise, I thrive. I'm coming alive. Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
Hello, and welcome to the Nongshim CL Classic. We are here after the space, after Nongshim took game number 1 against KT. You know, what we all expected, of course, all of us predicting Nongshim in this. No. Nobody expected this, and Nongshim actually popped off in a huge way. And KT, I think, just one moment of disrespect, one moment going a little bit too far, and that was it. What did you guys think about this?
I mean, I feel like when you're on your last hopes to make it in the playoffs, this is the perfect sort of composition to go to. It's just a death ball, you know. Everyone just stands around the Seraphine shields. You pop all these things, and it felt like KT didn't respect that and kind of walked into it multiple times in a row, which allowed Nongshim to win.
Yeah, I mean, we know the Seraphine, the champion. Like, if you actually make one mistake against Seraphine, like post 20 minutes, it's so hard to be on the leading side. Like, basically, this champion, it holds the lead so well and it pairs well. Like, Zyro Khan with Kong and Kasante, like, they got everything. They got forward lane, they got who can actually jump, maybe the Seraphine ult with the Wukong. So it's incredible well when they want to get upset.
And also, who is supposed to kill Seraphine on this KT comp? Like, there is no reliable engage. We've been seeing compositions with Nocturne, Ahri, Rel, Nautilus, all this. Who is killing the Seraphine in this composition? The answer is no one. And you go for the Lulu. We haven't really seen enchanters for a while, and all you could kind of do was try and menacingly walk at Nongshim, and Seraphine was fine with that. She was vibing.
Yeah, they never really had an option unless they were really going to fully send it, and a couple of times where they did fully send it, Nongshim were ready. They knew where their bread was buttered, or maybe where their ramen was boiled. Let's take a look here at the first team fight. This is the beginning of the beginning.
Yeah, so this was a bit of a fumble from KT, overcommitting the Dragon and let the Baron go. But they make the mistake, you know, they are annoyed that they lost out on the Baron. They funnel to this choke and watch BDD. Immediately charmed, knocked up, charmed again. No chance for a shuffle, and then the Seraphine gets so much value here.
Yeah, I think I'll say like the BDD, like where he actually goes into it, like the direction was a kind of like a little off. Like it should have been like a little bit wider, but the thing is like the Nongshim, their reaction against the trying to engage on KT, like the disengaging from the Nongshim, basically, it was a perfect. And it's like, you know, from KT, they were mad. Like Nongshim, they're behind and they're Baron, like they're mad.
Yeah.
Overextension.
And that was the beginning of the snowball, right? We can go straight 2 minutes later. They're pushing bot lane, okay? And we're like, oh, surely, you know, they won that one team fight, but like KT will get right back on the horse, right?
It's just so hard to push into Nongshim in a single direction. They get some damage onto the Zai here, but look at that ult that comes across basically the whole team for the Seraphine. So much value there, and there's just no follow-up to be found.
Yeah, I mean, even commentator, they actually mentioned it multiple times. Like, they got object bounty, like, so many. They got extremely a lot of bounty, like, swing the 5,000 gold. If Seraphine is in the game's even, it's always the Seraphine's favorite.
Yeah, or even if the game isn't even, and they all pile in onto Wukong Seraphine, can do some magical stuff. And then we had the last fight, which was 32 minutes in, and, you know, one last shot for KT didn't amount to much.
Yeah, and actually, I like that Kian's going for a flank at this point, but it was too little too late. You know, you have to try and be creative with your approach, but they kite back, they immediately CC him and take him out, and then you've lost that flank. BDD goes for the shuffle, but it's a great Zonya's there, and the whole team is doing a fantastic job of peeling backwards, dealing with anyone coming in, and Eamon tries his best, but look at the value from the Seraphine shields as he tries to go aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it does make sense. I mean, it looked good, but it's like, oh, what? Like, it just looked good, but it was like so understandable why he actually played really, really aggressively, but, you know, you can't underestimate their enemy team comp.
Yeah, it was a big deal. It was certainly unexpected, and I think that we'll definitely have to figure out what is going to happen in this series as POG is it's ready. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. It is Peter who does pick it up for his recon.
Yeah, I mean, it's an easy call. Like, they actually got ganked on the one-time bottom, and it's like, he fixed all the lane faces on bottom, and these ultimates immediately, like when BDD tried to come in, wonderful.
Yeah, I think he did a fantastic job. Super quick to react there. Constantly setting up the ults from Seraphine, because Seraphine ult is really powerful but quite slow. And if you layer it with the Rakan knockup, so effective when you're able to do that. And I just feel like Peter, on his record, his champion he's known for, his best performing champion, really delivered when the team needed it.
Yeah, I mean, his job was like a little bit abused, but still, like, it was a great pick against enemy team comp, and he handled it really well. I think I just want to give to him to the most credit. It's just like be able to lay in a game on the bottom. It was pretty easy. I mean, overall, everyone played well.
I'm actually okay with this media lineup. I think that Ju had an amazing game, and yeah, he had so many pieces around him that were doing their jobs, right? All of the CC, all of the charms and stuff like that, doing a great job, and he was like the final, he was the cherry on top, right? The Xayah was very necessary in this comp as well.
You know, this is so fitting for Nongshim, who we always call like the team who are the power of friendship, and really this was everyone working together to make this work. And to come back against K-tier full teams, because there are plenty of teams who are really strong in the early game. You know, Gen G have a really dominating force in the early game, but KT was that team where we're like, oh, if we go to team fights against them, you just lose. They're so good then. And yet Nongshim beat them at their own game, so just fantastic stuff from them.
Yeah, and Peter, as they were winning that last fight, he shouted, guys, this is the Nongshim CL Classic. This team coming together, the same roster, up from Challenger League, winning there, coming into LCK, and they've been on a long road. I think they only got 2 wins last season, and now they're up to 5, maybe even 6 if they can take one more game against KT. But we are done here on the space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Spaceman, and thank you so much, TV. Those noodles looked extraordinarily delicious, but it's going to be a while before we can have any late-night snacks, Wolf, as we could potentially be in for the 6-game evening.
Oh, it seems likely.
Can fight back.
It does seem likely. By the way, if KT win this 2-1 and go up +1, and then they win 2-0 against Live Sandbox, Gen G win their last one 2-0. Tiebreaker for first. They're 1-1 in head-to-head. This one win, this one game that Nongshim took, it might be what gets us that first place tiebreaker. And I'd say more than likely that, like, that's my expectation right now. I don't see, especially with Supreme's look on his face right now, I think they'll tighten it up for that final series on Sunday against Live Sandbox. If KT win the rest of their games and Gen G win the rest of their games, it's happening, Atlas.
I would agree.
If you don't, Gen G's going to get first place.
That is happening. That is 100% happening. Of course, KT not going to be moving to third or anything like that. But this race for first, like we mentioned before, is very, very important. You get to choose your opposition after round 1. You get to skip round 1. Don't need to worry about that. But then you get to choose who you face. Oh, man. It is a large amount of value, as Poppy and Jax are both going to be banned away here. And let's see whether KT do pick Aphelios again, because that was my least favorite part of what they put together in the last draft. And Seraphine, second ban.
Yeah, that's interesting, as we're just going to be trading a lot of OP champions in this one again, as just don't want Fiesta to have that combo potential. They're just going to respect it and say, nah, Nongshim, I don't want to deal with any of that stuff that you showed us in the last game. Very frustrating to play against. KT really did seem to struggle in the later half of the game against those combos, fighting into the choke points, trying to set up for some flashy plays. Aiming's final flash there, not very inspiring. As this time they'll ban the Xayah, maybe trying to pull out that Kai'Sa ban. So we won't see Jiwoo able to play that one this time around. And the Kai'Sa first pick becomes a little bit stronger, but Aatrox, Sejuani, both available here. We might just have the tables turn in terms of what Nongshim could lock up early in this draft. See what KT do here, because his ear is still up. You know, the Kai'Sa feels very safe here. Tristana also still open. That's what this kind of wonky sort of bans does for you, and it'll just be Annie. Just be Annie. Safest first pick. It works with anything.
It certainly does, but it does give away the Cassante. I was kind of expecting them to just deny that from Dundun, as the Azir will come in as the response to the Annie. This is Fiesta's best champion as well, both BDD and Fiesta. Fantastic. Azir's BDD, of course, a little bit more practiced on the pick as the classic Annie Viego to come in here as Kai'Sa going to be the follow-up, as Aiming finally decides to have a look at a tier list and realizes that Aphelios has fallen off the wagon entirely.
Let's see what Nongshim want to play here for Fiesta, as I think you probably just keep this one hidden and lock in a jungler right now. You could even pick Rel and just keep it open-ended, and then you could play Neela.
He's doing it!
Or you could just show Neela now. I mean, that's also fine. That's also fine. I would have liked it Rel first and then show the Neela later and trick him and then have like really cool combo, but this is also fine.
Yeah, this is going to work. And now Nongshim, they're going to get rid of the Alistar. Of course, they would very much like the Rel. They're not going to get it.
They're not going to get it.
Because
0% chance.
That should be the ban right here, especially with Alistar banned away. Kind of a double-edged sword, the Alistar ban, because it denies Rel, but it also is a great pick for Lehens. He has been very, very good on the champion.
I just feel like with how KT have drafted so far, they wouldn't have necessarily expected a Neela just from a Rel alone, especially with the Azir here locked in already. They're going to ban away this Sejuani instead of that Rel. If you give over Neela Rel to Nongshim with a comp that already has Azir and K'Sante, I think you will live to regret it, KT Roaster. I think they'll still ban it, but it is puzzling that wasn't the auto-lock, especially with the Alistar that you mentioned being taken away here from Lehens. This final ban here, we'll see what it is. Maybe a Nautilus.
Yeah, I think Nautilus would be a good one.
Or we'll just miss it. Oops.
Or perhaps, yeah, we're just going to not do it. As Peter's like, I elect to not ban.
You could tell he definitely meant to lock one in there, but he did not. So a lot of tension here. This draft is very critical for Nongshim because taking a 2-0 is going to give them the best possible chance to go to playoffs.
I still think a missed ban is probably better than random locking Zyra.
Yes, that did happen.
That did happen. The Rel that we were talking about is going to be banned away here. So we can have the Neela and Rakan. And that looks absolutely fine here. I was actually half expecting, if the Rel wasn't going to be banned, that they pick the Rel and then they flex it jungle and they play the Rakan anyway if it is still left up and available. This way, they deny the Kai'Sa-Rakan combination and get a really strong bottom lane here. This is actually what they've played the most of, is the Neela Rakan.
I think Keen, I mean, this is now a very all-in composition from Nongshim. I think Keen should be happy to play. I mean, I love this. So this is basically what I was going to say. Some sort of disengage. I was going to say Ornn. You know, put Keen on Ornn. The Nami isn't great with Kai'Sa. That's not really a thing, but her ultimate does stop Neela's hardcore engage because the tidal wave will constantly keep her from dash to dash to dash to ult, and now your entire team is dead kind of situation that Neela does. But they'll go for the Nautilus anyways, similar level of lockdown. The other comp, or the other champ that Keen could play that I'd really love would be Kennen, but they already have so much magic damage. I just don't think that's really what you want to do in this composition. What's he going to play? Because Aatrox is up, but I don't think you want that. They're just going to try to avoid fights altogether. I like this because now you super index into poke. You have this side lane threat, and Nongshim are going to have to chase the Fiora.
Yeah, I actually really love this Fiora pick just because you can go toe-to-toe. One of the things that really does shut Fiora down is being able to shoot her from a distance. There's not many people that can do that. On the Nongshim side, Maokai fits into their composition quite beautifully and also has been a really high priority pick in our previous series, but has since kind of fallen off the radar for both of these teams with the insanity that the bans have kind of represented. And so slipping all the way into the very last pick here for Sylvie is the tree.
Yeah, the Nautilus pick here, definitely stronger and more meta, and does link together with what KT have better than the Nami that they looked like they were hovering to consider potentially that disengage option. Annie can offer a little bit of disengage, obviously with her stuns, you know, the Tibbers and also the W coming through. Maybe that could be enough to help you against this Neela engage, but it is going to be so difficult with this Neela kind of slipping into the middle of your team fight, setting up an ult into an Emperor's Divide. Is very terrifying to face as KT's composition, but if the Fiora allows you to simply skirt around the map and then take the engages you want on your terms every time with that Kai'Sa poke, that is how KT are going to win this game if they do, to bring us to the 6th gamer tonight.
And that's what we need. That's what we're relying on. Because in these early skirmishes is actually going to be absolutely pivotal. This Viego being able to occupy the bodies of his fallen opposition could be able to get them off to a fantastic start. But Nongshim, once again, a glorious team fighting composition. Dundun, full comfort on this K'Sante. The Maokai for Sylvie, actually kind of fantastic in these team fights. I'm a bit worried for KT Rolls to Wolf. Let's jump into the rift for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see whether the Noodles can do it again. If they do, they keep their playoff dreams alive.
And knock Kwangdong Freaks out of the running as well.
Yeah, that will mean it'll only be Nongshim, Liv Sandbox,
level 1
and
craziness.
Oh dear. Is he actually in that brush? Did he make it all the way? Oh my goodness, he's all the way around. Okay, the dash through. And Jiwoo will make it to relative safety.
Good block from Peter.
Yeah, Peter is going to get his battle dance canceled, but half of it did go through, so he is going to be all right.
If this, as you say, yes, Kwangdong will be out, and it'll just be Nongshim, DRX, and Liv Sandbox in the running. Didn't mean to cut across you there, just want to reiterate that. But if the Hens actually flashes there and Peter doesn't block that hook and they actually get follow-up stun onto Jiwoo and he dies, I mean, he has cleanse, so he's probably going to be fine, but he has to cleanse early and is pushed away, takes too much damage, then this lane becomes a lot more difficult to play out. But as it turns out, Lehens is now down flash. They're going to try to set up vertical jungling here since they are in the vicinity. Lehens is going to spot anyone who comes over to check this. And it looks like they are going to give this one over to Cuz. And he also got a ward as well to make sure that Sylvie isn't doing any weird pathing here. So they have a lot of information right now.
Oh, Lehen's actually going to get knocked up here as he's doing battle with Jiwoo and Peter. I don't know about it, but the bone plating is now down. Cleanse has to be used to get rid of the Ignite. And already, 2 summoner spells utilized here on the bottom side. Make that 3, I guess, because Lehen's already flashed level 1, but he's got Hex Flash, so that still counts.
And now what Jiwoo will do with this Neela, the passive of Neela, gives you more experience with your support, so you often will have an all-in opportunity faster at level 6, and because Neela is kind of this weird 80 carries, I'll get into that point in a moment. If we actually see a level 2 dive here, I might lose it, but Cuz is considering it. Looks like he just wants to make sure nothing else is going to happen and we'll take the Gromp, but denying these early levels and getting level 2 first and constantly putting this pressure on exactly what you want to do is KT.
Wow. That's a
damage.
lot of damage. Yeah, that one hurt. Level 1 to level 2, that'll do it.
Cuz he wants this.
And you can see Nongshim also want this mid lane fight, but let's see whether this dive is going to work out. They decide that they want to go all in onto Lehens, who was tanking up the turret. Jiwoo going to flash away, and Nongshim survive!
Yep. All flashes down here in the bottom lane for Nongshim, however, but still they will stave off the pressure. They will be able to survive here as Jiwoo all-time across challengers and LCK 8-3 on this pick. And it feels like a narrative pick here almost as well. Like, you look at this composition, how well it plays around what KT have drafted here outside of the Fiora. You look at this guy's pick, his win rate on it all time. He's beaten incredible teams with it. Feels like maybe Nongshim take the 2-0 tonight. You know, it's the first time I've really been scared for KT this season, besides when they lined up against Gen G for the second time. Then they absolutely crushed them, and I was no longer scared. But this is the first time I've been a little bit worried, and dealing with that dive pretty well there on the bottom side already. Yeah, you're flashless, but it's one of the most mobile champions in the game.
Yeah, Jiwoo is really, really good at this Nilla, but also Peter's Rakan is absolutely fantastic. He's fresh off a POG, his first of the season on this champion. And so they are going to, it makes sense that KT are focusing the bottom lane, but it also makes sense that Nongshim are able to get that play to work out. This is something that Nongshim fans probably don't want to look at because Keen is on a champion that can solo win the game. And Dundun is like, yes, you can alleviate pressure as the Cassante, but you're never really going to stop Fiora from doing Fiora things as the game goes on as this pick. And it's going to have to be Dundun somehow trying to make sure that Keen is called towards some of these team fights that may be coming up in a few minutes' time. And before that, he needs to not die.
Yeah. Really nice riposte here, doing a ton of damage, as this is going to be Jiwoo's first-person view on this play. As meanwhile,
never mind. Dundun doing that thing where he's attempting not to die, and he doesn't die, and he doesn't flash, so that works out. Test passed.
Yeah. All right. So back to that first-person view. Give me that one more time.
That would be pretty cool. Here we go.
All right. So Jiwoo's first-person view of the Neela doesn't have that Q locked in just yet. I'm gonna go for the W here instead. Dashes aggressively onto Lehens, and then great play from Peter. Flashes back. Cuz takes too much damage. Can't stick around anymore. Clean.
Jubilant Veil is a pretty powerful ability. So holds on the level up to see whether he needs a bit more damage if they mess up the dive, or whether he needs damage mitigation if they do not. Actually, very, very cool. And the fact that it works on teammates as well is pretty nice.
It's crazy what it can do for you in terms of surviving, in terms of getting in there, helping out for the engage, and significantly behind in CS, unfortunately, but at the end of the day, it might not matter all too much if he can get gold by engaging in team fights. As Dundun's going to hit level 6 first up here, and Sylvie, we're just non-stop action here on the Rift. There's no time to talk. There's only time to react.
Exactly. It's all just like gank, gank, gank. And now, Cuz has the same idea. He has a level advantage, but he doesn't have positional advantage. Fiesta getting in the Emperor's Divide is going to be heartbreaking. Oh, actually Flash, because Cuz is, of course, only level 5. I normally just default to saying Heartbreaker first when it comes to the Viego, but he doesn't have that one available just yet. So does look to disengage. There's another hook to come through from Lehens, who's playing still very aggressively. You can see the CS numbers working out for KT. And if you look at the top of your screen, it's about an 800 gold advantage for KT in this early stage. We know that Nongshim, they just want to get towards team fights. That's where the power of friendship truly thrives.
They've also gotten quite a bit of pressure on to deny that really quick level 6 from Jiwoo and Peter that would prevent them, that would allow them to get on top of aiming on the Hens and potentially look for an all-in timing with the charm into knockup, with the Jiwoo ultimate as well. But unfortunately for Nongshim, that's just how it is in this early game. They will be able to shore up some of that CS deficit there in the bottom lane, but the play in mid there from Fiesta, not very clean. As long as Cuz flashes there, you have the opportunity to set up for the double stun. They stacked up for it. That does not bode well for how the team fights could look here potentially for the Azir. But it's still early days, and it's still early days for Keen in this lane, but he is going to get stronger and stronger as the game goes on. He is going to be a bigger threat. Right now, he's just kind of putting pressure on Dundun. Later on, he will absolutely destroy him in science and then start wiping the turrets off of the map. So taking early Drakes like what Nongshim are doing here feels really nice and critical, very important, because if they end up losing Drake parity and KT could just say no to Dragons and walk away and allow this Fiora to side lane, then it's just going to be so hard for Nongshim to play the game. So first step here, successful.
Yep, absolutely nailing it. As Cuz is going to find a bit of CC onto Fiesta, who's going to have to get the heck out of there. I don't think this side of the jungle is going to belong to the Maokai. As you can see, Sylvie is going to still move up there. They have a lot of pings onto this red buff, but Cuz kind of running amok in this game, and we'll be able to take this one away. So, manages to get himself a little bit of a transformation there as Dundun holding onto a very large minion wave, but not a lot of health bar.
They know he's up here, right? But still.
Yeah, not going to be able to do the do-si-do here as the grand challenge is executed, but Peter is going to dive forward. Cuz in trouble, does have level 6, and this time he'll be able to get out as the Nature's Grasp. Not going to be enough there as Keen even turning around to get a cheeky auto attack onto a minion. Was it necessary? I don't know. Did it send a message? Absolutely.
Peter really playing the map here. The call out that the Viego is being aggressive comes through. Peter decides, I need to go up here and support my top laner. He's going to walk face first into Lehens as well. Peter has that level 6 advantage from that extra experience from Neela, so it's just not the same amount of impact Lehens can make on this Nautilus at level 5, and that should be the Herald going over. So a roam up top, helping out the top laner, securing Rift Herald. Looking really nice here for Nongshim, still behind in gold, but this is going to shore up a lot of that advantage. And for KT, you can avoid a certain amount of team fights, but getting both objectives early here for Nongshim feels fantastic.
It really does. And I think that Nongshim have themselves a pretty decent position in this game. And I'm still kind of reeling from the fact that they won game number 1. But right now, I also kind of like how they're playing here in game number 2 as well. Setting themselves up, looking for that next team fight that could come through. And that is what we know this team is good at. It is fighting around Jiwoo's Neela and finding the engages at the right times. And a lot of that hinges on, can Peter find the engages? And can Keen not kill everyone before that all sort of starts? Fiesta as well. I mean, this is his Azir. This is one of his most comfortable champions. His Seraphine looked great in game number 1, but this is certainly a lot more comfort on stage.
No, absolutely. And we've seen a lot of teams just straight up deny Fiesta's comfortable champion pool, which is fairly thin at the moment, as, Sylvie?
Yeah. Sylvie just immediately going to be lit on fire. There's the Nature's Grasp. He's looking to flash to try and get himself out of the way as the Killer Instinct was invested, as was the Depth Charge. So many flashes as Fiesta looks for Lehens. He's just going to walk his way north. Sylvie knows that they have control vision in this area as Jiwoo's flashing. There's the apotheosis. And Lehens, nowhere more to move. He had the fancy footwear on. He was trying to get away, and it did not work. As now, there's an all-out onto the Fiora. Dundun wanting to go 1v1 against the duelist herself. That is very, very scary. Cuz is moving up as well.
Flash Heartbreaker.
Yeah, I think he may not make it out of this one, but it is a very cute little attempt, and Keen is going to even up the kill score.
Yeah, he doesn't have to use his flash here either. Cuz just going to help set this one up. This is really unfortunate for the side of Nongshim because the bottom side play was fantastic, and trades of flashes like what we saw there, definitely a trade up for the Neela. As Sylvie's going to come over here and try to deny some plate gold, will deny a back, but that's going to be about it. The bottom side play looked really good for Nongshim, and then Dundun looked like maybe he had found an angle, but unfortunately he did not, as Lehens has some really cool plays here, pushes Sylvie out. Sylvie barely going to escape, but then Lehens' flash over Fiesta's Emperor's Divide attempt here was really sick, just flashing up towards BDD where he has stun prepped. Really difficult to chase, but he does eventually kind of get trolled by this wall here, can't get out of the river, no longer has flash and goes down. And then Dundun gets a little bit frisky up here because he feels like he's got the damage here. So goes through the riposte and is like, all right, I actually chased this one down. All outs here and has his back turned against Keen, so Keen can't finish the grand challenge. But when he goes back in, he forgot that Cuz was in the area. There's no vision here in the river. And that is that. Cuz not having to commit flash or ult here to secure the kill. And Fiora getting ahead is a problem.
Yep. Dundun also not flashing, so if we do have any more of these shenanigans, he could certainly try and flash his way out. He's not behind by too far. Still, a kill going over to Fiora is generally just a bad thing, as he has his Divine Sunderer completed, and he's able to shove these waves forward for what feels like as long as he would ever like. And Rift Herald going to go down into this mid lane as Cuz is looking for Fiesta. There's the Heartbreaker. Empress Divide comes down and he manages to keep himself up. That's the double knock-up onto both Tibbers and to Cuz. And Fiesta trying to keep himself alive. Hook going to land max range with the apotheosis from Jiwoo. He's just wagging his whip around and Lehens almost gets taken down. But in the end, the 2v1 is going to reign true here for KT.
Jiwoo is just so good at this champion. I don't care that he dies there. The outplay is real. He almost is able to take one with him. And that's without flash. Like we were mentioning before, you trade flashes with the Neela, and the Neela is going to feel pretty good about it with the turret to help out there. The apotheosis is fantastic. He maximizes damage there, but will ultimately get taken out. And this is going to be KT taking their first Drake of the game. And they survive in mid. The shenanigans we did see go on there as well. So no kill onto Cuz. And yeah, he's down ult, he's down flash, but no team fights here with KT just setting up for an easy play bottom into the Drake. I say easy, I mean it was, they really had to work for it. Jiwoo gonna get caught here. Lehens using the wall to dredge his way in to set up for the depth charge. And then Jiwoo mitigates all of that damage, sets up the apotheosis, and if aiming is not the one tanking this, Lehens is dead 110%.
Yeah, that was actually nuts. One auto attack away, and even then, it was almost just a 1-for-1. That would have been pretty fantastic here. As this also, Fiesta just barely getting out with his life, and then Peter with a grand entrance that does kind of work out there.
I feel like Peter wants to go to playoffs more than anyone. And he is playing so well. You could just see how hard he's trying here to take out our current first place team. Well, they're a series behind Gen G, so not currently first place, but most of the season first place team, KT.
Well, I mean, they are if they win this series, then they are our first place team. There's just also another first place team.
Yeah.
That's how it kind of goes.
Exactly. They'll be tied, and then we'll see if both teams win 2-0 and we get that tiebreaker. They got to win the series first. But it has just been such clean play from Nongshim, and we know this team is capable of so much, especially when they have these drafts where they can pull off the shenanigans. And this is just another one of those. We saw it in Game 1. And yeah, if you're new to watching Nongshim, this probably feels like a crazy shenanigans draft from them here too with the Neela. But actually, this is quite normal for them. They're in their comfort zone, and that's what makes it so scary.
This is like actual comfort for everyone except Sylvie. He'd prefer to be playing Wukong, I guess. But for everybody else, this is absolutely their favorite, most successful champions this season. Everything. So if you're going to go down, you may as well go down swinging with what you've enjoyed playing the most so far this season. As if at first you don't succeed, I guess you just try again onto Jiwoo, who does have the ulti. Here it is, going to pull in, aiming. In goes Peter, but he gets caught out of the sky. Now trying to battle dance his way around, and there is a lot of mobility between both Neela and Peter, but now a bit of that has been alleviated as they have no ults left remaining. Depth charge still up here for Lehens if he wants to try and turn anything. It's a little far away, though.
It's so crazy how comfortable Peter and Jiwoo look in this lane and how out of sorts Lehens looks as he's going in for this one, though.
Yeah, another hook is going to come down. Slipstream goes through there from Jiwoo as they get the Nature's Grasp. Lehens going to move up towards Keen. He's going 1v4 right now as he finds a riposte, but now that is down. He's dashing through. They managed to take them down. Keen's still alive. How is this Fiora living for so long and they just wipe them off the map? KT! Oh, you can't do it to him like this.
I think they might. Atlas is down. This turret is going to go. It's going to be the second of the game. First brick went to KT on the top side. Now they've got the counterpart in bottom. And that play from Keen, the teleport commitment, he went in hard. No hesitation, no fear. He's like, I got riposte. I can handle this. That's a lot of CC, but I'm going to look it in the eye, go in there, set up my grand challenge, and get that heal. It all starts off with Lehens here, looking like he's overextended a little bit. When Peter survives here, the teleports are coming through, but obviously advantage to the Cassante who gets here first. But Keen just goes straight in. Grand challenge is out, and he just does not care. And it looks like for a moment, maybe KT messed this up. Maybe they're about to get wiped here, but Keen plays it so well, and it's like he's got a taunt button as everyone tries to take him out. Fiesta's too late to the party, and Keen will help clean this one up. 6 kills to 1 now, 5,000 gold the lead, 2 turrets down, and KT will also secure that second Herald.
Yeah, this is, it turned into, from a trickle to a flood when it comes to the gold advantage that KT have managed to pick up here. And it's from these little interactions that just go KT's way, because they've just been a bit better everywhere on this map right now. And yes, it's been unhinged. It's been crazy. It's been Lehens getting caught out at least that one time, but also just going for all of these plays over and over again. And they have a composition that capitalized beautifully off shenanigans in the earlier stages of the game.
And I really feel as if you turn the dial like 2% towards Nongshim in that bottom fight, they're the ones who get the wipe. They're the ones who clean it up, and they actually are going for a 2-0 in this series, right? And it was that much on a knife's edge that they just all leaned into. Keen said, no, trust me. And trust they did, and he absolutely helped win that fight. 1-0-4 on the Fiora now that's already so massively ahead, halfway towards that Ravenous. And he is just going to be such a big threat. No way to contest this realistically without Fiesta getting into position. He's pretty far away. Does have a blast cone.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, Nature's Grasp going to come through. Dredgeline comes down. Cuz secures the dragon. But can they secure a team fight is the question, because they're trying to keep the Fiora out of here. Hook comes through, and Lehens is just going to be taken down. It's in trade for the Maokai. That Lehens actually just took a long time to kill. As VDD, Emperor's Divide going to come through. It lands onto 2, but we do see Cuz trying to mitigate that CC. Stuns up Fiesta. They take down VDD, but Neela is also dead. And now Peter will be chased down. They will die fighting, but unfortunately, Noodles fans, they will die.
Now there's a third game left in this series for Nongshim to play out if this one goes the way of KT, and it is looking like it is certainly already. That ship has sailed, but they tried for one last attempt in that team fight, and the Neela ult is huge, but it's too little too late, and BDD lives for so long in this fight, even without a stasis. As you can see, Sylvie all-ins onto the Annie. The rest of the team is focusing onto Lehens, and of course, this is not really the target that you wanted to be going for here. And then Apotheosis comes through. BDD lives with this shield. And then Peter, yeah, he helps secure the kill with the Ignite, but Cuz is getting the kill topside. Aiming is untouched. And Neela, she's not really an AD carry. She's just a secondary engage. The Kaisa going to be doing big damage. Lehens hands off the keyboard watching because he's the first to die. And yeah, it felt pretty much all said and done, especially with the Viego getting resets. I don't know if you even needed the Kai'Sa to be the main character there.
Yeah, and his reset's actually working out extraordinarily well. I watched Just Cuz in the last fight. He twisted advances through an Emperor's Divide, then possesses the Azir after killing him in order to get a whole lot more DPS down. And we thought that maybe if this game had a chaotic nature to it, that the Viego could thrive. And as it turns out, we're kind of on the money there as they move towards a 9,000 gold lead. We're approaching that mark, about 8.5k now.
Yeah, aiming, he's already got half of a Rage Blade done. He's already evolved his W, so he can just constantly poke. Then there's no turrets left on the map here. It's really difficult for Neela to get an Apotheosis off onto anybody or set up for any engages. Rakan can't flank anymore. And that last fight was maybe the last Apotheosis you're going to see hit multiple members in an impactful way here for Jiwoo. Unfortunately, with the state of the game now, it's lights out on the map anywhere near Baron. You just have no idea what's in there, and what angles you could take are risky because you have no turrets. Peter, speaking of, really struggling.
Certainly is. Sylvie as well, gonna have to flash to get out of the way of the Tib. As he does so, though, that will keep him alive at least. Hook just barely going to miss from Lehens. As Dundun, yeah, having to deal with Keen. That's a tough task, but he is handling it somewhat.
He's trying his best.
He is.
He's
giving it his all. He's making sure that he's not dead as often as he can. But a 0-3 Cassante certainly going to struggle, especially 40 CS down against the 108 Fiora. And KT, they're just going to start off this Baron. There is vision in this area. Sylvie clearing out vision himself, but they have no idea what Lehens is up to. Neither do we, to be perfectly honest. But Nongshim, I just don't know. I mean, Bouncer Tibbers standing just outside this this Baron pit as Sylvie is going to get tagged. Nature's Grasp does come through. Depth charge down as well. Man, that ultimate from Sylvie keeping himself alive. But now they don't have it for any sort of attempted steal of this Baron.
Aiming.
Oh my goodness, okay.
He had a lot of self-restraint not to go in on that ult in that last fight. Just decides, you know what, there's a lot of players on the other side, including Anila. I'm just not going to go on that one. Had an opportunity as Lehens is just going to keep him zoned. Might sacrifice himself, not 100% sure if he even dies, to be honest, and it looks like no. The answer is he's just going to get out.
Yeah, and Sylvie's nowhere near, as now a teleport flank going to come through from Keen. He wants to get a Baron and lock them all down, as Jiwoo's going to get challenged. We'll see whether he accepts it. These autos just not going to come through, and KT will cut their losses. They'll just say, I guess we'll settle for a Baron. And yeah, they pressed R on Keen and pressed teleport, but they all got out. Now they're going to be able to push these waves with impunity. And with a Fiora on your team, turrets don't tend to last very long.
Fiora with a fully stacked Ravenous that she's had for a little while now. 2 items for Viego, 2 stopwatches for KT, as the 3rd item is picked up for this Fed Kai'Sa. The Rage Blade, we talked about it just moments ago. Almost done. Well, pick up that Baron, and guess what? She's going to put it together. And now KT, I mean, look at the experience here.
Oh my goodness.
It's,
Cuz is higher level than everyone on Nongshim.
Yeah, he has 180 CS because when they got map control, he just said, your jungle is my jungle. I would like to annex the jungle.
He has all of the jungles. As the snare going to come through, he's going to get hooked even after the cleanse, and the Akathian Rain will be good night to this Neela. Peter almost dies as well, as aiming just has so much damage. The use by date is well and truly up here on Nongshim in this game, I believe, as this inhibitor is going to go down as well. And KT moving further forward. And yeah, they managed to come back from 6.5k. I don't know whether this is going to be a similar story at 11,000 gold, the advantage. That is only going to keep extending. Inner turret goes down there as Keen is going to usher through another minion wave towards the bottom lane. Nongshim, they don't have their carry. 8 seconds until he gets there, as that's a massive Tibbers into the back line. And there's the challenge. It's going to be issued once again as the tree falls. The Cassante down as well. Cuz avoids the Emperor's Divide. Give this guy the POG as Apotheosis picks up 1,000 gold. And Jiwoo actually gets himself out of there one more time. Still only 3 members left for Nongshim.
Teleport came through from BDD. He's back up to full. He's got Tibbers here, but it looks like they've actually saved the Nexus for now. Even with the Baron buff, it's only for another minute, and the wave clear is going to be enough here. So miraculous play here once again. Jiwoo saving the game a little bit longer after getting stunned into Hook here. He respawns to save the day after this. It's a really nice play here from the side of KT Rolster. Peter almost burning down as you mentioned there in the play-by-play. And then Tibbers here ends up getting onto Sylvie and Dundun. It's a double. Peter survives. Cuz trying to get in here and make this happen, the dodge is fantastic on the Emperor's Divide, but Fiesta survives and the Apotheosis comes through. If they kill the Azir here, maybe even with the shutdown onto aiming, you can push to end, but because Fiesta lives, he goes back into the fountain, gets full health, and Nongshim, 12,000 gold down. You know, it's still not looking great, but the Nexus is alive.
Yep. And look, it's not over until that 50 gold is claimed, Wolf. That is absolutely true. And we saw Nongshim win from down 6,000 gold. Maybe it's only natural for us to now have to watch as they win from 12,000 gold down. But I can't really see that reality. There's quite a few of those realities that I haven't been able to see, though. And afterwards, I've been able to see much better because there's definitely no hair in my arms.
This one is a big one. It is quite hard to imagine. But
yeah, imagine, like, would that not be one of the greatest things to happen in the LCK, though? If Nongshim, from 12,000 gold down, managed to win a game against our formerly first-place team here in the LCK, 2-0 to keep their hopes alive for playoffs and for us getting a Noodles Neela skin.
Yeah, it would definitely be historic, right? It would be memorable.
That's a storyline. That is a storyline.
And, you know, I mean, it's not over till it's over. Those Nexus turrets still alive. As Keen is like, are you sure about that, Wolf? Because I'm up in here on top of this Cassante 3 levels up, and I'm not sure if the Nexus turrets are in fact alive. Has anyone checked? The observers are going to check, and technically they have vital signs at the moment, but Keen would like to debate the topic.
Exactly, and they are getting weaker and weaker as these super minions are doing some work, taking pot shots here at Fiesta and Peter. Jiwoo now back here with Dundun. Sylvie also getting split off as the inner turret is going to be taken down. War of attrition here from KT as they just siege, and this is the problem with Fiora and her existence. Not to mention the problem with having 2 inhibitors down. As Nongshim, they're going to need to make a play, and here it is! They find aiming into the back line as he tries to dive out, but it's not going to work. Now the Nature's Grasp comes in. Aiming stays alive for what feels like way too long, and Keen is just winning the game, by the way. But let's do the team fight first. Apotheosis does come in. Tibbers just brushes it off until Jiwoo eventually takes that 50 gold, but there is another more important 50 gold that Keen is looking for. Still, he's going to back away, not biting off too much, and now waiting for the rest of his teammates to come forward. Lahen's throwing in the auto attacks. Ko's going to be here as well, as he's going to get a few possessions before they say goodnight to the Nexus. And we are going the distance this evening as KT takes us to a game number 3.
Yeah, and they did struggle through the early mid a little bit. There were a lot of kills traded back, but ultimately there was one consistent point of pressure, and it was the top lane where Keen was absolutely destroying the Cassante in lane, getting massively ahead. And when he made that teleport call to go bottom, the game could have gone either way. I really believe that if it's like 2% better for Nongshim there, they win that fight, they rack up a ton of kills, the Neela is fed, and then suddenly you've got the same snowball situation on the other side. But loved how Lahen's played out the early game, constantly applying pressure, although it was pretty tough at times, and it was very risky. It looked like a few times he was actually going to overextend down there. Put a lot of pressure on the Neela, didn't allow for any all-ins there. Keen's got pressure top side, and then BDD on the Annie, always being that consistent form of engage. It was close until it wasn't.
It really was. I think a shout-out needs to be made for Cuz as well. I think that he played extraordinarily well in those team fights. His Viego, who's always been good, but just showing mastery on all the champions that are on the enemy team, as well as the Viego himself. So shout-outs to Cuz. I think that there are a few POG options, and I am waiting with bated breath to see who's going to pick it up. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have to wait just a little bit. Short break, then the space, and then that final game number 3. Looking forward to it. We'll see you there.
일라 없어. 그리고
낙한 까비.
야 궁 한번 써도 되고.
자 걸리스 너 빼고.
야 그거 빼도 돼.
야 이거 박았다.
걸렸다.
닐라 여기 있고.
야 걸었어.
야 딜러 없어. 우와 쉴드.
쉴드.
쉴드 2초. 그거 그냥 난 살아버리기.
별로 안 게임 끝날만해. 게임 끝날만해.
야 이거 맞아?
야 게임 끝내면 안 돼.
어떤 못 넣었다.
그래 볼게. 까비.
야 이나 애들 간다.
아 끝났다.
빼 이나. 아 끝내. 알아서 해.
끝내자. 가자. 이나 살짝 봐봐 이거. 오케이 봐줄게.
잡아. 난 잡을 거야. 좋아 그렇게 잘해.
야 노틸러스 막타.
여러분의 환호 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
대전 마이시티.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 2, which looked a lot more like we were kind of expecting from this series. KT able to take down game number 2. Nongshim having some moments early on in the game, but by the end of it, KT were able to take it down. Thoughts on this game number 2, guys?
You know, as much as like the Neela is fantastic for Jiwoo, it was hard to see it functioning in team fights a little bit here. We saw it like often getting shut down, like the fact that the enemy team has Annie, obviously Nautilus as well, made it really hard. And I just feel like the last comp we praised for being like super cohesive with how it kind of fit together, but this one was a bit of a struggle, and also the Fiora pick coming out late, and you're into like 2 tanks top jungle, which just means you're always gonna have a good time.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, like this is what we are expecting from KT, just dominating from all the game, like they keep the lead like as much as they can. And like I think the most important thing is about the Neela, like the Neela has to kind of win the lane phases like early on. Like she can't fall behind. As soon as they fall behind, she will not have a kill point like against the Kai'Sa. Like as soon as it also, I think I like to pick the Rakan, but also I kind of like the disengage. Like the Lihan's, the Nautilus, he can always just appeal for it. He also have ability that he can actually go in for. Like he can always make the play. I mean, that's what happened in the middle of the game, and that's what the KT always wanted to try, and that's where the KT start from.
Yeah, it ended up going pretty well for them. Let's take a look at this first fight that we did have down towards the bottom side. Now, this one started off kind of crazy, and Nongshim thinking they had the jump, but actually they were the ones getting jumped.
Yeah, the big thing if you look at the minimap is we have both TPs coming in, but Annie is close, and Azir is so far away on this play. And then in the fight, we see Keen completely clutching it, flashing to proc the passive, surviving to the end. And the whole of Nongshim is focused on, please, we have to finish the Fiora off. But as a result, the rest of KT just crushed them.
Yeah, I mean, it's like 0-4. It's just like, it's so much one-sided. I mean, this is what I said. Like, from Lihan's knowledge, just make the play. At the same time, they use the lane prior. Already Keen wasn't winning top. Using TP all year, just making proactive play. Using numbers advantageous. There's just so many things that KT is good at it. And they're using it. This is what we KT actually expecting from them.
Yeah, I definitely came into this the second game thinking that, okay, KT are taking this one a lot more seriously, and we saw that reflected in the team fights. Let's take a look at the second one as well, which was essentially very similar. This only happened 2 minutes later.
Yeah, I mean, the game very quickly went from bad to worse as a result of this for Nongshim. KT managing to kite away here. Lehens is in like a bit of a tricky spot, so we get a trade. Jungle for support, which KT are pretty happy with. But then in the ensuing fight, we see Jiwoo trying to pop off. Good shuffle comes in, the ult comes out with his stun onto Jiwoo, just ruins any chance of Nongshim winning.
Yeah, I mean, you have to know, this Keen Fiora is like actually just plays so well, even teamfight bottom just 2 minutes ago. And it's, again, just plays so well in the teamfight. It's not that easy, especially pre-20 minute, it's a 60 minute and 18 minute in the game with the Fiora just team fighting that well. I don't think the Nongshim was expecting it, but Keen just outplayed.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy because Nongshim, again, they have to win this series to stay and have a chance and to eliminate Kwangdong Freaks from contention, right? So getting one game, it's not going to be enough. It felt like with the Neela coming in, this was going to be Nongshim's moment. They were going to 2-0 KT, but certainly feels like KT has kind of woken themselves up after that first one. And guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who did pick it up here for game number 2. And it will be Keen. Undefeated. Well, actually, just no deaths is what I mean to say here on the Fiora.
Slightly defeated today.
Also, yeah.
But, you know, really fantastic. And I think when you think of Fiora, you think medicine side lane, you think scaling threat. But I think the team fight execution was really what shocked me, especially this early in the game. This early, you don't expect Fiora to making this much of an impact. But Keen was just on point in these fights and then still scaled to be a side lane monster.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, like even this is it's gonna be our just one Hala 1 and Hala 2, and he just like outplayed these so hard. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like honestly, he just turned it all around. Like Nongshim, they actually had an opportunity to win the team fight. It was like look good until Keen arrived.
Let's take a look at the votes here. Kind of all over the place. I mean, I think that's a little bit to be expected, especially with how one-sided the game was. But Keen with the overwhelming wins. I think, as we talked about, Teamfight Fiora just a little bit too strong in this game number 2. So game number 3, We will have Nongshim on blue side, but no subs to come in. No quad here for game 3. Any change-ups for this?
Well, I think there's a lot of weight on KT when Nongshim on blue because, you know, there's a lot of things you tend to have to ban often against Nongshim. The Seraphine's now one of them. I don't think they'll let that open. They managed to deal with Anila, but in some situations can be really powerful. So just more weight being put on KT, being on red side, having to ban a lot of the power picks and also the pocket picks for Nongshim. And KT need this win because they've already actually, just a one-game loss has meant Genji can catch up with them. They lose the series, I think it's just doomed.
I mean, for Nongshim, it's good for them. It's every blue side kind of winning right now in the series. They take some advantage as well. And I think they got to find something like a champion that is like the same thing as what Seraphine does. You know, that's got to be rough.
Maybe a Sona?
But something like that. You know.
I don't know. But it's going to be interesting. I mean, Nongshim, they still have a chance to take this series. We'll see if they can get it done in game number 3. Let's go back to the casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yeah, blue side, 100% win rate so far today. If KT are going to keep themselves in contention for first place, possibly breaking ties with Genji, they're going to need to win on red side for the first time this evening.
Yeah, and Nongshim, you know, the early game went pretty decently there for them, but the lack of Fiesta in that bottom side fight and then the subsequent stun there onto the Nila, those two critical moments that were highlighted perfectly from the space there kind of broke the back of the composition, and from behind, it is a tough time. I don't care about the last train. It's been a long time since we've gone full 6 is what that sign said, and that's where we're at. We're about to crest 11 p.m. after the pick and ban here going onto the Rift. That's where we're going to be at. It's been a long night of League of Legends, and these teams are playing into the night, trying to secure their spot in playoffs for Nongshim, trying to secure first place for KT.
Yeah, it's crazy. And of course, with a victory for Nongshim, we will have to say goodbye to Kwangdong Freaks. And if they lose, unfortunately, their run here towards playoffs is over. There's the Jax ban to start us off, as of course, that was what it looked like in game number 1. And in fact, Jax and Renekton have been banned in both of our games so far, and that will remain the same. Xayah to be taken away here by KT. Is it just Xayah Seraphine? You're not playing that same game 1 composition.
Yeah.
Find a new way to beat us. And that is precisely what they're going to do.
She has to give it a little bit of a chuckle as that ban comes through. And unsurprising is Kaisa will also be banned here, so Jiwoo had no plan of first picking it, so both the Kaisa and the Xayah are gone here. So
actually, I love this as far as like a ban strategy is concerned. We've seen a lot of like, oh, well, let's just keep it the same because this is what works in practice and blah, blah, blah. But adaptation of bans to take your opponents off what they managed to win on last time or what they've looked good on so far this series, I think is very, very important.
Well, the Zeri stocks are going up, and that was the first thing that came to my mind when I saw that Kaisa ban is it's going to be Zeri first pick because you just don't have any other really better AD carry right now in this meta. You know, she is definitely the alternate to both the Kaisa and the Xayah that we often trade. Xayah the best answer to Kaisa. Kaisa's the #1 S tier pick. And then you go down the list one more, and then it's the Zeri. And we need to see some lockdown here for KT Rolster to make sure that Zeri doesn't become a huge problem in the mid to late game. Nico can be that lockdown and does have a good amount of synergy with Viego with the pick potential they have with resets in team fights, and with how comfortably Cuz played that last game, I'd say it's a pretty safe bet here. Now let's see if Nongshim want to deny the Nautilus pick right away, because before we see aiming lock that one in, I think that's the next thing that you're scared of here as Nongshim.
Yeah, true. Although I do really like Alistair when you see a Nico as well. Trying to get that Pop Blossom out of there, you can now react to it. So it is a possibility as Fiesta thinking about the Ahri. Ahri Vi could come through here for Nongshim, create some great mid-jungle synergy to combat the Nico Viego that they've already placed face up. But that is a Blitzcrank. I don't know about that one. We'll see whether that is going to be the choice.
I mean, it's great with Ahri, and it also kind of weakens the Nautilus pick because it outranges it in lane. But he will just think better of it and give Dindin the ability to set up front to back here. What you lose, of course, is the Vi that you were talking about. Nocturne, still a potential angle as there's the Nautilus to come through. It's pretty obvious that KT are going to pick this one up. It's more valuable than the AD carry pick because the number one thing you need to do is lock down these mobile champions, in particular the Zeri, but when the Ahri gets locked in here, the value goes even higher on this Nautilus pick. Alistair, you talked about it. That one's off the table now.
Yeah, I think Alistair Vi, the bans that you need to lock in as KT. Vi Ahri is something that you'd really want to deny. Of course, there's nowhere to put Vi on KT because Viego has already been locked away. So Nongshim, they're going to be looking towards the top lane, and I think Fiora is a worthwhile ban. The Kai'Sa and Fiora that KT did use to such great effect in game number 2 is now removed. I almost said game number 1. Nongshim won that one.
There's no real angle, I feel, for Keen to play Rumble here. I just don't think that that's what you want to do in this comp. You already have a lot of magic damage. It's not really going to give you the resets you need, and Zeri's just going to not care about Equalizer. She'll just simply skirt around it, and we'll still be able to do a lot. Nocturne that I was talking about, also gone now. So the Vi is available, but we'll see if Nongshim want to play that style here, because you are kind of all-inning into Nautilus, Viego, Nico here, who also has a great answer to the Vi engaged by just setting up roots. And the final ban here, I think, again, will be on a top champ. They've taken away the Jax, the Renekton, the Fiora. Could just be on a top tank champion here for Keen or the Aatrox. Samira's gone, and no.
Surely not.
No.
Aiming was the guy that played Neela when she was first enabled, actually. I believe it was Aiming and Def that started playing her first here in the LCK.
I mean, this is risky. Malphite,
yeah,
one of those tank-engaged champions that they could have banned, but they did not. The lockdown for this area is quite high now, Atlas. There are a lot of ways to shut Jiwoo down in these team fights. Heimerdinger going to help mitigate a lot of that engage, and the objective setup here could be really strong, but I don't know about this pick. I feel like it's not really going to offer a lot outside of hoping you could stop the engages. The Rel, that's more my speed on this one.
Yeah, makes a little bit more sense here. And now they have a few of these engage options. There's the Vi like we were expecting. And so, like, this is all in on can Jiwoo hard carry this game, because he is all of the team's damage. Yes, there's a lot of CC, there's a lot of pick on Nongshim, but the follow-up isn't really there. If Jiwoo falls behind against whatever is picked right here, it's going to be a very difficult time for Nongshim. What does Aiming have for us?
It could just be Draven, I mean, at this point. Like,
Draven, Varus, there are a few things up and available.
Draven seems so easy with all of the engage and setup you have and the high target damage. Oh, Tristana!
There we go.
Also perfect here in this scenario. Completely forgot about this champion that's never been R5'd before, ever, because she's so incredibly strong. But in the microcosm of this series, with all the other weird picks that Nongshim have prioritized and the really strange but also strong anti-Keen bans that we saw here from Nongshim, the Tristana just kind of went unnoticed and is going to be fantastic here in also the laning phase. A lot of early pressure here, some kill pressure with Viego, and then in team fights, the burst damage is real. The follow-up is so easy, and if you get that first kill, yeah, Draven would get a lot of money. Tristana, she's going to get another jump. You get that jump, you get another kill, and the snowball starts rolling. Very difficult for both of these team comps if they fall behind. Like, it's so feast or famine. If the Zeri gets ahead, it's really hard to play these fights out because she's just going to be so difficult to lock down. And even if you do all in on top of her, she might just be able to burst through those health bars. Same to be true of if KT end up falling behind. Like, the Malphite engages won't feel as strong, or rather, sorry, excuse me, the opposite way around. If the I don't know which one I said first, but anyway, if Zeri gets ahead, it's hard. If also Nongshim's composition falls behind here, the Zeri is really going to struggle into Tristana, who's just going to be doing a bajillion damage.
Yeah, exactly. I think Buster Shot going to have a lot of value as well against the Magnet Storms that are going to be coming in. If he ever gets kidnapped by an all-out, you can get rid of the Cassante that way as well. I do like a few of the defensive options that Tristana does come with. Plus, the all-in potential, level 3, something that we always have to mention when it comes to 2v2 Tristana. Very interesting stuff here from KT. Nongshim all in on the Zeri. We're kind of used to it. Let's get onto the Rift for Game 3. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 2 Tristanas. What does it mean? And both of them firefighters. It means that they chose the right skin, and we get to see double of it. Keen with his terrifying Malphite skin as well. Don't know how I feel about it. Makes me kind of nervous.
We usually don't get to zoom in on Tristana bot though at level 1 to hear the crazy firefighter sounds. Which I usually do enjoy.
Sylvia needs to press his toggle button because you need to wear the shades. Got to wear the shades with his skin. It's very, very important.
It's pretty late at night, though. Does Sylvie wear his sunglasses at night?
Yeah, you got to be cool. It's sort of like the Men in Black vibe.
Yeah,
you know?
sure.
Like the Blues Brothers vibe. That's what you need. Got to put them shades on. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to get the cool plays.
It's been a long night. It's been, full sets. It's been a while since we've had that. As BD's going to tease here. I didn't want to get into it.
That's a flash hook. They get the flash out of Fiesta already. That he had an itchy trigger finger there as he's going to question mark Blitzcrank. You love to see it.
I love how aggressive Lehens has been in these last few weeks at level 1 on basically every champion, whether it's Lulu, Nautilus in this case, as we saw last game as well. Just always putting the pressure on, always getting value out of Hex Flash super early on. It's the Atlas way.
I love it.
That's on cooldown, you know?
You can't get any value from Hex Flash if you have real Flash. So why not just Flash level 1? I'm kind of upset that he's not flashing out of Fountain, as I've mentioned a few times before, but that's fine.
Yeah,
there was a bit of milling about before that, so he didn't need the extra time.
He's moving the meta closer to that.
Yeah, that's what I like.
He's advancing it.
As Lehens he's just looking for a dredge line angle. As you can see.
11-1 on what has been one of our most popular supports for a long time here in the LCK.
And same as Cuz, 11-1 on the Viego as well. That is a decent win rate. First time that Tristana has been picked up by aiming as well as Keen. 77.8% win rate on the Malphite.
We've kind of remarked that Keen is the only one who wins when he picks Malphite every time. It's been every time except 2 this season, but he played it a lot in spring as well. Was the first person to make Mal really excited about the Malphite coming back that he's been calling for like 2 years. It's finally a thing. It is. These immobile 80 carries. Now, Zeri not really... I wouldn't say immobile, but if you end up locking her down, even temporarily, for the Nico to come through, or the Nico locks you down and then the Malphite comes through, she's kind of dead in every scenario. My point was earlier about the feast or famine and like, okay, if Zeri's ahead or she's not ahead thing at the end that I was getting at is I don't think this is going to be a close game. Like, I feel like there's just no world in which like there's a little bit of a back and forth in this one. One team is going to get ahead, and it's going to be a snowball from there because both of these comps kind of absolutely roll when they get ahead, especially the Malphite composition when it gets ahead with Tristana. Now, the Zeri, of course, gets ahead. The Vi gets ahead. The Ahri is going to get ahead. Those things are all going to happen together if the Zeri comp is winning these early skirmishes and getting those certifications. So these early fights, really important. And I think as Nongshim, you probably want to opt out of losing control and getting that Tristana fed early. But also, because you have Rel, because you have Ahri Vi, you're kind of also thinking like, well, maybe there's an opportunity. It's all going to be about setup. It's all going to be about who has the better vision and who gets to these objectives first. As Cuz is going to come up here for a little bit of a gank.
Yeah, looking for a potential kill onto Dundun. He does, of course, still have his flash available. He is Cassante and all that sort of stuff. As he does get Q3'd back, Kane just grabbing himself some grasp stacks and utilizing his very, very clawed hands to clap and kill these minions.
He always uses this skin also.
I know, he does. And it irks me every time.
I don't think he sold that very well. I think Dundun was like, why are you walking at me like that when I have Q3? That doesn't make sense. I'm pretty sure there's Viego nearby, and good reaction there from Dundun. Will not be duped by Keen. No early pressure for this Viego.
Still, Keen actually able to continue putting the pressure on in this lane. The Malphite doing all right at this stage. Still going for an earlier back. Not a lot of mana on both of these top laners, as we can see. And he's going to grab a Balmy Cinder. Peter just cantering on over, and Cuz going to stun him up. Fiesta, decent health bar, as we can see. Stundon does get the wave shoved towards Keen, but Keen's just going to be able to walk up, slam the ground, use his fire that he has in his pocket to burn all these minions down, and he's going to be absolutely all right. So no teleports for our top laners at this point in time. We've got a Kindle Gem picked up as well as a Cloth Armor. and we're about our merry way. As Peter, once again, spotting what KT are doing. This break looks to be in their hands, though, as the Vi wants to get over the wall in theory, but not going to go for anything. As we're Crab Raven and Sylvie, he's just taking his camps. Doesn't want to bother about this one. So, Vernal goes over to KT.
Because of his early game, he's just been everywhere, you know, making a visit to the mid lane, coming up topside for that potential play, and grabbing this early Drake with a prio they picked up. Just going to be making waves without getting any kills. And Nongshim, yeah, they have a slight gold lead right now with the CS that they've picked up here. Small advantage top side, small advantage bottom side. But ultimately, KT feeling very good about getting that first Drake because you do not want to give Nongshim the space to avoid those early fights, especially when we start getting into Malphite Nico engaged territory. As, again, if you mess up the engage, the Zeri pops off. So it does go both ways. It's not like Nongshim will avoid every single fight, but it can have a little bit more wiggle room with the Zeri scaling here and, you know, just being able to cut through the health bars of the Malphite. Now, what I'm most curious about here for itemization is going to be what Fiesta builds because, you know, the Everfrost that's quite common right now does feel really nice if you can lock down a Nico when you go for the turn, or the same with the Tristana. But maybe you just need the Liandry's to break through this Malphite's health bars as well here, and you're going to be at a lack of damage here. I think as Fiesta, if Jiwoo ever dies, like that's it. It's done, period. Like you said in the draft, Jiwoo is the only real source of consistent damage on this Zeri. So let's see what he decides to opt into.
I really did enjoy the Liandry's Zari that we did see prior, but it's probably Everfrost just because there is a lot of value there. Oh, man.
It's a tough call, and he's just going to lock in Merc Treads, got the Corrupting Pot, and the Doran's Ring right now, so it's still a mystery at this point in time.
I wanted to get snared up for too long. I was like, but he's laning against Tristana. He's not. He's laning against BDD, who is on the Nico. And sometimes maps confuse, as it is 11 p.m. and we have been here for quite some time.
Yeah, you could probably tell.
Starting to set in.
Yeah, you could probably tell, like, losing it a little bit. We're going into a little bit of the challenger zone. And Nongshim is playing, so it feels appropriate.
Yeah, it is a beautiful zone to be in, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, playoffs coming up.
Indeed. Going to be next week. In fact, playoffs just starting all across Korea when it comes to League of Legends.
Yeah, starting on Monday, so be sure to tune in.
Absolutely.
All four of us will be there.
Indeed. And a couple of best of fives.
Yeah. So plate goes over to the Tristana bottom. A plate goes over to fake Tristana mid as BDD picks that up. So a little bit of gold coming back as we're going for the engage.
All right, yeah, they're looking for it. They get the knock up onto Jiwoo. He's going to skate away as Buster Shot comes through as well. And the explosive charge not going to be enough alongside the ignite as Cuz, yeah, he's looking for it. Level 6 available. Sylvie is all the way towards the top side taking this Herald as Jiwoo does have to break his back. But, well, not break his back. That sounds a little bit strange, but does stop his back. They do
no longer
manage
channeling
to take down the minions. And you can see Fiesta here just trying to defend his bottom lane. Desperately trying to get this Zeri out of here. There's the ulti, though, is aiming. He's moved maybe a little bit too far forward. He rocket jumps to get himself out as BDD. He's looking for the Pop Blossom, and he will find it. There goes the Zeri. First blood goes down, but the Tristana will be traded for. And now Fiesta looking to get out of the way of Lehens. Vi does pick up a turret plate. That's pretty cool.
Chaos!
And, Fiesta is going to land a charm onto Lehens, who lands a hook onto Fiesta, who then gets stunned up by Cuz. And that's everybody's name here. Cuz going to miss that stab, but does pick up the auto attack. And Sylvie, he's just trying to take from KT anything that he can amidst the chaos.
Yeah, Sylvie grabs a plate. Fiesta trying to see if he could buy some time, but ultimately will go down. Neither of the bot laners getting a kill, but an assist will go over to Jiwoo there. And it was really well set up by the side of KT. BDD rotating down. He has a pretty massive lead now because he picks up an assist, but he's also got a 20 CS lead. Fiesta has teleport at least, so you've got that going for you. If you didn't have that, you'd be really hurting. But the fact that he picks up plates here and that deficit is pretty massive as BDD will get out. Sylvie not going to be able to look for an ult angle here. The Herald is going to get dropped a little bit early before this Drake spawns here for Nongshim.
Yeah, just trying to get some gold into Fiesta's back pocket. It will be able to do so here. Still, that pesky plate just barely not able to be taken, but Nongshim should be able to get a crash here.
Yeah, and this is just going to be a crash and a reset, so let's watch this bottom side play one more time. Fiesta comes down first, feels like he's got this one set up here. Great jump back from aiming. And then the chase is on, but BDD's here with a Pop Blossom, and the realization is a little bit too late as Nongshim are both disengaging while Fiesta's like, well, I'm priced in, I gotta go for this. I have to go for the flash play, otherwise we all die and we get nothing. He gets a kill. The question is, was it worth it? I don't think so. KT with a 600 gold lead now, and because of the reset timing after that Herald, they're gonna have prio for this second Drake.
Yeah. And you can see top lane, Keen actually having a very good time. In fact, both top laners just kind of chilling in this game. We'll just have to see whether Dundun can find the same Game 1 power that he had and not channel Game 2. As speaking of things that could be a problem, Peter is going to get bursted, but he does crash away from this fight. Jiwoo skating in, finds a huge ultimate. Certification might be imminent here, Wolf, as it's a double kill for Fiesta as well. BDD's in trouble, and Nongshim. Oh man, this is looking real interesting at this stage. The charm just barely going wide there as Fiesta not going to be able to lock that one down, but that is not the story of this one. Teleport comes in. Keen doesn't want to give up the Drake, but already 1-1 and 3 now on Jiwoo. That is dangerous.
See if he actually can avoid this Malphite. He sees him on a ward. This is not looking great, but he's got a Rel to back him up. Control ward is placed, and it looks like Keen's just going to have to walk it out.
Yeah, not going to be able to stay and look for Jiwoo here, so he will be able to go home.
So Keen teleports in, and aiming is going topside here, as it looks like they're looking for Dindin.
Yeah, Unstoppable Force does come in, as now Cuz trying to stab forward. Peter here. Dundun, can you get the turnaround? There's the crash down. The Magnet Storm. Cassante things potentially going to happen as Cuz is taken down. Do you recognize Dundun? He is the god of Cassante in odd-numbered games, Wolf.
And that is going to be a massive lead for Nongshim now. 2,100. They pick up, and on the top side of the map, it's a move where aiming's like, all right, we're going to set up for the bottom side play here. I'm swapping lanes, so we're going to get value in two places. Keen looks for the all-in. He's going to buy time, then aiming on Tristan's going to come over. Now Lahenza's here. He's not alone.
Okay, Jiwoo taking a lot of damage. That explosive charge did a whole bunch of work, yeah. Vi is going to vacate because the Zeri is already dead. So KT, we're on a little bit of a Nongshim high there for a moment, but they are going to bring us back down to earth. 2,000 gold, though, is the lead for the Noodles.
Okay, this is not exactly what I had in mind for what was going to happen in this game. It's just non-stop action, straight up. And the thing is, this is where Nongshim lived in Challengers. This is what Challengers is like. And KT are opting into it, Atlas. They are just saying, yeah, no, I'll go for that. It's not working out so far, although they do end up getting that successful pick topside here, as this is going to be the outplay from Dundun. Pulls him into the Rel engage here. All outs the Viego, then comes in to set up for the double. Just outplaying him. Beautifully done here.
Just beautiful from Dundun. Massive grin on his face. Big thanks to Peter there as well. Perfect positioning.
And then Jiwoo does get shut down here on the top side of the map, despite feeling safe because Vi was there, but she's just going to get it out of there, hightail it out of there after that play. But as the dust settles here, still a pretty big lead for Nongshim. Zeri is in a pretty nice spot, but the Ahri is massively ahead. And this is the kind of angles I was talking about. Like, if Zeri kind of is winning it, that means the Ahri is winning it and the Vi is winning it as well. And Keen is going to be less and less valuable if they end up falling behind here and you can't actually set up these engages and the Tristana doesn't actually end up accelerated in this game. I'm not saying it's doomed. It's close enough here to where KT can fight it back. It's Hex Tech Soul as well on the Rift here, so every single Drake is going to matter. But KT really needs some decisive wins here. Otherwise, this game might just be out of their hands.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit Zeri, but it's also starting to look a little bit Cassante. Dundun is playing very, very well. And when Dundun's feeling himself, you know things can be worrying. For both Nongshim fans and their opposition, because sometimes he can bite off more than he can chew. But if Dundun's feeling it, you're going to get something insane. That's all I know. As BDD moving on in as a pretend Viego. And aiming, just pushing here in the mid lane. Fiesta's towards the bottom side.
Well, hands on a ward, but I think his presence is actually going to be a good thing. Like, knowing that he's there is good for KT, because they're like, yeah, I'm here. You guys can't stop us from pushing this.
Oh, well, Sylvie and Peter, there's the Magnet Storm. They dive in on top of aiming. The Vault Breaker combo with the Cease and Desist is beautiful. And Lahenz is just going to be a kill set up for the Ahri. Keen now was fighting against Dundun. Cuz was coming up. BDD there as well, but with everyone dead, I don't think they can go for this play because Nongshim, they can get over here. They've also got Hex Gates. Of course, there's Hex Gates in this game.
Of course. And, I mean, KT dropped the ball on that siege up of the turret. Like, you pushed it in, you got a large advantage, but just let it go. Like, you don't have that much control. Once you start seeing the members of Nongshim, you're just back away. Dundun getting caught.
Yeah, Pop Blossom does come through. There's the unstoppable force, and there's a lack of ability to play the game for Dundun. That's the combo that KT have available to them. It looks great when it works, but that is a single pickoff.
And just
this was a couple of kills.
You got one minion here. What are you doing? Like, what's going on? You can't kill that turret. It gets extra resistances when there's no minions. Like, what's the plan here, KT? This is not the same KT we've watched challenge for first place all season. This, though, definitely is BDD max range here, going to catch the Cassante. The follow-up is there from Keen. They also had Viego in the vicinity. So, yeah, small win here for Nongshim in the mid lane. A 4th kill for the Ahri, but top side at least trading a little bit back. But where the gold goes here with a, ult for the Pop Blossom and a Malphite ult is not actually going to be the same value as an Ahri getting a 4th kill and defending that mid turret. So still advantage Nongshim, but KT getting these small pieces back.
Yeah, and the kills going to the Ahri isn't as good as them going to Jiwoo, but might give them an extra threat in this composition. And as we already illustrated, that is something that they would really like to have. We'll have to see whether Fiesta can stand up to that. We know that Jiwoo has been able to carry in the past. And they retain this slight gold advantage to Nongshim. Cuz taking a fair bit of damage here from Fiesta as the Rift Herald just pops out. Sometimes that just happens.
Yeah, sometimes you just actually...
And he's going to be able to get a top out of turret, so there you go.
Sometimes a Rift Herald just falls out of your back pocket and kills a turret.
Yeah, it's like when you sit down on the train, sometimes your phone comes out.
I don't know if they can make this happen. Oh, that was a fake clone. That trolled me so hard. I actually thought that was the real BDD in there. I thought they toggled vision. I was like, oh, BDD, like, he can't be in there. He's not in there.
It's late. We understand.
It's kind of light. He is really in here this time, though.
That is him. Yeah, the Pop Blossom comes through as Fiesta's got his Spirit Rush available, so he is out of there. A trade of ultimates between the top laners, though. Sorry, the mid laners, who are in the top lane.
It's okay, it's been a long night.
Thanks. Well, I just didn't make you feel better,
Nongshim here, they get away with the Ahri. That was a huge opportunity for a lot of shutdown gold for KT, but they fail to get the setup there. And I mean, I think that's a trade up for Nongshim, honestly. They have the Drake advantage here, and, a Pop Blossomless KT just isn't going to be able to set up that combo of the Pop Blossom into the Unstoppable Force.
Yeah, this is the thing. They need both of them to be up and available.
And Ahri isn't as reliant on her ult in this composition. She doesn't have to go in there and dash through and fish for a charm because she's got Vi to set her up. She's got Rel to set her up. So I think that's a trade-up for Nongshim, for sure.
And you've got Everfrost now available as well, so there are some options here for Nongshim. So much of this game is going to come down to who does BDD and Keen hit with these R buttons. And then can aiming free hit, can Lahens set them up for success as well, as the charm is going to hit the wrong BDD. As Nico just having a bit of a wander around now. Sylvie, 104 on the Vi. He's actually pretty strong at this point in the game, ahead in farm as well over Cuz, who has been a bit of a farm leader, as Snare is going to miss. Blooming Burst also not connecting.
KT are bounty hunters, but they are failing the hunts. They're just not getting Fiesta here.
As Sylvie might be found, though, as there's the teleport in. Cease and desist comes down, and the ulti's in from Jiwoo. Lahen's going to be taken down. They get massive knockups as they're all piling in. Jiwoo is just free hitting as Keen is looking for it. They didn't find the unstoppable force onto Jiwoo, but does it even really matter as Dundun finds the double knockup once again. Fiesta isn't going to find the charm, though, and Dundun will explode. And the Zeri was just out of the fight too early. Wagon Wheel doesn't find Fiesta whatsoever, as Aiming's looking to put out these fires. He flashes into a charm, but it don't matter. There's 700 gold for the Tristana.
Finally, that bounty is collected. It's picked up on the Tristana, the most important champion here for KT to get it, and that gold lead has diminished quite significantly now, as this fight is on a knife's edge. Sylvie flashes the hook here, and it looks really good for the engage now for Nongshim as they're trying to blow up the Hens, but he lives for so long here. The Pop Blossom re-engage is fantastic. Rel gets into the thick of things, but look at Aiming. Untouched in this fight, forces Gio out, and at this point, The fight is won for KT. There's no AD carry left on the side of Nongshim, and while Dundun can do Cassante things here, ultimately he will be taken out. Keen thinks better of going any further onto Fiesta here, and despite the charm, aiming has cleansed, and we'll be able to get in here and pick up 700 Gs. And KT back in it a little bit here.
Oh,
Still
absolutely.
a gold lead for Nongshim, but that's the money they needed so desperately that they've been hunting for the last 5 minutes.
And there is a Hex Gate used by Cuz to try and engage onto Sylvie here, who does get a max range Vault Breaker to get over that wall. BDD, the fake version, just scouting things out. Shape Splitter pretty good at that. As this turret not long for the world, and there is the unstoppable force right on top of Jiwoo, gets caught out of position and immediately destroyed. Pop Blossom's gorgeous as well, and they take Sylvie. This is the KT that we were expecting today, layering the CC gorgeously, just in time for Baron.
I mean, that is just about as perfect as it gets. The one target you need to hit. Malphite ult comes in, the perfectly placed hook from Lehens, and the Zeri is deleted. That's what you need to do with this composition, and man, KT had a rough early game. It looked pretty doomed. The Ahri's massively ahead, the Zeri's got a bunch of assists, but they are forcing it to happen. As look at the angle here from Keen. Nobody's got vision in this bush, trying to dash away, too late, and look at this hook from Lehens. Just beautiful follow-up, and then BDD is going to lock the rest of them down. It's basically a wipe here, 3 kills plus Baron, and the gold lead is now KT Rollsters.
And this Baron power play is going to kind of be massive. You can see 2.5 minutes and already up to 1,600. That is basically the base gold that you're going to get. They can move towards the next Hextech Drake as well and grab that before checking out these lanes and make things difficult for Nongshim. We mentioned already that Nongshim's composition, if you do start to fall behind, gets more and more difficult to play. Both of these comps relying on snowballs. No one really finding a big one of those just yet. KT really starting that up.
I think if they don't win that fight as hard as they did topside, the game is doomed, right? But they were able to make it happen. They were able to force you out of the fight. They win that fight. They make that flank happen mid, and they've kind of pulled gold out of thin air, essentially, in this game. And with 3,000 gold, the advantage right now are starting to take multiple turrets off of the map, and the gold lead is stacking up. No one is safe, and Zeri now with no map control is really hard to farm.
Yeah, Lehens is just hex flashing for fun at this point in time, and look at aiming. Like, this is Tristana with Baron buff. You are just destroying these turrets so incredibly easily, and look at the front line. Keen is gigantic, Lehens is a bouncer, and Dundun, he's not really equipped to clear out these waves as they do come down.
No one can stop this push, and they're trying to push mid here and get Jiwoo farm. He's 10 CS behind. I mean, we're at 250 CS nearly. That's not the big story here, but he just wants to get farm. He wants to have push, because when Zeri's ahead and has Shiv, she could just push waves and actually get map control back. But they are going to group here, which means the amount of pressure that KT applied bottom side was successful. Inner turret goes down by the Tristana, and BDD's just been catching waves in mid. No advantages to be had here for Jiwoo on the Zeri. Top lane doesn't exist anymore, but in this case for KT Rollster, that's intentional. They just want to make sure they can get guaranteed money on the map and set up for these next objective fights.
Yeah, next one going to be the Baron, probably, as we've got 3.5 minutes on the next Hextech Drake. Will be soul point for either team. But KT still getting some work done with the last 30 seconds of this Baron. This inner turret indefensible for Nongshim with Fiesta towards the top side of the map, and this inhibitor turret could be the same story as Dundun. Looking to stack up this Q as much as he can, doesn't find it there onto a fake version of BDD.
Yeah, and Sylvie maybe had a flank angle there, but against all these ults, you just don't want to be trying that. Aiming will just buster shot you away, and then they just collapse on top of you. The Vi trying to find something here, but coming up empty, just no map control whatsoever here for Nongshim at the moment. It's going to take a miracle fight for them to get back in this, and it's no objectives for 3 minutes here. So KT just aren't even going to give you any opportunities, and this Tristana and Nico are going to have so much wave clear and so much push non-stop here. We're going to have a bit of a lull state, but it's always going to be prio to KT Rollster.
Yeah, that's the thing. If they can continue to clear out the enemy jungle and these minion waves, and it does just get really, really difficult. It becomes suffocating.
Triple stopwatch locked in. Few control wards picked up here from KT. Nothing extreme with these control ward buys, but enough to where they can, as you say, keep pushing that vision forward, keep pushing these waves in. And it's a low state where Nongshim are just suffocated. They're getting choked out of this game. They're going to actually find a pocket here around Baron and potentially set a trap. But the thing is, KT they just aren't interested in going in that area right now. They don't have to force that. They just let the minions do the work.
Yep, it is 2 minutes until anything really needs to be worried about as Jiwoo moving into the mid lane, just trying to clear out the waves over and over again. He's even on farm, but 137 is not exactly the amount that you want, as Sylvie thinking about going aggressive onto Keen. But he's going to have to Vault Breaker his way out again. Thankfully, that one's maxed, and so its cooldown is not ridiculous.
All KT really need to do here is hold their composure and not fall into any pitfalls. None of these traps. Keen?
Yeah, Keen could be in trouble. There's cease and desist. He's taking a fair bit of damage for a tanky boy, but there is the unstoppable force, and there is the death. That is going to be Dundun picking up that kill.
Okay, there's a little bit of a pitfall. Now, it's not for nothing here as KT are going to push down that mid inhibitor. They need to protect Lehens.
Yeah, if Lehens dies as well, then maybe this is a little bit more worth, and he is going to die. This is a minute until the Baron is up and available, and Tristana will take an inhib turret and an inhibitor.
Most creative way to get the inhibitor I've ever seen, but like, you know, Keen, he's got a varied play style.
Well, that is a weird Magnus Storm. What the heck just happened there? Can I have a slow-mo replay of what just happened to Peter?
He just buster shotted him to the moon.
Yeah.
He just sent him away. He said, oh, you're coming towards me. I'll continue that momentum to the other side.
Oh, man. This is like Portal. Like, the physics are just so fun.
Oh, well, KT, yeah, Keen extends topside, but it's for a reason because they're trying to force that play in mid and get the inhibitor down where they actually have a lot of control and could collapse on him when it tries to punish that push through. And speaking of trying to punish, a little bit of a late attempt from Peter, and he will get sent to outer space. As look at the setup in the mid lane while this is happening. Keen knows I'm Malphite, I could buy a ton of time. Tristana's going to push in, and I'm going to just absorb all of this pressure, 5-man, to kill a Malphite, and there's no access to the mid lane without backing or hard forcing the fight. Speaking of hard forcing the fight.
All right, there's a flash from BDD. Jiwoo is dead immediately. Everfrost does a decent amount of work there, as now they're just looking for the disengage. BDD's pretty low as Fiesta wants to find the Orb of Deception, but Aiming says, nope, you are going down. And KT, they find the picks of exactly the players they wanted, and they will now push even further forward. Remember, the door is open here in this mid lane. They've got super minions moving in. This could just be the end of game 3 right here, and KT keeping their chances of first place alive. Magnus Storm from Peter, but there is just not enough damage. Even K'Sante is not going to be out. Well, he's able to get 1 kill there, but is then going to be taken down. And Aiming, he's got plenty of damage here. 8, 3, and 3 on this Tristana. Nexus turrets to go down, but I imagine the KT respect Nongshim a little bit more now, as we're going to have to say goodbye to their chances in the playoffs. And Kwangdong Freaks breathe a pretty heavy sigh of relief as they will not drop out of the race just yet.
Not just yet, but they've got a long road ahead of themselves to maybe have it. Maybe have that spot, and it's not completely up to them. A lot of it requiring the results of Live Sandbox and DRX to be very negative. Yeah, for KT tonight, you know, kind of a reality check here. I think that Nongshim as a team you have to respect. I think that they did not go quietly into tonight's series. They did not just drop out to KT Rolster like a freebie. They made both of those wins for KT Rolster hard to earn. I mean, yeah, Keen, he was able to pop off on the Fiora in game 2, but it was a pretty close and contentious game until then. Game 1, obviously Nongshim coming out in a big way. Then in game 3, there were certainly some huge win conditions here. They had a massive lead on that Ahri, but it ultimately wasn't enough in the end. A few skirmishes going wrong, and that hard force to get that Ahri bounty actually eventually pays off for KT Rolster. That's what brings them back into the game. And now, if KT win 2-0 against Live Sandbox and Genji win their remaining series 2-0 as well, which I believe is Kwangdong Freaks if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Then...
oh, no. Kwangdong Freaks are against DRX.
Who is Genji's last opponent?
Genji's last opponent is not one of the top teams, but it's Bro.
It's Bro, so...
Oh, the ultimate blue shell.
So, I mean...
That is the series that you win. Already eliminated, decides to win anyway. That has got to be the Giga Chad mentality.
I'm seeing I'm seeing the angles for first place tiebreaker. So we could get the rematch a third time for Gen.G and KT at the end of regular season. Could also be the winners finals. We did see them match up in the losers finals of last season as well to decide who was going to the grand finals. It just keeps going to these two teams, but a bit of a shakier one from KT Rolster. Some very scary moments in this early game. This was not really one of them, but the subsequent fight where they over-index is a little bit terrifying when you consider the turn here from Nongshim and how good they are in these skirmishes. The Zeri angle to get certified early, picking up a lot of assists here, was absolutely there, but it was Fiesta who had the massive lead. And this is one of those fights where things turn around, obviously, as Aiming is chunking Peter out when he's looking for this flank engage. Going a little bit too deep on that one. And KT, once G was out of this fight, are just ready to pick up all of that gold advantage.
Yeah, and Jiwoo just flashing over that wall, didn't have his Jet Set Radio Future to get back into the battle. That means that Aiming untouched throughout this whole thing is Keen. This unstoppable force was actually just illegal. And then the Pop Blossom is so comfortable. Oftentimes we see it's the Nico engaging, but you don't have to in this composition when you've got Nautilus and the Malphite.
Yeah. Follow-up from Aiming in a lot of these fights was fantastic. He also was the one to make the call to go for, I assume he was the one who made the call to go for that inhibitor push when Keen is caught in the top lane, and he absolutely was the biggest recipient of the long night. Recipient of the engages from Keen and BDD. I think either of the sole laners or Aiming could get POG votes here for KT.
Yeah, I'm kind of okay with all of the votes, to be perfectly honest, because it was a great series. And I like the whoa, like Kasante things. But thankfully, it's not going to be too much of a big deal. And BDD just going to rest while these Nexus turrets go down.
Yeah. I think Cuz says respect to Nongshim there.
Yeah, 100%.
And you could definitely feel that there's a bit of a somber mentality here because KT had the opportunity to guarantee first. That loss in game number 1 means that it is not completely in their hands. They will have to, of course, win that that Live Sandbox series and hope that Gen.G lose or then beat them in a tiebreaker. And they were very close to straight up losing to Nongshim in this series as well.
Yeah, this last game could have gone either way after Jiwoo managed to, get a couple of assists. If they had been kills, something tells me that if the last hitting had have been a little bit better onto these champions, then perhaps it could have been a different story. But allocation of gold aside and things like that, I think Nongshim absolutely deserved a lot of respect for this series. It was absolutely amazingly well played. Creative drafts as well. And there will also be a team interview after the KT POG interview with the entirety of Nongshim, so they're not going to go away without saying goodbye.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see it. I think they probably have a lot to say after what was a heartbreaking loss tonight.
It was a heartbreaking loss, but I think a lot of people are going to be very, very proud of them. Speaking of which, there are some gentlemen who are over on the desk, so let's throw it over to the space to break down the series.
Thank you, casters, for that awesome cast today. It was a bit of a long one, and we are proud of Nongshim here on the desk. They got very close. KT known to have some, happy gaming, especially against some of these lower-ranked teams. And, I mean, we got the bubbly noodles, but it wasn't meant to be in the end, and Nongshim are knocked out. So, bit unfortunate, but we did get to see a lot of gaming tonight, right, guys?
Yeah, personally, I feel like the draft just made it too difficult. I think one of the things we've seen a lot from teams recently is they'll have like a carry in the top lane, things like Rumble Jax, and in the mid lane they'll have like a high DPS champion like Azir or something like that, or Tristana. The problem here is that you have Ahri isn't the highest damage mid laner. You have a tank in the top lane, and Vi's not really carrying fights either, so much emphasis is put on the Zeri that she needs to be the carry in fights, and you're playing into Nico, Nautilus, and Malphite, which just makes it seem so hard to play. Like every team fight, they would just target Jiwoo. You have, like a Nautilus ult flying at you, you dash away, and then you get Malphite ulted, then Tristana's on it. I think it made it way too difficult for the Zeri to carry in a game where the Zeri had to carry.
Yeah, I mean, it is the pressure on Zeri, but the thing is, like, the most different, biggest different things between the game 1, like, there was so many, the potential that, like, actually can easily secure for Zeri. Like, there was, for example, like, Seraphine, like, biggest the champion, but it's obviously banned. But it's like first pick Zeri, and you can't really build around the Zeri. The thing is like, because everything is banned, and the KT already knew, and that's how they lost before. They experienced, and they actually pick up I really like the Tristana AD carry pick, and with the Nolas, like that's OG the Zeri counter, and so it's like it's even extra harder to play out.
Yeah, it ended up working out pretty well. We did have a lot of scuffles in this game, even down in the bottom lane as well. But it did come down to kind of two fights that got KT very far ahead in this one. They had the fight early on down in the bottom lane, but Nongshim got ahead. They were pretty far ahead. They were in control of this series, of this game, but then this happens.
Man, do that fight on top try in the KT. I've never seen the KT actually lost around here. And it's like, Jiu dashing in there one time is so much, it's way too big blunder. And I think the aiming play is such a great that he just targeted as soon as the Zeri pressed E there. He just jumped on the head on the Zeri, and he find a way. Like KT, this fight, they're not ahead. They're like Nongshim was like 2K ahead, but they easily just swings the fight.
Yeah, and aiming gets a massive shutdown at the end. And honestly, him on this Tristana this game was so good. Like that. Just targeting Gio, being like, you are leaving this fight or you are dying. There's no choice about it. And as soon as he forced him out, it was just cleanup time.
Yeah, and speaking of cleanup time, they did it at the end of that fight. And then we had fight number 2, which was kind of what you were mentioning in the draft, Ox, which was just press your buttons onto the Zeri, and something's going to go right.
Yeah, and I mean, the CC's layered so well. It's a beautiful hook there from the Hens to follow up, but it's just, what are you supposed to do in this situation? If you don't have flash, you're getting hit by the Malphite. And even if you have flash, there's so much other CC, like the Nautilus ult that's point and click. Very difficult to play out, even in the best situation. Admittedly, Jiwoo did make some mistakes, but I think just too much pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's really tough, but sometimes you just have to let her die. Just sometimes you just let one person die and just sip it. Just try not to just lose the game from one death. But it's the most important thing is like, do not get the chain death, and it's just like they get the Baron, they close out the game. It makes it so easy for KT.
Yeah, and for KT, they didn't make it necessarily too easy on themselves, because even though they did take this 2-1, as was mentioned earlier on today, now they're tied with Gen G. If they win all the rest of their games, which aren't that many, I mean, you get a couple of 2-0s for each team, there's going to be a tiebreaker for first place, which, actually we're... Okay, so we don't have a tiebreaker, actually, because KT 1-2-0 and Gen G 1-2-1. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll get the update on that one. I think it's because of the head-to-head, and if it comes to an exact tiebreaker, then because KT won more cleanly against Gen G, so that's a very important update. So they win the head-to-head, not just the straight-up 1-1. They actually had a better score in terms of games, so they will win the head-to-head. Very important.
But it does mean that next series needs to be a 2-0, right?
If they both win 2-0 and end up on same game score, and we do have the head-to-head, then the head-to-head is won by KT.
Yeah, but they need to make sure the next series is really clean.
Just
right?
no more happy gaming.
Okay, no more happy gaming.
A little bit of a,
You had one. One and you're okay. No more.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, like, if they're playing like these, like next series, that's a rough one, because it was against a Nongshim, typically.
Yeah. And Nongshim played well today, but this is KT we're talking about. We do have a POG as well. Let's take a look at who is going to pick it up here for game number 3. It will, in fact, be the guy who is aiming at all of our hearts, Aim.
And honestly, I feel like first game of the series was a bit underwhelming for him, but really bounced back in this one. And I think, again, just like bringing the Tristana out in the bot lane and really great target selection. And it's so important, I feel like, in Tristana, knowing when to jump, when you're going to get resets, who to look for, who to target. And I think in all the fights, he did a fantastic job of doing that.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as it's like, as I said, he just changed the target and just to the Zeo right away, and to make sure just team fight is like, oh, it's like everything's one-sided. And as soon as he gets some gold, he gets some fat, he make the play, even this play. Wolf said, the bird shot to the moon. He did play really well.
It was really funny. We did have a bunch of votes for Jungle 2. I think it's okay. At the end of the day, it was kind of KT just bopping him over the head, and Cuz did a lot early on, so what are you going to do? Three media votes, it's okay. We still got the vote for aiming there at the end of the day, and
we were part of the tiebreaker.
Top and 1 for mid.
We were part of the tiebreaker. That was us. We did that.
We were the casting vote, which is what they call the tie-breaking.
But we also had the English cast vote as well.
True.
So with the casting, we had both. Yeah, we had it all.
No, we did.
Don't forget the Malphite board. I love top lane.
Oh, yeah. A couple of Malphite votes, yeah. Jonas Strong base is always going for the, press R and win the game. And that did happen a couple of times.
Oh, that's strong.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And KT, we'll have to wait and see what they do have to say in an interview in just a moment because, of course, we do have the POG interview and then we do have, of course, the Nongshim full team interview. So hold on to your seats. We have a lot of interview coming on and it will be Ji-sun to translate it all, so take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview, joined by Keen and Aiming after their win up against Nongshim Red Force. Congratulations on your 15-match winning streak, guys. This is the final week of the regular season. And we actually had a very close series between you and Nongshim. How was the series overall? Like, all 3 games were really tough, so we barely won, so I'm just so relieved that we managed to get a win. What about you, Aiming? Yeah, today Nongshim really put up a good fight. It was really hard for us as well, but I'm so just relieved that we won. So KT decided to remove Seraphine in Game 2 after seeing what Fiesta could do with Seraphine in game number 1. Yeah, I think Seraphine has a really big power in team fights and we were actually not ready to deal with it, so we decided to just ban it away. And then Aiming, when Jiwoo locked in Nilla, one of his iconic picks, how did you plan out your early laning phase up against the Nilla pick? I was expecting Nilla from Jiwoo, so we were trying to ban it away in the second phase, but they locked it in the third pick, so we were like, still we have stronger late game comp, so let's just focus until we hit the power spike. Keen, I think Fiora in game 2 was the key factor as she is the counter into K'Sante and also counter into Nilla. Yeah, well, there were so many bans towards top lane, and Fiora looked to be a best pick into the enemy's comp. And Aiming, moving on to the third game, we had last pick, Tristana on the side of KT roster. Tell us about the bot lane Tristana. I really didn't have many options, so the best pick left available was Tristana, and we decided to give it a go. And then Keen, your Malphite in game 3 was like a Grand Canyon, It was unbreakable, and we were waiting to see if that Malphite can make some play in such a decisive moment. What made you decide to lock in Malphite in game 3? I think Malphite is viable anytime, and whenever I get to lock it in, I just get good results. So I was feeling really comfortable. How can you play Malphite into K'Sante? Any tips? Nothing special, Sometimes you have your lucky day, and then you get to win lane, and that happened to me today. Aiming, well, game 3, Nongshim Red Force was also showing up a great potential. Were you scared at some point? We had a lot of 4v4 actions and we lost back-to-back, so we were a little bit behind in terms of the scalings and items, but Key's Malphite came to seal the deal and we were able to turn the table around. Welcome back to the POG interview, but we were surprised to find out that you were actually very talkative in the player voice comms, but we were not able to hear from you on POG interview recently. Any message over to all the KT roster teammates? Well, in fact, I wish we won a clean 2-0 and stuff. And sometimes when we win 2-0, a lot of people mention me. But today, like a lot of my players actually like, I love you, Keen. You know, thank you, Keen. But today we had a very stressful series and no one mentioned me. So it feels bad, to be honest. I don't care if they mention me on POG interview. I just wish we have more 2-0 wins. What about you, aiming? Any message to all the KT teammates? Thank you so much for your awesome performance. I love you guys. Thank you so much. KT Roaster, with this win today, you guys are now on a 15-match winning streak. Now, this is the longest winning streak history in the LCK, second longest in the LCK history. Are you looking forward to adding some more to that streak? So we have one last match left available. I wish we can get another win there and then climb up to the first place in terms of the winning streak record. Now with this win, you guys are tied for first place together with Gen G, and your next opponent and the very last opponent is Live Sandbox. We gotta win 2-0 to solidify our position at the top of the LCK, so we gotta make sure that we're gonna win 2-0 and end on the first place. Yeah, we will work hard in order to close on the first place, but I would rather want to focus on improving our performance. Now this will be the end of the interview from KT Roasters Keen and Amy, and now we will be joined by Nongshim Red Force players as they had the final match of the regular season.
이어서 오늘은 KT 선수분들뿐만 아니라 남아있는 정규 시즌 마지막 경기에서도
Please wait a moment for all the Nongshim players to join us on the stage.
인터뷰 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 아쉽게 패배했지만 끝까지
Despite this crushing loss, I wish all of the fans in the arena to give it up for Nongshim for their hard performance also, and also for joining us for the interview. We are here joined by Dundun, Sylvie, Fiesta, Quad, Jiu, and Peter. 6 players in total. Please give it up for Nongshim players.
네, 농심 레드포스 선수분들과 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
이번 시즌 마지막 경기를
And that was the very last series of Nongshim Red Force this summer.
먼저 든든 선수 서머 정규
To start off,
시즌을
Dundun,
마무리한 소감 한 말씀
how do you feel that you just finished your summer season run? Time passed really fast, you know. I think I was not able to play up to the ideal level as a top laner, so I feel sorry for my teammates. I wish I could have played better. However, everyone thought Dundun performed even better coming into the round 2. Do you also feel the same way? Do you think you stepped up a lot? Well, it depends, you know. But there are some days where I was like, oh, I'm doing pretty well. But there were also some days where I was underperforming. So I wish next time I can come back stronger. Now let's hear from Sylvie. Sylvie, you were the centerpiece of Nongshim's aggressive play style. What is the biggest takeaway from this summer season? Early on in the season, our map play, our macro play were not up to par, but as we headed into the latter half of the season, we were able to display a better macro play, and we improved a lot on that. What is your resolution for next year? I wish I can become a pro player who has a constant form.
좋습니다. 또 응원하고 기대하겠습니다. 자, 이어서 피에스타 선수
And next up is Fiesta.
피에스타 선수도 정말 많은 성장을 이뤄낸
You as well. You were able to show us a great improvement throughout the summer season. In fact, compared to the spring season, I have, improved a little bit, but I have a long way to go. I really gotta work harder, learn even more in order to become a better player. What kind of mid laner do you want to become in the future? So I'm really confident in aggressive playstyle, but now I want to add some more consistency maybe, I want to be a lot more reliable. So I want to focus on that while I practice, and also farming, my CS numbers are a little bit not up to par. So yeah, there are a lot of parts where I really need to work on. Now let's hear from Quad, another mid laner on the side of Nongshim. I think this summer season meant a lot to you. You were able to make a return as a professional player. It feels amazing to be able to make it back to the LCK. And together with the Nongshim players, I was able to learn so much, improve so much. And after winning the first match, I mentioned that my players are improving so fast, but I'm like being delayed, and I think it remained the same way. So I wish I can also catch up with them, but it feels amazing to see my players improve so fast like this. I'm so proud of them. Well, I cannot really say my return to the LCK was successful, but I was able to improve a lot of my laning phase and the macro play, so I think it's gonna help me a lot in my future and my life as a whole. Now let's hear from Jiwoo. You started off your career in the LCK with a bang. You are actually one of the most impressive players on the side of Nongshim. I was not expecting this much of a, reaction from the fans, and it feels amazing that a lot of people actually pay attention to me. A lot of people said, this series will come down to the bottom lane and it will be a rough matchup for Nongshim as KT has a very strong bot lane, but you guys were able to put up a great fight. Well, even though they are one of the strongest teams in the LCK, I didn't want to feel small. I just wanted to do what I usually do, and if I managed to pull that off, we would be able to still win out the lane. Jiu, what is your goal as a professional player? I made my debut in the LCK, so I was not fully prepared, but next season I will be able to show empowered strengths of myself and also reduced weakness of myself. So I want to say I'm going to come back with perfection of Jiwoo. Now let's hear from Peter. You just won your first POG of the summer season. It's such a bummer you guys were not able to translate into a series win, but how do you look back at the summer season? Well, thanks to Quad, I was able to learn a lot about macro plays. And today's series, or even other previous series, I don't think I was able to pull off the best macro play possible, so I'm actually pretty mad about myself and my performance, and I want to say sorry to my teammates too. However, you guys started off this series with a great win in game number 1, and Peter, you shouted this is the Nongshim CL Classic, and I think Nongshim was able to show their dominance from time to time, all together as a team. So, there were some moments where we were able to have a great success on Seraphine. So, not only the players but also our coaching staff worked so hard to bring the best draft possible, which was this Seraphine comp. But in the end, we were not able to have a serious win. So it's a bummer. We have so many Nongshim fans still remaining in the arena supporting you guys. A lot of fan signs supporting Nongshim's very last series of the year. Any message for all the Nongshim fans? Sylvie, as the captain of Nongshim Red Force. spring split, our result was not good, and the summer season it was not good as well. But still, I'm so grateful that so many fans were always here to support us, and I promise next year things will be a lot better, and we will make playoffs next year. Thank you so much, Nongshim Rat Force, once again for this interview, and this will be the end of the team interview from Nongshim with their last match of the series, and I'm gonna pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Jisun, for that incredibly long and awesome interview that you just translated. That was great to hear from all the Nongshim members. Obviously, KT guys are like, well, we got to get the 2-0. We did our job, well, kind of today.
Sort of.
We got the win. And for Nongshim, we'll hope to see them in the future and wish them the best. But for now, they are out of the LCK. We will not see them in playoffs. We will not have them play another series as they have played their final series today.
Sad. But I'm really proud of that. They took out KT one game at least, and also the only game they were making a lot of proactive play. But still, like also they bounced back from round 1 and round 2. A lot of things actually happened from Nongshim's side.
Yeah, considering they were in a really rough spot at one point, getting 5 wins is pretty respectable. And again, these are a lot of new players, a lot of opportunity for growth. Challenge KT today, and seeing Peter, obviously, you're going to be upset at how the split turned out when you felt like you're so close to making playoffs. But I'm sure we'll see them again and looking to challenge once more.
I think they got 2 wins in spring, and to move up to 5 wins, that's great. I mean, there's a lot of improvement that has been made with this roster, so it's really good to see. Guys, tomorrow, DK up against Homalife Esports, the fight for 3rd place. Saturday showdown as well will be a banger, followed by an even bigger banger potentially. Bro, looking to take out Gen G. Gen G need to win this, probably 2-0, to have a chance to defeat KT, actually, almost definitely. So we'll see if Bro can play upset tonight or tomorrow, or what is going to happen. But we are done tonight. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a good night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump.
저희 팀이 선등하려고 모인 팀원들도 아니고 해서 더 잘해서 다 이기도록 하겠습니다.
더 세진 동부 학살자예요. 하나생명 e스포츠 13잭스입니다.